your optics, right? If I move my location in that hallway, well, the perspective does change, right? You'll see that all your vanishing lines go to a new vanishing point that will be on your horizon, or what is known optically as your eye level or stationary point. Trust me, bro, I teach it and draw it every single day, right? Now, what you're experiencing is, of course, the sun go across the sky and the moon, right? But just like the hallway, the lights aren't really getting closer to the ground, just like the rail lines. If you looked at it like, like a railroad track, right? And you see the lines go together, they're not really going together, right? Otherwise, the train couldn't move. What you're seeing is the law of reflection, or what is known as the law of law of perspective. You got all that, Lala?
Okay, so but I'm glad that you were able to ramble and finally make your point, because now I can actually respond. So the issue with that is that you're describing a situation where, if that's the case, if it's like an aeroplane flying across, and it's not that we're moving in perspective to the sun, it's that it's moving in perspective to us. If that's the case, then as I said, it should, once it's all the way above it, once it's midday, let's say, and you look up, should be largest. However, it's not, and it just appears to be the exact same size. And at any point, I mean, whether it's rising in the sunrise or east, and whatever, it doesn't matter. It looks the exact same because it is the same object and it's quite far away. What's what's
Okay,
happened?
well, you don't have to repeat yourself 3 different times, right?
What happened when
Lala, let me ask you about that observation, please. Let's have a conversation, right? Are you saying, just to clarify, that if the plane gets closer to me, it doesn't appear bigger?
I'm saying it does, and I'm saying the only reason that what doesn't make sense is that the sun would also have that same thing. You've just acknowledged that, like, as the plane's getting, the plane's going overhead, right? If it's right above me, it's going to look biggest. And then you're describing the sun in such a way as it would have, in your model, it's going, that's how it works. So it's not that, day and night, we all observe day and night. So it's got to come and go at some point. So either it's, if it's going across us, so if it's like the aeroplane crossing us, like you've described, you should be able to look up. You should be able to see it be exactly the same size. It should be way larger when it's above you, like as any object would be above you, than as it's further
Who-
away. But
Sure, but who said the sun was an object? You or me?
okay, you can say it's not an object, but whatever it is, you can call it.
Well,
And
could I tell you some interesting
anyway,
information about the sun?
flying aerial phenomenon, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Well, I'm here to tell you, Lala, we experience the sun in many variety of ways, right? Or even the moon. I'm sure you've actually probably even seen the moon where it comes up right at the horizon and it looks super big. Have you ever seen that before? The sun will do it too, actually. Have you ever like looked at the horizon, like say at a sunset or at say the beginning of a morning, where the sun or moon looks really, really big,
The sun
sometimes
looks
referred to as a supermoon.
super
You can write it down and look it up if you'd like.
a super moon, right?
Correct.
And the point is what?
The point is that optically, these things can change because they are not physical. They are apparent. In fact, one of the first things that we did on the Flat Earth Discord was we got 3 observations at the single same time and we triangulated the sun, right? And found out that it wasn't in one location, that it was apparent, right? And the more and more points that we added, the worse that the apparent observation got, actually proving that, well, at least in this case, the sun seems to have an apparent position, not a physical one.
If that's the
However,
case,
most people think that the flat earth model, quote unquote, is this physical ball going across the table, as I was explaining earlier. But what I'm trying to tell you is it's more like a source of energy, right? It's a parent, right? I haven't gone out there. I can't touch the sun. I'm not going to make any claims about what it is or what it does, but I experience the exact same thing that you do. But you're the one denying what you're seeing, not
Okay,
me.
we're saying that whatever you want to call it, something exists. Now you can either deny that it is as it appears to be, and then
Yeah, don't get me
say,
wrong. We're both calling it the sun, brother.
well, you can say that the sun apparently appears to behave in a way that no other object that we understand. Okay, well, that's great. But,
Well, it doesn't appear like a fireball in the middle of a vacuum of space 93 million miles away, does it?
once, sorry, was that garbled nonsense?
Yeah, that was a heliocentric model. The explanation for your sun is that it's 93 million miles away, 400 times the size of Earth, and a burning ball of hydrogen and helium in a vacuum of space.
Okay, this is where you're mentally retarded. You're thinking of
I know,
vacuum.
the heliocentric model does sound mentally retarded, doesn't it?
Vacuum. Like, what do you think? There's like a. You think there's like a force, like an anti-gravity force?
Nobody said anything about anti gravity. All I'm saying is actually repeating your own model that you don't actually seem to
You look
know.
at a vacuum as if a vacuum means something other than it does.
Do you
Vacuum
really
just
not
means
know what outer space is, quote
vacuum
unquote?
just means without pressure. Retard, dumbass,
You think there's
retard.
do you think there's gas pressure in space, man?
Okay, yeah, no one said there was, but why would there need to be? You're saying it like there should be. You're
You're
pretending like,
cracking me up,
oh,
man. The projection and it's just hilarious. Keep going. It's recorded.
there should be pressurization of the sun. It's like, what? Because you're like, it's burning, but like, if it's burning, then it's like, it's not burning either. It's giving off energy, right? That's different from burning. I don't know what the fuck you think. Burning, yes, indeed, burning cannot take place in the middle of the atmosphere, like in the middle of space without an atmosphere. Yeah,
Oh,
that's true.
I'm sorry, sun expert. What is the sun doing? Please inform us, Lala.
What is the sun doing?
Yeah. How does it make its light according to your model?
Well, I think that you already know the answer. You're just denying it.
Okay, you're obviously broken, man.
Well, I mean, what am I going to tell you? What everyone else has already told you?
I just told you your heliocentric model and what your sun says that it's doing.
What my son says that it's the first of all, it's not mine.
According to your model. Sorry, I misspoke. I'll redact that one for you. What I'm trying to figure out is what you think your model is, because it doesn't seem like you know it very well.
Okay, that's great. Well, what part of my model do you think is wrong?
All I'm asking you is what is the sun to you, Lala?
What is the sun to me? Well, I'll
Yeah.
say the sun appears to be, more or less what you said, something that
So
gives off,
you do agree, and
well,
ironically called yourself retarded.
like it gives off energy, whatever. That's it.
Yeah, and how does it get that energy? Does it burn anything, you think?
You're asking me what's my model of the sun. I
Can you
believe
think
any
of maybe what the heliocentric model says the sun is and what it's doing in order to produce that energy?
anything scientists have observed about the sun and its whatever the fuck, I'm sure is accurate. We know that there were instances, we know that there are called
93 million miles away? Oh, but it's changed 7 times in the last 500 years?
waves like the solar flares can affect energy and shit. Sorry, not electronics, right?
Oh, yes, because your TV said so. Must be true.
Just saying that there aren't solar flares now. I mean,
No,
by
I'm
the
just
way,
saying it's kind of a ridiculous, illogical claim to presuppose that just because there are solar flares that must mean that that is the reason why my technology is messing up. Let alone there are many other reasons technology can mess up.
okay, but like we're talking about like in a particular instance?
We're honestly talking about anything but the earth because you have a really hard time about talking about the earth. You want to stick to the sky and you want to look at the sky and you want to argue about what the sun is, right? But not the earth. You can't look at that. You can't actually go ahead and test for yourself that it actually measures flat. And that's the crux of the matter. In fact, that's all it takes to disprove your globe is to put the geometry to the test. That's what's actually hilarious, Lala. You don't even know what science is, but it's actually the study of a cause and effect relationship. However, that's not the shape of the earth. You may be familiar that shapes are geometry. So this is actually a geometric question. Do you know how big they say the globe is, Lala?
How big they say the globe is?
Correct.
So you're
Do you
saying,
even know the radius of your globe sphere?
do I need to?
Go ahead and look it up, Lala, since it's your first day on Earth.
Well, I mean, can you just say it instead of being a fucking lunatic?
Oh, do I have to do your homework for you too?
Well, excuse me, why
Sorry,
does
this
that
is
even...
how I have to treat insubordinate students who clearly don't
Oh,
know how to teach
well,
themselves how to type. Hey, what's the radius of the Earth?
listen, do you know the difference between an integral and a derivative? Probably not.
Well, good thing that's not the topic of discussion. All I'm asking you for is, do you know the radius of your globe, Lala? It's a very simple question. It's a yes or
Already
no
answered.
question, in fact.
You're repeating a question that I've already answered.
So
So you're not
no,
asking a
you
question.
don't know the radius of your globe, Earth.
Faggot.
That's telling.
Yeah, it's
I'll help you
accurate.
out. It's 3959 miles in radius.
It's 39 what?
3,959 miles in radius, according to the heliocentric globe model.
I don't know.
Now you know.
Nice.
Now, can we put that to the test, Lala? You're cracking me up, dude.
We're putting that to the test. Let's hear it. Come on.
Right. So what would we have to do to put that to the test? Well, we could use an Earth
I'm
curve
gonna test this thing.
calculator, right? And we can go
Oh,
test in reality where the supposed geometric horizon should be.
But that wouldn't
Now,
tell us where the curve is, though, flat. That would just tell us where the
well,
geometric horizon
if there
is. It
was a
doesn't tell us
curve
about
or
the. That doesn't
not,
measure the curve. That just measures the distance between you and the horizon. That's all a
you have
geometric
to
horizon is.
have a curve in order to measure it.
Here
However,
comes the
Talon,
quote with
you know,
vague numbers. Wait, what's the curve, man?
no, I've heard enough from Talon. He only comes in to intercept, not realizing that he would need a curve in order to measure it. And that's actually what's in question. So we're not going to beg the question and get into logical fallacies as Talon would love to enjoy and entertain. But we can put that globe geometry to the test. We can put what they, NASA, JAXA, RASA, ESA, and I forget what India's is,
oh my god.
what they claim.
As they get. Oh my god.
Long story short, Lala, if it's not curved, what is it?
So if it's not curved, what is it? God, are we talking about my cock or like what are we talking about?
The Earth and the
Yeah,
surface.
curved. Well, I mean, if it's not curved, then it would have to be like some sort of like fucking like a fucking billiard table, whatever the fuck. And that's what we are. Well,
And
it's a billiard.
what is the surface property of a billiard table, Lala?
Well, if you look around and there's nothing like you certainly don't.
I know you want to say it. It's a nice four-letter word.
You're
It's even in
right.
my name.
Look up, it looks like the same as it would on the ball. Is that your point? Do you think that's smart?
I want to
Wow.
point out
You can't just be
the
intellectually honest, can you?
version
I
of
already predicted your answer and it wasn't even good.
Hold on, Lala.
Sorry,
Dave was talking. Go ahead, Dave.
I can't say the F word, right? Flat Lord. It's flat, man. Just say flat. Can you say that?
He's afraid of the word, apparently.
Oh, for fuck's sake, can you just make a point? What is it?
There is no measurable curve in reality, at least not the one that they're telling you and have claimed it to be.
A measurable curve? What are we talking about?
Something, I guess, quite above you. I mean, we can wait to see if you'll get it, but honestly, it just shows your
What is
lack
it?
of intelligence.
You're talking about the Earth itself and whether or not we're measuring the curve of the Earth, and you're saying, well, there is no curve of the Earth, and therefore.
Lala, does a sphere have curve or not?
Curve what?
Does a sphere have curve or not?
You're obviously, yeah.
Thank you. So,
Say
if we
yes.
don't find that curve in reality, when where it's supposed to be, and we see much farther, in fact, 10 orders of magnitude off, is it a really big ball and they just got the geometry of the sphere wrong?
Can you say that whole thing again? Because you did this really gay shit where you were trying to answer a question, but just like make your point.
Dude, I'm not here to convince you.
I know,
Okay.
I get that. Please, just make your point. I didn't get it. I had no clue.
Earth measures flat. There's no curve.
Sounds like it's just bullshit, man, to be honest.
So if there's no curve in reality, what does that make the Earth?
What?
Do you know English, bro?
I'm trying to hear you, dude. I'm literally trying. Can you repeat what you're fucking saying?
If the Earth doesn't have a curve, what is it?
If it doesn't have a curve, what is it? I mean, I believe it does. But if it doesn't, then
You
what?
believe it does, but you have no clue if it does or doesn't, do you?
No, actually, there's quite a lot of it.
Form a sentence first.
Right, me, if I get, I don't want to mute people, bitch. As I was saying, what is it? What actually, you know what? I've been trying to make a point, but I don't have a fucking point because all you do is make these random things. Like we can't stick to one point. It's always you're meandering through your own
Can
thoughts.
we discuss why is the cows allowed to use?
Oh, bitch! Can you shut the fuck up?
You sound like you're in a
Dude,
fucking
Lala,
bathroom. You
relax.
fucking monkey. You imp. Why are you in the bathroom? You fucking.
Hold on, Natasha. Yes, he is in the bathroom and probably taking something, but you don't have to come in all hot like that either. Relax. Now I'm going to unmute both of you guys, but please, let's have a civil discussion.
Why can't I scream in this voice chat? I think that's a true. We're really losing out here. You guys are missing.
Because
Tell
it
them
shows
to wipe
how
his
retarded you are, bro.
Missing me and my bubble bath. What the hell? Oh my god.
You
Sorry.
taking a bubble bath or something? Like, dude, let me know when you want to get unmuted. Natasha, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that, besides flat Earth, we should discuss why Israelis have flat domes, and we should figure out how to get rid of that country. Thank you.
What in the world is a flat dome?
That brains.
What's a flat brain?
I'm gonna go call. Nice talking to you today, Bubba.
They're always too scared to talk about the Earth.
Well, that was a weird drive-by, wasn't it? Like, Lord.
I get them all the time. They see they're unmatched and they're like, "Oh, I gotta go." But you know what, Lala? I will commend you for at least being able to hold on to a conversation, even though I can't exactly say that's what it was. And Talon, you can eat shit, bro. You're a known time waster, and I have so much joy in muting you. So Yeah, nobody cares, Talon. Anyway, I'm gonna go take care of my 2-year-old because, well, she looks like she could use my attention. But until the meantime, Lala, if you would like to talk to some of the great gentlemen and, of course, other women in here who also know the truth about the earth, you're more than welcome to. And of course, Manufactotum is also another known time waster and DMer of, we call it intercepting, but so watch out for that one too, Lala. Anyway, heads up to the new guys, you know, just thought I'd throw it in there. Anyway, you guys have the floor. I'll be in the background.
Flat Lord, way to hold it down, man.
Epic day for Dirk. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. So look.
Is there any way to fix your mic? I barely understand you. Try to talk.
No, this is how it's gonna be. If you don't like it, then
It sounds like shit. Just being honest.
I'm in the fucking bath. Yes, I am. But if you can hear me, then you can hear me, can't you? Big fucking deal. Anyway, there's not really any point of me doing this because it's like I'm literally jerking myself off at that point. Not actually intellectually stimulating myself.
That was strike 3, Lala. You can kick back and listen in.
I know what would be fun to listen to. Let's listen to a globe believer provide direct measurements of the Earth's curvature. Anyone that wants to do that, go ahead. Thank you. Sorry, did my mic cut out? Just direct measurements of Earth curvature. Any globe believer on here, go ahead and provide that. Thanks. Appreciate it. Can I make sure my mic's working? Probably not. Is anybody out there? Just nod if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? All right, I'm going to try to reconnect. I don't think I'm working. All right, official checking of the mic. Coming through. I'm only coming through in waves.
Grave date.
My lips move, but you can't hear what I'm saying. Thanks, Flight Lord. So now that my mic's working, I will once again request the globe believers to provide empirical measurements of the curvature of the Earth. Thank you. I appreciate it. Come on, guys. We've known it's a globe for like thousands of years, but nobody ever bothered to measure it. Is that what I'm hearing? Come on now. Measurements of the globe. Go for it. Thanks.
What would be the units for a measurement of curvature?
Units. You can use feet. You can use meters. Whatever units you would like to use. Have you got some?
Well, like meters, that's like a straight line, right? So that doesn't really work for curvature, would it?
No, a straight line and curvature are directly opposite things, I would say, right?
Yeah. So I don't think you could use meters. So what sort of units could you use?
Why couldn't you use meters? Why couldn't you say, just for example, say you go to the island 10 miles off the coast, right? Over a body of water. And you see a lighthouse that's like, I don't know, 50 or 60 meters tall. But you really shouldn't be able to see that lighthouse because it's supposed to be under 50 or 60 meters of curvature. Is that an issue?
Well, let's change it up so I understand. So, like, if you were to measure the curvature of a basketball, what would be the units of that measurement?
It's strange how you didn't answer my question. You went to a basketball and you're going to start talking about ants and stuff, aren't you?
No, I'm just wondering, when you say that you want a measurement of curvature, I don't know what units you can measure curvature with. So I would like an example that I can relate to. So what would be an answer for the curvature of a basketball?
Whatever units you want to use to represent an accurate drop over distance on the ball that you're claiming that you live on. That's what I want to use. Those, your choice. Use meters, use feet, use inches. I don't care. Whatever measurement metrics you want to use.
Well, I mean, you're the one that is asking for a measurement of curvature, but you don't even know how that works. You don't know what units that would be in.
I just said use whatever units that other humans have decided are units of measurement terms that we use with each other. Are you just trying to use the language, or are you actually going to provide empirical data here?
Well, I actually think that your question is confusing, and so I ask you: can you provide a measurement of curvature of a basketball? What would be the answer?
Let's get a third party opinion. I don't care if you're global or flat earther on here. Am I being confusing, or am I clearly asking him for what I'm trying to determine here? I mean, if I'm wrong, somebody tell me. Go ahead.
I think it's a fair question.
Great. So whoever just said that, to give me an example, can you provide the measurement of the curvature of a basketball?
I would probably do that in degrees, maybe degrees over size, possibly. I'm not sure,
Yeah,
honestly.
degrees. That's a good answer, actually. I mean, I would agree that that is a proper unit to measure curvature. And so the Earth rotates 15 degrees per hour, and that would be the measurement.
That works for me.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't hard. I was just making, because when you ask for curvature in meters, that doesn't make sense to me. So.
That's right, guys. So let's use degrees then. Let's empirically verify a certain degree drop over distance. Let's say at least 20 miles now. So that's about 270 feet. How many degrees is that?
Well, the Earth rotates 15 degrees per hour.
I didn't say anything about the Earth rotating. I'm talking about the drop over distance.
Yeah. So, like, if you were just stay where you are, right, and wait an hour, you will have rotated 15 degrees around Earth's axis, and that is a measurement of the curvature.
You don't see that as a red herring? I'm actually talking about the physical drop over distance of the elevation level, which we call sea level by chance of this level. I need to see the drop in elevation over a distance. Can I become any more clear? I'm not talking about motion. I'm not talking about rotation. If you want to use degrees, show me a however many degree drop over distance over at least 20 miles. Thank you.
So in fairness, I think that is a different measurement. I think what Dave is asking for is would be something like inches per mile squared. So that wouldn't, I mean, asking it in that way does kind of specify the kind of units you're looking for. And you should know for the next time that's what the units are that you're asking for. But yes.
Okay, we made progress. We agree on what we're looking for, right? Now just provide that. Thank you.
But it's 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Do people actually believe the world is flat?
However you want to look at it, man. A sphere has drop over distance. Do you agree?
I have no idea what you just said.
Does a sphere,
If you do it that way,
you can do it
I would
however
also
you.
specify, though, yeah, that's not a drop in elevation though, because elevation is measured from a level, and that's not gonna. What we're asking for, what we're looking for rather, is whether level curves, right? So you can't ask for a drop in elevation because that's not going to get you a difference in level. That's going to give you a difference with regard to level.
You know, that's just a slimy tactic, just talking about level curves and stuff. But go ahead, tell us all about curvy levels.
Well, it's not slimy. I'm being specific with our terms. Null hypothesis was asking for what specific units so that we can give what is being asked. I think, in fairness, what is being asked for is often a little bit um,
How much clearer?
unclear.
Go to a 20-mile stretch of body of water. Clearly delineate the 260 approximate foot drop or degree drop or whatever you want to call it between point A and point B. Is that clear enough?
Mm-hmm.
Not entirely. So when you say 20 miles, so we'll say point A is where my eyes are right now. 6 foot tall man. And then when you say 20 miles out, is that like a straight line into space, 20 miles away?
Your direct line of sight, yes, sir. To clarify, I apologize. Your line
Okay.
of sight over 20 miles directly in front of you. Should drop in elevation approximately 260 some feet. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is where it gets tricky, because if you want a measurement of that, well, you're referring to a point in space that we have no way of even like really identifying. It's just a point that's floating in space. Like there's nothing that we can put a ruler that ends at that point, because when we travel the 20 miles, now we're just like looking up in the air and assuming it's somewhere up there, that point that we were talking about. So how would you measure that without having anything to anchor it to?
And you're actually telling me in reality that, let's say 20 miles away, there's a 25-story building standing there. If there was really a drop over distance, would you be able to see all of that building?
No, absolutely not. So okay, great. So we're refining the measurement.
Why are there not thousands of measurements like that? Every time we do it, we see pretty much the whole building The bottom might be obscured. You can say refraction. We'll argue about that for hours and hours, and everything will be all vague as shit. But nobody ever actually shows us directly that yes, there's a drop over distance. I got to shut up. Anybody else want to take over?
Well, like there is that I think it's now pretty famous picture of all of the various windmills that are off, over the horizon at various distances, and we can see more or less of them depending on how far away they are. I feel like that's pretty good. Now measurement, you'd have
Do you
to.
think that's pretty good because the atmosphere is changing and the horizon's moving around, and we never know where the physical edge of the Earth is? That's good enough for you, though. Okay.
Well, I was going to say that
So,
that doesn't. It still doesn't really count as a measurement because you aren't able to, from 20 miles away, you aren't able to just stick your hand out with a pencil and draw a line on the lowest point you can see, right? So it's still impossible to measure that, but it's certainly visible. You can see it easily.
so if you were standing on the edge of a ball and the building was 20 miles away, 25 stories high, which is approximately 250 feet, you were standing on the edge of the ball, 6 foot tall, and you were looking straight across the water at that building. How could you be able to see that building if it's underneath the curvature?
Well, yeah. So you would expect to only see a top portion of the building. You wouldn't expect to see the very base of it.
Okay. So where's the curvature? I really got to go. I'm sorry, Hunter. I have to get to work here.
That's right.
Hopefully somebody else,
I'm
hopefully
hitting the driving
somebody
range.
else will engage.
Y'all have a good day. I'm glad we clarified the units bit, though.
Whether anyone understands it or not, I'm not here to convince anyone. Just think for yourself. Empirical reality dictates that we live on a level surface. Somebody provide evidence that we don't, that we live on this so-called spinning ball, zipping around through nothing. I'll be glad to hear it. Go ahead, guys. Have a good day.
Well, I'm back for a second. Did we lose some of them? That's all right. He was asking about the units, but I did want to say, it doesn't really matter what units you want to use. If you want to use giraffes, you want to use zebras, or just something a little bit more empirical, that's fine too. But of course,
like Lloyd, the globe believer, always wants to deflect to talk about anything but the actual issue that we're trying to address. It's weird, isn't it?
it is. And, it's funny, they think it's a scale issue or something, when it's actually just, hey, how did they get the curve in the first place? I think the best answer is actually from Matthew Learns. He goes, we can't measure it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're admitting they never did.
Those are the most interesting psychological studies, if you will, that we know it's a globe, but we're not sure how we know it's a globe. But it's definitely a globe because we can't actually measure it, but it's a globe. Yeah, there's shit in the sky, so it must be a globe. So there you go.
Well, if you just imagine, Dave, and look at the sky, it's going to magically make the ground curve. I mean, why don't you get that?
I know, man. Do you even science, bro? Come on. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Always good to hear you, Dave.
Thanks, man. You too. Did every day tries to chime in and kill the convo as much as possible. These moments of silence could be being filled by globe evidence. They've got volumes of data and fossil records. They've got all kinds of shit, right?
The horizontal globe.
Yeah, it's a flat globe. Of course, duh.
That's how you know it's a globe, is because of how flat it is.
Exactly.
And you know it's in motion because of how much you can't feel it. That's obvious, isn't it?
And you definitely know it's space because you've never been there.
Just fucking laughing at it. I'm just laughing now.
Yeah, it was a good time. Honestly, when Lala came in, me and Salvatore were just, kind of having a back and forth because it was just me and her. And, we were actually joking, just wait, a globe is going to come in here ready to go. And lo and behold.
Protecting the globe. They protect the globe model.
Guys, sometimes I contemplate how sad it is that such a large portion of our human brothers and sisters believe in such absurdities and don't even know it, really. Don't even recognize that they believe absurd. Anyway.
Well,
it's even
I mean,
scarier, Dave. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead one day.
yeah, I'm just saying, but we all have, haven't we? I mean, I can remember talking about these things myself. About the Earth spinning backwards and stuff. So I can remember talking this shit myself, but just presuming it was all correct. But until you start looking at it and questioning things and thinking for yourself, thinking outside the box, and stop relying on other people, society to tell you how to think and what to think, then I suppose you're always going to be in that bubble. Like Matthew learns, exactly. I mean, at least he's honest. I've had plenty of chats with him, and he admits totally that you can't measure it. He understands how the Eratosthenes stupid argument measuring flat Earth elevation angles is not proof of a globe, but he openly admits that he's prepared just to go with the what the Western world is telling him. What humanity is telling him, that he lives on a globe, it's spinning at such a speed, it's going through a vacuum of space, and he's just prepared to say, well, I'm just going to go with that. I'm just going to go with it. I don't care about anything else. That's my belief, and I'm going with it. And he admits that.
Yeah, one day we even asked him one time on Speculation Sunday, I think it was. We were like, even if NASA came out, Matthew, and they were like, okay, we lied to you guys. It really is flat. And he told us he would still not believe them and know that it's a globe. That's wild to me. That it's surpassed authority for him.
I mean, saying that, that then just changes the whole. I mean, that's a psychological. I call it psychological dilemma, because from what he's told me, what I just told you, if he's now saying that because he in one breath he's saying he can understand how it's just a presupposition and it's not an actual globe measurement, but he's still going to go with the explanation that they give. But then, like you've just said, if they told him that was just a bag of lies and all the measurements are from sea level and horizontal, he's still going to believe it's a globe.
I mean, that's what he said in the moment, too. And you have to remember, we've had, honestly, thousands of conversations with the guy. But I will admit, I agree. He is wonderfully honest.
I love Trump.
Hey?
We love Trump, baby. Trump 2024. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, Talon. Talon.
Is that a globe?
Oh, he can't talk. He's in timeout.
to listen to Talon go off like out of his mind, liberal fucking prophecies.
Sure, I'm sure he does. But what say you about the place that you live? Is a globe, or do you know it's flat?
I'm not sure. I haven't been in space, but from what I can gather about Alaska is you're not allowed to circumnavigate it with a ship, which is kind of strange. And no one's ever circumnavigated all of Alaska with a ship. It's kind of weird. Just a little information nugget.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been to space either. But I mean, does that make it real? The fact that I haven't been there?
No, I mean, I guess it's kind of like believing it without seeing it kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it on TV too, in my textbooks. My teachers even told me about it. But do you know
I
the
think
fact of the matter?
we definitely went to space, yeah, but we didn't go the first time. I think that was faked for sure. I was watching this video the other day on like how the moon landing was faked. It was fucking nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious, to be honest. But I mean, so you think the moon landing's fake, but you think maybe space could be real? Is that what I'm getting?
I think the moon landing, the first one was fake. Yeah, we were just doing that to
Yeah.
beat the Russians.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, what's even funnier is before the formation of JAXA and NASA, or sorry, NASA and RASA. Are you familiar with Operation Paperclip?
Hold on, my dad called me. Yeah, I
Sure.
am familiar.
Yeah, so I mean, what's interesting about that operation is that they took those German scientists and created NASA, but they also created the Russian space agency. Huh, that's kind of weird, right? It's like splitting it up into two teams and going, hey, we're going to put on a stage or a world show that, there's a race. But again, doesn't really prove if it's flat, doesn't really prove it's a globe. I would say it's interesting information, but would definitely agree with you. The moon landing does and is fake, right? Nobody actually went to a second law of thermodynamics violation. That would be silly.
I don't know about the law of thermodynamics.
I'm sure you've heard it before, such as the word entropy.
I've heard about it, but like every time some big like scientist or some big shot like researcher like learns something about that, it gets shut down, surprisingly, which is kind of strange. So if their invention breaks the law of thermodynamics, the scientist society kind of has issues with it. Even if it works, it's just like they don't like their laws of science being broken, and when they get
that's
broken,
the thing. You can't break a natural law, can you?
Yeah, but once it gets broken, and if it's like actually proven to get broken, someone has like this fucking technology, they'll fucking shut it down. The government. It sucks.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, there's plenty of technology such as water-powered cars, but those don't break natural laws. They break other kinds of invested interests, right? But not any natural law.
What about the carburetor engine that ran on its own fumes?
Right. What natural law is that breaking?
It's breaking the laws of thermodynamics.
Well, let's see it.
Because it's creating energy from itself, from its own gasoline, basically.
Yeah.
Or using the fumes.
I mean, the claim on the table is it's not breaking natural law.
But it's creating energy where energy wasn't before. That's like breaking the law of thermodynamics. It's like creating energy without, like, you putting energy.
Well, sure. I mean, you're saying that it's making energy, but that doesn't make it so. I mean, let's look at it. Do you have the citation? Do you have the source?
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Because this is pretty good because again, natural laws can't be broken. That's why they're called natural laws.
I mean, a
For
car's
instance,
not.
you in order to have gas pressure, the antecedent relationship is a container.
Yeah. And a car's not a natural law, is it?
That too.
It's a man-made gizmo.
Can you
Not
imagine trying to fire that combustion in that engine without it being contained? Do you think it'd still work? No. It requires that natural law.
You try smoking your vape without the container. Ignoring us now. Yeah, smoke your vape without the container.
Here we go. Killer patents and secret science, free energy and anti-gravity cover-ups. You
Ooh.
find part in the video.
Sounds quite conspiratorious.
Yeah, the Poe carburetor, right? Okay, let's see here. Poe carburetor, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it was the Poe carburetor, right? I'll find it. Here we go. Let me listen. Hold on.
The carburetor anyway. I just let it run, and it kept running and running, but the fuel level stayed the same. I got excited. The lawnmower was running without a carburetor and was getting tremendous efficiency.
That mower ran for 96 straight hours.
Basically, after he converted his engine to run on its own fumes, it could run on 1 pint of gasoline. He could get 100 miles an hour. 100 miles per gallon, I mean.
But it eventually stopped, right?
So he drove his car 205 miles on just 2 gallons of gas.
But not 206, right?
200. Oh, it's 205 miles, yeah.
Right, but not 206.
No, not 206.
But you just said it was breaking natural law and it had an infinite amount of energy. See how easy that was?
But he accidentally invented a version.
Well, don't get me wrong, he made it entirely much more efficient, but that doesn't mean he's breaking natural law.
It's not a
Okay,
natural
maybe
law.
that's further in the video. Maybe I'm getting.
You're talking about a
confused what
man-made.
natural law is.
You're talking about a man-made vehicle.
Things that break the natural law are devices like this. Look at this.
No. If anybody can demonstrate
This
gas pressure
invention
without
broke the laws of
container,
physics right here.
then you can demonstrate natural law being broken. But that's never been done. Nobody can demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
His machine produced an input of 250,000 volts with no input.
The technology is great, isn't it?
That's fucking crazy.
Fantastic. It's got nothing to do with natural law. And the Earth is flat, and it was measured like that. The globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that. You think fucking sea level's awesome? Imagine if we didn't have sea level, we'd have no elevation profiles. We'll be able to measure pressure gradients above sea level. We'll be able to obtain elevation angle using sea level if it wasn't level. Fucking level's great, and horizontal's fantastic as well. Because you need both of them things to create a globe model. And some mathematics, of course.
They all have patented inventions that garner the attention of working and reality of quantum physics. There's a tremendous amount of pushback about 0.4 alternate energy. Why? Mainstream academia, elected officials.
Yeah, it's called 0 point energy.
Scientists who claims otherwise is attacked, sometimes professionally, but sometimes they're attacked physically. Why? Money and power. Sorry.
It's gone very silent. Jesus.
I know we've been talking about level, sea level, elevation profiles above sea level, and how the Earth's measured flat. We've not been quiet, mate.
We're just patiently waiting for any globe evidence, you know. I mean,
Globe evidence?
yeah.
That's funny.
Shit, I
I'm
can't
patiently
prove
waiting for flat Earth evidence.
Yeah, I mean, if you find in reality that the Earth isn't curved, what is it?
flat.
I don't observe a flat Earth.
Well, you do observe it flat, and according to the heliocentric model, you do observe it flat. Yet, they claim that there's a curve.
But I can see the curvature, right?
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
Where do you see the curve, my friend?
Just by, if you go at the sea, right, out at the sea, you see ships disappearing behind the horizon. You see the sun disappearing behind the horizon too.
Horizon. You see the horizon? You mean that horizontal line where the sea meets the sky?
Yeah, roughly.
Sea level. Sea level.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I mean, where's the curve again?
I told you that's where I see like curve, right? So I'm kind of waiting for flat Earth evidence.
How is it measured then?
Did they just look at boats go? Did they just assume
Yeah,
boats going over the curve and they were like, oh, there's the curve? It must be a toilet paper roll.
There's no proof of globe measurement, mate. As soon as you start talking any globe, as soon as you listen, mate, I'm going to tell you something now, and I'll put money on it. As soon as you, the first example of Earth.
Not you.
All right.
Okay.
I'm just going to give you a challenge, mate. I'm going to give you a challenge. The first example you give any of us of globe proof will involve a horizontal level line or an elevation angle measurement. Let's see how you go.
Sleep at the beach at Waikiki.
Go on, kid.
Realizing what conscious to.
Is they made it all during this 5 year. But he gave $6 million for 5 bucks. You saw that recently, a couple of months ago. $6 billion for 5
$1 billion.
Hey, Clint, are you hot micing or are you trying to talk?
Hey, what? I'm just putting my AirPods in. Why do you know me right away?
Oh, no, I just saw your name lighting up and Sounded like you were either trying to talk or maybe had some background noise.
No, I was just
Might have,
putting my AirPods in.
oh, we was hoping you'd have some globe proof which explains how it's measured flat. Really?
Well, the thing is, what I was just listening to is literally $5 billion for 58,000.
That's fantastic globe evidence, mate. Well done.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn the other thing off.
Sorry, mate. What are you saying?
But it's Trump is talking.
You sound like you're having trouble talking, mate.
No, not me. It's volume.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody got any globe evidence?
Globe evidence. Evidence of circular world.
Evidence of globe?
Yeah, globe.
Yeah, I
Globe?
thought I was banned from the. Jesus Christ.
Here you go, buddy.
Here's the thing. I thought I was banned from the whole thing.
Here you go, buddy. Evidence of globe.
About the around world. The
Here
world's
you go,
round.
bud.
Okay, it's not. Been on a boat. It's not that
Nice,
big.
mate, yeah.
Here, this,
Well, that's all.
this disproves your theory, bro.
Yeah, that's what we get, mate, all the time, mate. That's the type of evidence we get. That is it.
We got you.
Here's the thing. Even when you're on a boat for a short amount of time, you figure out how to fucking do like the shit you got to do on a boat.
So that globe you just held up, where's sea level on there?
I have no clue.
It's always right where you are.
I have no idea, man. Don't dig that deep.
Nobody ever does depth boat.
Yo, have you ever been on a boat? Yo, my uncle went off a boat one time, and then he went to Alaska, and he sailed off. He never came back, bro.
Yeah, I was doing a whole different joke, but here's the thing. I've been 200 miles offshore. Because the thing is, my uncle liked to get into this fight with some people. I don't know where the fuck this comes from. It's the blue fish, something. Anyway, if you catch the biggest fish, you get $200,000.
Well, there's still a free Bitcoin offer up for anybody who can prove the globe Earth from Dave Weiss. He's giving them free Bitcoin if you can prove.
Okay, well, free Bitcoin is not the same thing as somebody being silly. But here's the thing. The fish I'm talking about is marlin.
Not blue marble, is it?
Marlin.
Yeah, that's great. So when you're on the boat in the sea, that will be sea level, mate. It will be sea curve.
Well, everything is sea level, and you can go all the way around the world on sea level. And the thing is, while you're doing this, they teach you shit that is not like the driver's license version of circumnavigating the globe. They actually teach you all this shit. They're like, okay, here's the thing.
Yeah, that'd be okay, mate.
Fuck you up.
That'd be great, mate. But we don't live on a globe, pal.
We do.
Never been measured, mate. It's never been measured.
You can disprove it all you want. Go around it, but here we're still
I get the thing.
We're on a globe.
We're on a globe. Pretending to not be, and some of you are real,
Why are you just saying like this can make us? We're not on a
I
globe.
get all
or,
the
like,
way
it's gonna
around the
change our
world.
opinion or something.
I've literally circumnavigated the globe.
Okay.
But in a circle.
You haven't circumnavigated around Alaska though. I bet you haven't.
Not around Alaska. But why the fuck would that matter?
Because
The
it's
world's
not
round.
possible. No boat has ever done
And
it.
no,
That's why it's relevant.
you can totally have a round world without Alaska. You could totally have a round world without Alaska.
Sea level's definitely level, mate. Sea level's definitely level. Not
But wait for this point. Like, okay, like there's a reason they don't want us to go back there. What's back there? The ice walls, nigga.
Don't talk to me about an ice wall. I will shoot you in the face.
Ice walls, bro.
There's no ice wall. It's not real.
How do you know?
Because I've been there. I've been to Antarctica. I've been everywhere.
This is Alaska,
No,
nigga.
nobody.
This ain't Antarctica. That's how I know you're lying.
One thing, Clint, that's strike one. No threats of violence. Continue.
Yeah, Clint.
This is
no need to get violent. Just
Here's the thing. He was threatening me with violence.
Clint,
There is
Alaska and
no
Antarctica are two
place.
different things, bro.
Hey,
There's no
just
place where
verbally.
they're going to just shoot you.
I'm just
for being
verbally
there.
dramatic. I'm not attacking
It
in any
does
way.
not exist.
listen, Clint Eastwood. Listen, don't get triggered because you know you don't live on a globe.
There's no machine. It's been $2.5 million for machinery. And the dog is
And you've got no evidence to support it. That's how sad you are.
very specific. Certain part of
Shit got him, boys.
Hold on. Donald Trump is saying a fucking crazy shit thing. Donald Trump has just said that the only reason that there are attack dogs. Holy shit.
Death penalty in China. If you sell drugs, I said, I'd like you to give the death penalty to people that are making pepper.
The only reason there are attack dogs.
Listen,
people have bred attack dogs,
listen,
and that's why you have to have attack dogs.
Unless Matthew's got some glow proof. Hi, Matthew. We were talking about you earlier, Matthew. It's funny you popped in. We were just explaining now that you admit that you can't measure a globe and you disagree with Eratosthenes measured a globe, but you still think you live on a globe?
Right. So I don't think it's possible to directly measure the curvature of Earth. However, we can calculate it due to lots of other observations. And Eratosthenes didn't measure or prove the globe. He calculated the size of the globe using the assumption that the globe exists.
Here's the
and that
thing. I don't
sunlight is
believe in
parallel.
your thing.
Thank you, Matthew.
Clint, we'll mute you in a minute.
Whoever is present now
Mute
is
Clint. Somebody mute Clint.
Oh, somebody mute.
There we go. Sweet.
Sorry about that, Matthew. Yeah,
that's okay.
You're
I
correct.
had finished most.
It's all right. You're correct anyway. What you're saying, you're very correct. So that's the way I see it, Matthew. As a flat earther, totally agree with you.
So I instead of saying, "Oh, I have this proof that the globe exists," I say things like, "I think that the observations are best explained by the geocentric model, or the heliocentric model, I guess." And that the globe there's strong evidence that the surface of the Earth is spherical.
See where I am with it. Sorry, mate. Just the response. I've got to go in a second anyway. See, I know what you just said then, but I steer away from observations because I don't think the observation. Well, no, I mean, people talk about the boats and the horizon and the bottom of the ship. That's an observation as far as I'm concerned. It's an optical thing going on. Yeah, you're seeing something, and that's a presupposition as well. Same as Eratosthenes. You're seeing something, you think it's disappearing bottom first, and you're presupposing that's happening because it's going over a curve. So when it boils down to the nuts and cranny of the matter, the only thing we should be interested in is the actual measurement of how this, and we already know Eratosthenes as a presupposition. So we can throw that out the window. So who has actually measured Earth? Has anybody actually measured curvature? Yes or no?
No. Direct
No,
direct
that's
measurements.
that's where that's where I am with it. But then I come to a crux point, like a pivot point in my head, where I'm thinking, well, I agree with you, Matthew. So why is there a claim on the table of the size of the place?
Because we do that
I
type of
mean,
stuff all the time. Nobody has directly measured the height of Mount Everest, for example, but nobody disputes the claim to its height.
well, I mean, it will be the height will be. You mean you can get probably sort of an angle to Everest, can't you?
Right.
I don't know if you can get
That's an indirect calculation. That's my point. My point is that you can
Yeah.
use survey equipment and angles and indirect calculations to accurately measure the height of Mount Everest. And these days you can do trilateration with GPS signals and get the same height. But that doesn't bother anybody that we haven't directly measured the height of Mount Everest by slapping a ruler on top of it. So direct measurements are sort of the gold standard, but sometimes we can't use them.
it will be at altitude. It will be above sea level, that won't it?
Yeah, altitudes are measured based on a sea level, right?
Yeah. So that's a level reference plane, isn't it, to start with? 0 degrees level.
Yes.
Yeah. On the surface of Earth, so we're using a level plane of reference, which is sea level, which is telling you using the.
Yes, we both sides use the same word, but to be technical, when Globers use the word level and when
Just
Flat
breaking up a
Earthers
bit there,
use the
Matthew.
word
Sorry,
level,
you're
they're
breaking up a
different
little.
things. Say that again?
Yeah, level, mate, not curved.
When Flat Earthers use the word level and when Globers use the word level, they mean different things.
Well, there's only one definition of level, and it's probably not the Glober's definition.
Yeah, but you can't prove things by definitions. You can't prove that the air is a spherical shape because you define atmosphere with the word sphere in it.
No one's proving anything by definitions. We're agreeing on terms so we know what we're describing. Matthew, don't be stupid.
Oh, no, I'm not being stupid. I'm saying that...
Yeah, you're being stupid, as usual.
No, I'm not usually stupid, and I'm very smart. What are you talking about?
No, I know. You went off the beaten path here. Who can prove things by definitions, which was not what he was trying to do. So don't be stupid.
No, he was trying to say that there's only one definition of level. Therefore, when we say level, it has to be a straight line. Is kind of what he was saying.
Okay, so in Earth curve maths, by your favorite people, the Earth curve calculator, Walter Bislin, he goes ahead and gives you a diagram showing you what level is, which is flat and horizontal and straight. Would you agree with the Earth curve maths or not?
Yeah, so level at a specific point on Earth is a horizontal plane. But when you talk about things like sea level,
points aren't level.
Right. Level is defined by a certain point.
No, level is not defined by a certain point. Level is a flat line.
Yeah, it's not a point.
Points.
It's a flat plane.
Okay. So points are planes? Points are lines? Points are level? What do you mean?
Level is a two-dimensional plane, and it's different based on where you are on the Earth, and so it depends on the point that you use as the reference. So, for example,
So two-dimensional plane, not a point.
Yes, the two-dimensional plane.
Okay, so not a point.
The level is a two-dimensional plane, which is not a point.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Is that the definition then? Sort it out.
No, I think that sea level is not a straight line. It is not a plane.
You just said level is a two-dimensional plane.
Right, that's level. I'm talking about sea level. The idea of sea level being a reference for altitude.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's how it's measured above sea level. All altitude elevation profiles.
Right.
Above and below sea level. That's how it's done.
Yep.
Yep. That's how it's done.
Yep. 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 So, what do you guys think about Trump?
Wrong room, bro.
What do you think about Trump proving the Earth is flat?
He started.
When did he do that?
When
did he do that?
When he becomes president again, he's gonna come out and be like, "The world
All
is
right.
flat."
I mean, if you are gonna sort of use the Polaris for, you know, elevation angles to and from Polaris using the sea level, yeah. So you get the, you know, to and from 90 degrees and 0 degrees to the equator. That will be level. That sea level, if you're using sea level and a sea section, will be level to get the elevation angle measurement.
You say
Obviously.
sea level on a sea section?
Yeah, level, mate. We've just to describe what level is. Sea level, not sea curved. If it was curved, we wouldn't be getting an elevation angle to and from Polaris for latitude. Would we?
And level is level. What makes sea level not level?
Yeah, it's level. We've just been over level. We know what level is.
Yes. Why is sea level any different?
Sorry, what?
You're saying level is level, but sea level is not level. That's what I don't get.
No, I didn't say that, mate. No, I don't know who said that.
Matthew was saying that. I'm sure.
Oh, right. Yeah, sea level is level, but sea level isn't level.
Yeah.
But when we use the sea level to get an elevation angle to and from Polaris, it has to be level because we get an elevation angle, and we all know what is required to
Yeah,
do
the
that.
establishment of level.
Yeah.
So,
but there's no mention of any curvature at the moment. Not heard any of that.
no, me either.
It's all level, horizontal, parallel. No curvature mention whatsoever when we're talking about the surface of Earth. How bizarre.
Level.
Yeah, just level, horizontal, horizon, elevation angles, sea level.
And that's level.
No mention of any curvature yet when we're describing the surface of Earth.
Yeah, so the idea of level here's sort of a way of distinguishing between globers and flat earthers. We globers say that the direction of down and therefore the direction of level is different in Los Angeles than level is in like Seattle. So Seattle and Los Angeles are far apart, 2,000 miles or 1,000 miles apart, and therefore the direction of level is different. Even though the same Pacific Ocean touches both of them.
Yeah, the Globers have made up their own little world where down is more like in to the rest of us. Usually down is in reference to a horizontal plane. They've created a fantasy world where they just make up their own terms and their own definitions, and it's a fantasy.
Down is defined as the direction that plumb bobs hang. And so my claim is that it hangs a different direction in Los Angeles than it does in Seattle.
Right. No way to prove that, though, right?
It'd be hard to because they're so far apart.
Right.
Looking up into the sky would be one way. So, if there's something that's directly above you but far away, then it will.
Above? You mean in reference to a ball?
Above meaning the opposite of down. Down being the the direction that plumb bobs hang.
So is a plumb bob vertical?
A plumb bob defines the direction of down, and the opposite of that 180 is up.
Right. So that would be the vertical plane, yes?
No, down and up are directions.
You don't like to use the word vertical, Matthew? When would you use the word vertical, Matthew?
Vertical's fine. A vertical line is something that points up and down.
Up and down. Oh, there you go. Great. So we're on the same page today.
Right,
What
but
would be
you're
perpendicular
using
to
a
that?
plane. A plane is a two-dimensional
What would be
object.
the perpendicular to vertical? Are you just going to avoid vertical from now on?
Vertical is a fine word. Vertical is a direction. A plane is a two-dimensional object, not a one-dimensional object. And perpendicular to vertical would be a horizontal plane.
Okay. Is the Earth horizontal or not?
The surface of the Earth is horizontal at any given point, but it changes if you move to a different point.
It changes at pretty much every point then in your case, right?
Right.
Right. So is horizontal a point or is horizontal a line?
Horizontal is a plane. It's neither.
It's a plane. Right. So vertical is perpendicular to horizontal at infinite points on your ball. Is that what you're telling me?
No, the direction of vertical and the direction of a horizontal plane change every time you move into a different position on Earth. That's what I'm saying.
So you're on a different plane constantly, right?
Right.
Okay. So why is it that when you do celestial navigation that the GP of the star is at a vertical position on the same plane that you're standing on?
It's not.
It's not? So it's not defined that way?
No.
No? So if I post something that says the opposite, will you be leaving soon?
Yes.
Okay. Great.
So I beat you to it and showed this is a diagram that has a description or describes how celestial navigation works on the globe. The basic idea is that you take the...
No, that's not a citation, sir. Did you create that?
No, I did not.
Who did?
It doesn't matter. It's true.
No, it's not true. It's just a diagram. Meanwhile, I have a
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Holy shit, guys. I don't know if you've heard the news. It was just on BBC News, but they said that the Earth's actually flat and that NASA's been lying the whole time.
Oh my lordy.
Wait, can you link me?
Yeah. So just type in www.bbcnews.com and then, just like follow the links.
I'm on there. What link do I follow?
Just the one that says the Earth's flat.
Yeah, under news section.
Yeah, I'm sure it's in there somewhere.
Yeah, but where?
Just in the news section.
I gather that, but where in the news section?
The flat Earth section.
There is not a flat Earth section.
Oh, damn it. You weren't meant to take that seriously, guy.
I mean, you trolling in a flat Earth room? Why would you do that? It's a very serious topic.
Well, it is a serious topic, but trolling's fun, so.
I would expect more of you flat earthers than to just be outright trolls, but I mean, self-admitted.
Sorry to disappoint you, IT.
Oh, you're taking like a joke and then making it the entire character of the entire community. I see.
What else do I have to base it on than, you know, tricks and
Oh, you're really leaning in on this. This is cringe, man. It's just a joke. Fuck me.
Speaking of tricks, it now appears the distress signal sent from the ISS that had everybody up in arms the other day was just a mistake. False alarm, guys.
Oh, thank goodness.
It's like hours and hours and hours of mistakes from the ISS and other NASA bullshit. No problem. One flat earther makes
mistakes from last night, but the Earth is still spinning,
flat
so
earther
we're fine.
makes a joke and the world goes mad. Or at least this guy goes mad.
Nah, the
It's
world
almost-
keeps spinning. It's okay.
It's almost, yeah. Thank you for talking over me again. It's almost as if you've got a dog in this fight, my guy.
Dog in this fight.
Yeah.
What would that be?
Well, yeah, you're a glober and you're determined that it's a globe, even if there's no evidence for it.
Was there a question in there? Or was it just like a baseless assertion? I don't know. Like,
Well, that's a false dichotomy. It was actually an assertion based on your behaviour. So, there's your third option.
well, not entirely, and it wasn't a dichotomy. I just gave you two options, but there are more, so it wasn't a false dichotomy. But even based on my actions, and even what I said, it still opens the door for more interpretations. You just went with the baseless one. Was my claim, right?
So yeah, that's the definition of a false dichotomy, my guy.
No,
it's when you,
dichotomy is when there's only two outcomes.
Yes.
Right?
So a false dichotomy is where there's more than two options, but you're pretending there's two options.
Yeah. Did I do that?
Yes.
Huh.
That's why I called it a false dichotomy, because that's what you did.
You're not really that, well worked in language, huh? Because if I say, hey, do you want pizza or do you want burger? There are other options. This is just two options. It's not a dichotomy, nor is it a false dichotomy. It's just a palette of it. Yeah.
Dichotomy literally means a choice between two things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But only two things. It's when an outcome can only be, state A or B, 0, 1, whatever. It's a binary, problem.
Two choices,
Yeah. And so when I give you two choices, that doesn't automatically invoke a dichotomy. It could just be that there are more options, but I'm just only giving you two. You could add more, right? That's why you're wrong.
No, you're just wrong. That's fine. We can move on.
You hit me with the nuh-uh? Cool.
Well, that's actually what you just did, so I just did it back.
And I elaborated on why what you said was incorrect, and
your
rebuttal was nuh-uh. I mean, very different.
No, but your original point was nuh-uh, so why should I do more?
can you repeat my original point?
You're claiming that if you present two options, then there may be more. That's your nutter.
That's not an that's how it is.
But when you originally stated thing A or thing B, you didn't present a third option, so it's a false dichotomy.
No, but so here's the thing, right? You have to. No. Listen. This is why I said you're not that well-rounded in your language, right? Because in order for there to be an existed dichotomy, it has to be outlined and be specific that there are only two outcomes, that it is a binary choice. Yes. If you just present two options, it's not automatically framed as a dichotomy. You realize that, right?
AT, what's the third option?
So, you remember the problem even? We strayed us so far off topic.
There's flat, there's curved, there's what, blobitexture?
But that wasn't what it was about though. This one, but that's another.
He's just determined to win at any argument.
No. I don't care about arguments. I don't know you.
Even if it's via argumentum ad nauseum, like he doesn't care how he wins. He wants to win.
So
That's
here's
cool.
the thing, right? I can speedrun this.
Let's
So
actually,
the dichotomy
talk about something
criticism
that matters.
was.
Yeah, I don't
you
care
wanna
about
go?
your speed. No one cares. You're just
The other
wasting
guy asked
the
me a
time.
question, so I don't think
No,
you can speak
no
for
one
him
cares
or
what
me.
you have to say, dude. No, I don't. He doesn't care. He doesn't care what you have to say either. No one
Is that true, other guy?
Stay on topic. Why don't we just stay on topic?
Yeah, I mean you're a hostile fella, huh?
You brought the hostility, bro. I started with a joke, and then you pretended like everyone in Flat Earth is just trolls.
I mean, I joined and you said, "Have you seen BBC News came out with a huge headline that the Earth is flat?" And I said, "Oh, really? Where?" And then you put me on their website, and I asked you, and you pretend.
Took a joke. Yeah. I've already explained this to you.
And that's fallacious and hostile. Did you? I mean, what world do you live in, man?
Deliberately ignored the context twice, even though it's been explained to you twice. I'll explain it a third time. It was a joke. And then you pretended that that's the character of the entire community, which is dishonest, and I wish you wouldn't be.
Do you have a speech impediment, or what's going on here?
No, I want you to stop being dishonest.
Huh. I mean, if you're going to claim that I am dishonest, you'd have to substantiate it. You can't just claim it. And if we're going to substantiate anything, you're the one who made a lie and called it a joke. So I think you're the dishonest actor here.
It was a joke.
I think it's pretty clear and evident on the conversation that you're the one in bad faith. You're the hostile person. I'm just here to learn, man.
This is really cringe, dude. This is hyper cringe.
I mean, if you can't control your emotions, go on mute for a sec. Just listen. I want to talk to some people. I want to learn something.
Dude, you're right.
Hugging the mic for everybody in here.
I made a joke, and you're still crying about it. You want to tell me about my emotions?
Doesn't sound like I'm crying, man.
You're still crying about a joke I made 5 minutes ago.
No, I'm happy to end it here, but you keep talking.
No, you keep addressing me and crying about a joke I made.
Okay. You get the last word, but then let's be done with this, okay? Then you give your last word out now, and then we're done, okay?
For the last word. So if you get the words, then how is that me wanting the last? Because you want it. That's why you keep referring to me. We can go back to the topic if you want. I'd rather do that, but you're still crying about a joke I made 5 minutes ago. So why don't we just move on to Flat Earth, which is actually relevant.
Good. Excellent. So Flat Earth, relevancy. Go.
Right. No, you go.
Well, I don't think the Earth is flat. I mean, I'm here to learn, man. The room is called 24/7 Flat Earth. I think that I'd like to learn something about the Flat Earth.
What would you like to know?
Well, I mean, give me everything. Lay it on me.
Yeah, it's flat. Don't know what else to
Turns out, doesn't measure to be a globe. What's up with that?
Do we have measurements?
Yep.
Can we see them?
Sure. What do you want? Do you want laser tests over frozen lakes, or do you want sight distance tests, or do you want mirror flash tests, or like what do you want?
I think the best thing we could get would be from the edge of the world to the other edge of the world.
Yeah, no one's claiming to have that.
Well, if it's flat, then there's an edge.
Not necessarily.
Huh. Wait, so
Well,
are we
wait,
talking about the same flat here?
Well, no, you're just asserting that if something's flat, then it must be finite.
So Earth is infinite?
Might be.
I mean, this would be a dichotomy, right? Is it finite or is it infinite?
Yeah, of course that's dichotomy.
This sounds dangerously close to a straw man.
Is there a third option? Is it infinite in like what? It cannot be double or triple, you know, right? Like, what does that mean?
I don't know. What's the universe? Is the universe infinite?
I don't know. I'm not making a claim on it. This guy was going about how
I know, but that's the same thing you're asking is just as ridiculous as if I asked you the same thing. We're not making a claim on it.
I would guess
you're not making a claim on yours. We're not making a claim on ours. Okay, the end.
Huh.
Oh yeah.
Well, I was asked what I would like for flat surface, so that's what I would like. But I guess then we don't have that. What do we have? What's the longest like flat measurement we have?
I don't know. I mean, the universe itself in mainstream science is topographically flat. They're all saying that nowadays.
I've never heard anybody say that.
I know. It's because you don't know your globe. So we became flat earthers because we studied the globe.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
There's up and down and dimensions, and I think we're pretty much at this point also talking about in general relativity, about parallel universes and how light can't really traverse. For instance, it can't traverse
I know it's
into
like all fantasy.
I mean, I'm like, I would say I'm familiar with current state of science in the matter of the universe, but I'm not.
Doesn't that sound silly? Like sci-fi, like another dimension, portals and stuff, and oh man, you got all this energy balled up in higher dimensions that we can't access. I mean, this sounds just as silly to flat
AI
earthers.
sounds science fiction, but we have AI, right?
No, it doesn't. It's just an algorithm. It's a big lookup table. AI works with just a big spreadsheet.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the point here? It was science fiction. To every single science fiction movie has Terminator, has the fucking 2000 something Odyssey, 2001.
That's not the AI though. The AI we have today isn't that AI. It's still garbage in, garbage out. People want to believe that this large language model is the AI of the sci-fi movies we had, but it's really not. It's still far from that.
I just made a parallel that there are things right now.
I know, and I'm saying it's a bad analogy.
Sci-fi.
I seen a movie with Will Smith called I, Robot, and that was scary.
Oh yeah, iRobot, where he has like a nano arm.
Yeah, the robot's taking over, man. Crazy.
I saw that with my girl. She liked it. It's a cool movie.
I like Will Smith before he slapped Chris Rock.
I liked him more after. But to go back, whether or not you say that there are people saying it's flat or kind of flat, I don't want to straw man you, so you can say it again. But you said something like the universe is considered flat or flat on a topographical plane, something like that.
It's not my conclusion. It's the conclusion of astrophysicists writing for Scientific American, Phys.org, and other major journals and outlets.
I don't doubt that to brainwash us.
If you say that you've read it somewhere, but I like to see those.
Okay,
also.
I mean these articles have been out for like 20 years and still go on today. So I mean, it's like go ahead and Google like flat universe or something. You can find it yourself.
Yeah, but I don't want to misrepresent like finding one and you say no, that's not the one that It'd be cool if you had it.
No, I'm not going to show it to you. You go find it.
You're making a
I think if you care, you should go look, and if you don't care, you don't have to. That's it.
Weren't you just making the claim, though?
Huh?
Weren't you just making the claim to support your evidence, and now you're going to tell him to do his own research?
No, it's not my claim, though. I'm saying that this is absolutely not my claim.
More to the point, where you guys having a conversation, you're trying to provide factual evidence of your conclusions of based on.
I haven't made a claim. I haven't made a claim.
Haven't you made a claim?
No, I'm telling you, I have not made a claim. Are you trying to claim bait me or what? Because I don't care to.
Were you the one that had the initial conversation opener with this gentleman that was saying that the Earth is on a? He was asking if it's finite or infinite, and you were digressing with that.
No,
that's not you.
Nope. Nobody here was doing that but him.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure I didn't argue myself, but
yeah,
okay.
I don't think he was talking to himself either. But you know.
Yeah, well, he
I
wasn't
only
talking to
hear
me.
voices on Sundays. So.
Oh, if it wasn't you, it had to be somebody else. I mean, it doesn't mean like you're the
people
only
come in and ramble all the time to themselves.
Oh boy.
It's okay if it wasn't you, but like I think it's pretty reasonable to say that a true dichotomy would be that something is either finite or infinite, right? Here, especially referring to something of matter, right? So this is not a theoretical concept. This is matter. So
all right. So what?
So Earth, the matter of Earth, right? If not infinite, right, then finite. And if finite and flat, where edge would be like the boiled down question.
I know. I mean, astrophysicists, like I was saying, have asked the same question about the universe. Is the universe finite or is it not? Is it a closed loop or is it an open system?
It sounds like it was you then before invoking this, because if you're going to use this as a parallel to support the argument, then you should be able to substantiate the claim itself, right? About the
what claim is anyone making here? I'm just telling you that astrophysicists are contemplating the same thing as you. You're not alone.
It's an appeal to ethos or expert knowledge.
I'm not making an appeal. I'm just sharing information, dude. Like there are people who study like, this, and you can read
right now,
you can read what they're writing about. You can read their thoughts if you're interested in this topic. I don't care about it. I'm just telling you, if you're interested in exploring this more, here's what to look at.
So what do you care about?
I guess my criticism, very quickly, if we can get it out, is not so much that you're wrong in saying this or that it couldn't be interesting to look at. It's just if you don't use it as an argument to support what we're discussing, then it's irrelevant for the discussion. And if I could just finish, it would be like me saying fruits are healthy here, right? Go look it up. Experts say fruit. It doesn't really have anything to do with it if you don't connect it, right?
Listen,
and if you
don't
want to
connect
it,
in the topic, I won't help you out.
No, but if you don't connect it, it doesn't have relevance.
Connect to what?
To Earth, man. You can't just say universe and look at that and then send me on a rabbit chase. Like, you have to connect it and say, well, the only something and therefore by extension of that something.
Why do I have to do that?
Otherwise, I just told you that it doesn't have relevance. What do you mean?
Right?
Am I like?
You're having a conversation, are you not? Are you a fucking robot?
No, I'm just wondering what the point is.
Forget it. If you don't understand the point, I don't know the conversation's going over your head or what.
What's the point of asking if Earth is infinite or not? I mean, how would you know that? How could anybody possibly know that? That's why it's the dumbest question. Like, how could anyone know that about the universe? Regardless, let's just say, for the sake of the argument, that we all believe in heliocentrism and the Big Bang. Is it infinite or not, guys?
So
is it? I mean, isn't this like a dumb question? It doesn't really do anything. Like, who cares?
That's a conversation. That's
so I'm pretty sure also heliocentrism.
Well, I don't care about it, so all right.
So keep your mouth.
You can talk amongst yourselves.
If you weren't involved in the conversation, you had to chip in and say no one cares about it. Like, well, we're having a conversation. If you don't care about it, you don't.
He wasn't having a conversation with anybody else.
He was. I'm pretty sure if you were here 5 minutes ago and your ears work, you would have heard the other person talking back and forth with him. Maybe you weren't here. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were talking. I don't know if I was just here earlier, but
this was the guy. Musk.
Sure, yeah. But surely you guys understand what Amish is saying, right? So
yes, we understand, but he's just chiming in now to be a
thank
douche.
You. Thank you for talking over me. I really appreciate that.
I'm really not being a douche.
No, Musk, it's not that it's. Oh, sorry, your mic is. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, fine. But if I've got a bad mic, then talking over me doesn't make it better. Right?
No, but it can be confusing and sound like you're done. So that's why I apologize, since you weren't.
Okay. No, apology accepted. Sorry for raising my voice. Regardless, surely you guys see what Amish is saying, right? We've got a bunch of authorities, whether you believe what they say or not. They are authorities in the same worldview that you hold. And so what they believe is interesting, at least, for discussion. So they say that not only the universe is actually planar, right? So you've got the plane of the universe, but that it's also, well, they say the universe has an edge, but the volume's ever expanding, right? Which doesn't even make sense. But regardless, how are we going to know that that's true? And how are we going to know that if the Earth was flat, if that was finite or infinite? Completely unknowable, both of these things. But so why don't we just look at the things we can actually evaluate?
Right. And I think we're on the same page now, because I think, to my knowledge at least, that building the blocks of science always starts with, you want to explain a macro level sort of event or a relation, but then you start at the micro level and you try to build from that. So you try to get the smallest level of understanding that you can, and then you build on that and build on that, and then hopefully it forms a coherent theory of like strings of experiments that built, and then that can explain the macro level, right? You don't say, well, we have this problem, let's go all the way out and explain the whole universe before we can even look at Earth. That's the wrong direction, right? Because it's too, the scale of it is not really workable that way around, right? Because then you kind of want to start with a conclusion.
Yeah, I get you. I completely agree with that. If you're looking at it from a logical process. The problem you have, though, is that a lot of people are born into this worldview, and they then go looking to reinforce the worldview.
True, I agree completely. And this goes beyond Earth, but yes.
Isn't what you said about starting with the small and knowable and working out to the large contradict your questioning of us of whether or not we should know if the universe is infinite or not? I mean,
no,
we agreed with that. We agreed with your statement that you should go out and test what is knowable before expanding into other areas that are beyond. And so you just jump to this thing. Well, guys, is Earth infinite? Yes or no?
So let me clarify, since I'm happy you brought it up, right?
Dumb question.
The reason it's not a dumb question is because, as to my knowledge at least, I have done local walks that have affirmed my local area. I have traveled in car to affirm my local country, and I've traveled by other, like both actually boat, ferries, and plane to look at different countries. So I know I have at least from the ground up explained that the maps that I'm working with are somewhat true, right? I've looked at my Google Maps and they hold up. And so I know that there are finite areas that I've traveled on, right? And I also know that if we look at all these areas in conjunction on the map, they have an end to my knowledge, right? So that's why I said, well, if you start with Earth, since that's the smallest part right now we're disagreeing on. I don't think anybody in here said, well, every single country is infinite, right? So we know that there are finite distances on Earth, right, that we have measured and mapped. And you can disagree on how we do that, but they are finite. You can traverse them, right? Everybody who ever traveled here has done that. And so that's why it wasn't a stupid question. I don't need to go in and say, is my city infinite or finite? Is my country? Because I've done that, right? So that's why I skipped it. I've not been to the universe or the edge of it, and I've not been to the edge of the world either, right? So that's why I'm questioning Earth specifically. This is the smallest step where I'm stuck right now. Then we can go to the
So we're a bunch of nerds on the internet, and you think one of us may have gone that far? Like, why would you even think that that's possible to even ask and get a straight answer about? Like, you think you're talking to somebody on Discord that might have that answer?
Because we're all spread out, no? I mean, we're in different countries right now.
Huh?
Who better to talk to than people spread out all over this world?
So you think you can find someone on the internet who's seen the edge of the Earth? What?
No, I think I can't. That's why I think the Earth is round.
Then why would you ask that?
Because you said that it is flat, right? So there is inconsistency.
Measures that way. So do you think should Earth be an embedding space for our reality, or is there a larger embedding space for Earth to be our reality?
When you say embedding space, isn't that like just a mathematical term for vectors?
Yeah, that's right. It's a way to conceptualize what you're asking. And the reason why it's a dumb question is because it's a paradoxical question to ask in the first instance. You can't answer it.
Wait, why can't I answer it? I don't get it.
Because you don't know. You have no way of knowing. You have no way of knowing if Earth is infinite or not.
You could know it if it is finite, right? The logical chain would look like this. If finite, go from A to B, like edge to edge, confirmed, right? Then you would know. If you can continue, everybody continue, then you could either assume that it is, right? And you would be uncertain in the assumption that it is finite at some point, or you could assume infinity, which also you couldn't confirm, right?
All
Because
right,
you
so,
can't.
so what should an edge of reality
So
be?
there is, so if I can just finish, you could confirm it if it is finite. So
How?
it's wrong to say that you could never
To
confirm.
go to an edge of
absolutely could
existence?
confirm. Huh? You could absolutely could
To go to
confirm
the
embedding
edge of
is finite.
existence. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
No, not existence, of Earth. Of Earth. Stay on Earth.
Earth is existence.
Stay with me, brother. But
This
that's
is your
claim.
world. This is your world. Yeah, this is my claim that Earth is your realm. This is where
But
you
now you're
live.
claiming infinity, man.
I'm not claiming infinity.
You just did.
No, I didn't. I said, how would you tell the difference? I said, I don't think you can.
Okay.
I've been very consistent this whole time.
He doesn't.
It sounded for a minute, and maybe that was me interpreting it wrong. That you
Probably.
kind of made the argument that Earth
No.
is the base of the universe and that it is infinite, and so because of that, you could never
not an
know.
argument.
Okay, well, maybe I'm just wrong. But then I would say, when I do these local experiments and I use my Google Maps, and I've done this multiple times, man, it looks like it fits pretty well.
Okay.
And so with the same notion, when
Hopefully,
I've
sure.
gone, when I travel continents, which I've also done, by the way, I've traveled to a lot of countries. I haven't done a round trip, but I've gone to both east and west, right? And from what I can see on my phone that I literally can bring with me, is that it matches up. And so with this map in mind, it is round. It is a round map. There is no edge.
All right, if that's all you need to convince yourself of your worldview, then you got exactly what you want.
But it's not about
Just trust
convincing
the
me.
Google.
It's about questioning if what I know is true. And I would hope that someone in here would have a counter, right? That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I don't know why I should have a problem with Google Earth or Google Maps.
Well, because there is no edge, right?
So
it can't be flat.
maybe it is.
The fuck?
Maybe
Well,
maybe the
how?
globe is just a concept, right? The globe is just a model. It's a datum. It's a mathematical concept.
A globe or the globe?
The globe. The globe is a mathematical concept. It's a
I
datum.
disagree heavily. No.
All right, then who measured it?
Who measured it?
Yeah, who measured it to be a globe then?
Well, we just laid that out. It's measured on the GPS system on the phone, right? I measured it, I'd say. Right?
How is it measured then?
How is the map created?
Yeah, how is it measured? That's a different question than how a map is created.
Well, either I'm misinterpreting your question or you're phrasing it weirdly. Can you try it a
probably
different
don't
way?
know you probably don't know how maps are made.
No, but are you talking about, like, is there a person that specifically, like, took out a ruler and then walked the whole way around Earth over and over and over and measured it, and you want a name of that person? Is that what you're asking, or that
Doesn't
can't
have to
be
be
it,
that
right?
ridiculous.
No,
But
that's
that
what I'm
was his
saying. Like, you're
first
kind of like,
question.
huh?
Yeah, that was his first question. How you just described it. Yes,
It wasn't.
that's what
That's
he
how
wants.
I understood it. I was like, yeah, taken back for a second, because that couldn't possibly be it. But so, I mean, what do you mean? Like, who created Google Maps? Probably Google, I would assume.
Yeah, so what?
I mean, it was your question.
One of the maps they use is a Mercator map. So they take a
What's the
Mercator map and they wrap it around a 3D model of a ball.
And again, well, what's the counter here?
You're
Does that make it flat?
retarded for thinking
I mean,
the Earth is
I'm
flat.
just stating
Retard.
information here. I'm not having a debate or discussion, really. I'm just stating what is.
You're retarded for thinking the Earth is flat. I'm just gonna say it.
I'm sorry you're so butthurt over this topic.
I hope you realize that was not me, but another person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it
I
wasn't you.
think we know it wasn't you. I do find it interesting, though, that people will literally come in and it's like they're so emotionally affected by someone thinking something different that they have to just insult you. Just says to me that they're intellectually insecure about their own position.
Nah, that's only human. It goes both ways.
I never said he didn't.
I never said you didn't. Whatever. But it goes
I mean,
both
you
ways.
could be intellectually
then
very
what I said
certain,
true,
but
right?
emotionally unstable. Or
So,
you
but
could be.
then- But it does show intellectual insecurity, doesn't it?
No, that's your opinion, basically.
Not necessarily. It could just be like an outlet as well. It could be fun and
An
games. I
outlet
mean,
for what?
for I don't know, people do weird shit. Maybe a
Yeah,
bad day.
Well, basically, you could also say like, let's say humans are wolves, right? If you fall outside of the pack, you will get screamed at until you're in the pack and fall in line again, right? So
Yeah, there's some
it would
nurture.
say anyway, would be screaming like, "Dude, you're falling out of the pack," and
I'm glad I'm not a wolf. That's dumb.
it's a metaphor, my friend.
I understood the metaphor.
And
I think
also
it
that
was a good
also goes for humans.
Yeah, well, good thing humans have individual agency and don't have to resort to herd-like mentality and groupthink.
Well, to be
How
honest,
many humans do you know that
humans are
live on
herds.
off the grid alone? Nobody, man. Of course we have
Well,
dependencies. What do you mean?
Yeah.
We're the biggest pack animal there is. There's not a fucking single human in this town.
It's voluntary though. That we have the ability to voluntarily be a pack or not, right?
Oh yeah, no, you choose in what pack you want to be in.
Or no pack at all, right?
Everybody's
or in all of
in
them, right?
some type
They're
of
like
pack.
All
social
of them, no.
chameleons. Yeah.
How
But
do I opt out of the globe pack?
haven't you done that already, man?
Yeah, no, he's in the. You're in the pack of flat earthers, let's say.
Yeah.
So yes, you have your own choice.
No, but I'm like genuinely interested in getting like the query that I have, Curie answered, because I don't know,
You're
like
asking a
I'm perplexed.
philosophical
I'm
question,
literally
so-
perplexed. I don't get. You guys are like coherent and you can like logically follow and you can present arguments, but at some point, I don't. It's like you don't fully have your argument yourself to why it would be.
Yeah, we
flat.
do. You're just asking a philosophical question, and you haven't realized that it's solely philosophical yet.
But it's super realist and material, and I even gave you
Wow.
examples from my life. Like how less philosophical can I make it for you? Like
That's why you're running into conflict and problems.
where's the conflict that I'm running into?
You're unable to tell what this topology is, and it bothers you.
It doesn't bother me. It bothers me that there is disagreement on it, right?
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Well, it's okay. It's okay to be bothered. I mean, why else would I be intrigued, right? If everything is solved, then where's the mystery? Where's the hunt, right? The quest. So it's fine to disagree, but it's like it breaks here because I haven't heard like a good counter because if the Earth,
AT, can you restate what your original question was?
the original one would be where's the
Yeah,
edge
what
of
were
the
you
world?
looking for?
I guess that's way back though.
Well, it sounds like you're not getting an answer, and you're desperately looking for us to tell you an answer.
Well, it's a discussion, so it goes back and forth, but like it's not coming back to him. There's no counter argument, and that's what he's waiting for.
Well, what was the original argument?
I guess like if I can break it down,
Maybe
very
I just
simply.
joined halfway through, but what was the
Yes,
original point?
Sinclair, I don't know if I say that right, but I guess like the simplest form of what I was trying to find out is A, is the Earth flat or a globe or a spheroid, right? And B would be then is it finite or is it infinite? And then C would be if finite, where edge, and if infinite, where proof. That's sort of like the speed run.
Right. So
And then
from the point of-
I guess, and then lastly, like a follow up to the C point would be that the argument for the opposition is that I have localized experiments to show and suggest that it is not finite or infinite, and it is not flat, that it is indeed a globe. And following GPS systems and maps on my own phone and on my own travels are
You're supposed
consistent.
to be evaluating the GPS system itself by studying how it works.
Yeah,
How,
how do you
though?
correlate the globe with infinite, like, or flat Earth with infinite? Like, what? How do you
Because-
connect the physical world to infinite or finite?
The
How
short
do you expect to do
answer
that?
that if it is flat, right, and finite, then there is an edge, right? So the only way for it to be flat without an edge would for it to be infinite, and for it to be infinite, there'd have to be some proof. So it's kind of like a deadlock there.
Well, if the Earth was a globe, wouldn't you have an edge to your space edge?
I think you're talking about a different edge, perhaps.
I mean, the problem here is there are globers who are geocentrists who think the globe is in the center of the universe and that the ether swirls around it with the sun and moon and all the stars and everything going all the way out as far as you can see.
That's not my position at all, by the way.
I know it's not, but I'm just saying that there are people, astrophysicists like at Princeton University, who write papers on this stuff, and they contemplate what the edge of the ether field is like. There are other people that contemplate what the edge of the Big Bang expansion is like. I mean, there are people that contemplate mathematically whether or not you could reach the edge in the first instance philosophically, like Zeno's paradox. You'll hear some of us talk about, where if you were to have the distance to the edge, you'll never get there because you're always having, and so you terminate basically like natural log never terminates.
Yeah, you'd have to have all the time. You wouldn't have enough time, even if the world was infinite. You wouldn't really ever have enough time to prove it. That's kind of a ridiculous.
There's so much to this.
How would we prove that?
There are.
I mean, the universe could be infinite in the sense that it's a closed loop, and you can go infinitely in circles in all directions, no matter which way you go, and it'd still be a flat manifold at the same time, but still have a spherical topology. So in this case, you could have a measurably flat surface that repeats on itself, and it could be insanely large. Who knows? It could be toroidal. You could have holes in the manifold, and those poked holes in the manifold now add extra territory and land. It could be undiscovered. Who knows? And if this sounds crazy to you, then they talk about space-time manifolds having holes punched in them, and you got wormholes, you got bridges, Einstein-Rosen bridges connecting across the holes in the manifold. I mean, it's all this crazy stuff. Like,
right.
None
So
of it is
we
practical.
got a lot out there. Now let's try to.
None of this is practical.
Okay, so let's try to keep it practical instead of rambling on space and edges and Zeno's paradox.
Right, because that's where it's going to go if you continue with this. It just goes and spirals off into philosophical conception land.
But you're the one invoking philosophical conception land. You're the one doing it.
What am I doing to invoke it?
You're the one looking for.
You literally brought it up. What do you mean?
No, the whole discussion on whether or not there's an edge to existence was not a topic I brought up. I'm not interested in the topic of discussing the edge of existence. You brought that up.
No, I didn't. Only Earth.
No, that was the topic. Somebody said.
Wasn't my topic, and I've been trying to move on with it.
I literally just asked what you were looking for, and you gave 3 bullet points, and C was where's the infinite edge or whatever. Like,
yeah, I gave those 3 bullet points to get you off the topic so that we can move on to something more meaningful and practical. I'm not interested in this, like I've been saying from the beginning.
But this is what flat Earth is. This is not about the universe.
It's not.
You keep bringing it
really
to space as like a non sequitur and like a red herring.
Flat Earth is about measurable and testable reality. Conceiving of an infinite universe versus a finite universe is not practical. It's
I haven't done
not
that.
Empirical. But you're wondering. You literally laid out the steps. Where I wonder if this is an infinite system or not.
Okay,
I'm
so
like,
let's be
well,
clear.
okay, knock
You're
yourself
the
out.
one
Here's some
when I
astrophysicists
asked you-
pondering the same thing. Go read what they're writing, kid. Have fun. And then
been
you guys
going
are
on
like,
for a
what's
while
your
now.
argument? Back up your claim. I'm like, I'm not making one. I don't care.
Listen, you're the one who said, when I asked you, where's the edge? You said, well, it could be infinite. So let's be clear and not
It
be
could be
dishonest.
infinite, and it
You
could not
are
be
the one
infinite.
who brought it up. So, okay? So stand on your fucking
No.
point.
You asked me the
take
question. I
ownership
did not
here
bring.
and accountability, okay?
No, you brought it up by asking me the question. I did not initiate the question, so you can stay on mute for lying, AT.
Wow. Well, that's how you shut somebody down that fucking destroyed you, basically.
Well, it felt like he was kind of gaslighting a little bit because he was asking us to prove things, and then he was saying, "I'm not asking you to prove those things." It's like, what?
Yeah. Whoa! Wait, he muted him just because he fucking beasted him?
Yeah, I mute trolls. Who's next to be muted? What's up, Radwin?
I'm not gonna troll.
These guys are basically claim baiting and straw manning. It's getting really desperate. Like they're trying to move away from measurable reality and talk about conceptual infinity instead. It's that insane.
Oh, we had that Matthew's friend last night. You missed it, but he He said it's got to be a brain in the jar then.
Oh, another one? We had one a few nights ago who was the same way. All these brains in jars, dude. Like, everybody wants to be a brain in a jar for some reason.
And he was a high school math teacher, one of Matthew's friends.
I think they're trying to illustrate that you're not really skeptical of your own position. You should be skeptical of science and like flat Earth, not just one.
That's why we arrived to this conclusion.
Yeah, how can you be skeptical of water being flat? Are you going to go argue with water?
Well, how did you make the conclusion that there's this flat? You looked out into it, right? How do you trust your senses, right? You can't. So you're not very skeptical. Are there some times where you says things that aren't real, like a spider on your back, and you're like, "Oh
I
shit!"
don't think you heard Radwin. He told you water's flat.
How do you argue with water? First tell me how I can argue with water, then I'll start getting skeptical.
Well, how did you? Why are you trying to argue with water? What does that even mean?
Water is flat and level when it rests, period. You can't argue with that.
Yeah, that's a description of what it actually does.
And how do I know that to be true?
Oh my.
It's
I don't know, study it.
You study it. You study it how?
Go do some demonstrations. Learn about hydrostatic pressure.
And how do you know any of these things?
Because I like to study Earth.
I just think you're not skeptical enough. I think you should be skeptical.
Skeptical of what?
Of your own senses. Like, how do you know? How do you trust your own sense experience? You use your senses to come to these conclusions. And
do you believe you evolved using your senses to survive?
Yeah, but I don't think.
Yeah, so can you trust senses to survive? Like if you believe in evolution and we're all advancing along our evolutionary paths in response to stresses in our environments, then our senses is putting on a developmental path, isn't it?
Our senses don't mean
which means we're supposed to be trusting them and using them to survive so that we can reproduce and pass on our preferred genetic traits to offspring.
Sure, it's a useful tool to survive, but it's not like it doesn't give us truth. Like your senses tell you there's a lion in the grass.
Dude, what's can define empiricism? You said senses don't give us truth. Well, define what scientific empiricism is, because that's exactly what it is. It's using your senses to understand the world and come to knowledge.
Right, yeah, people do that.
Yeah, that's science.
What I'm trying to say is that like senses don't give you absolute truth. You can never, ever, ever, ever say that you have 100% certainty in anything.
Repeat it over and over again then.
Yeah, rigorous experimentation is part of what is an empirical process.
I mean,
so that's it.
If water's not flat and level when it rests, we may as well give up building buildings.
And if air isn't holding water down to Earth, you've got a bigger problem.
It's not gravity, I can tell you that.
And what do you think is pushing the gas molecules down? Oh, wait, gas molecules don't have that preferred direction, ideally. Because gravity's not a force.
Another flat earther.
I guess so. Another satisfied customer.
Hey, I have an evolution question about, since you were talking about the stressors and what that idiot yesterday was talking about. So, if gravity is a force, it would be a stressor on us. So how come we don't have hover feet?
I like it.
Kind of got a point.
I mean, how come I can't breathe underwater since getting trapped underwater is a stressor?
You just have to drown yourself, and then you can hopefully pass on some traits.
Loud.
Hot micing there, JE.
Yeah, that's fun. Always fun. Scraping off the grill is about like listening to these globetards that come in here.
Oh, the guy who asked this question, he dipped. He realized that he doesn't have anything left.
Yeah, he probably realized he was in over his head too.
Who's next?
Oh, I'm glad AT left. Good riddance.
Is there anybody left? I mean, the globetards are getting a smaller and smaller minority.
Yeah, there's Mitchell. Mitchell seems all fired up. He's in the chat. You guys might want to talk to him.
I don't see him anywhere.
I think she meant the text chat.
Oh, he needs to get on in.
It was funny. Like earlier, it was like, "Hey, flat earther, you can't tell if your universe is finite or infinite. Therefore, it's a globe."
So I debunked Matthew's height of the sun at 3441. It's actually 3112 miles away.
Well,
and Polaris from Quebec or from Montreal, Quebec is distance from Polaris to Montreal, Quebec is 3,112 miles, and that lies on the 45th degree. So it's on 45 degrees. So the actual height of Polaris is 3,112 miles.
If you want more honeys on it, get all you want.
I did a triangulation of the sun with a friend who was on the other side of Pennsylvania from me, and we got about 3,400 something miles too. This is some years back.
So it sounds like you got to do them at exactly the same time. Unless you did.
Yeah, I mean, we also know the sun can appear in a different angle relative to each observer that doesn't make sense, flat or globe.
That's a mom.
My favorite is on the equinox, where if you compare extreme northern and southern latitudes on the equinox at the same time, the sun appears to be coming from two different directions, one due north and one due to the south.
Sounds like an optics issue.
It could be, and it might have to do with the medium between us and the sun, whatever it is, and however it goes through it. Like, what if there is some kind of medium, some kind of optical distortion from that medium, and this medium is stretched out and is lumpy and isn't exactly uniform throughout and can cause interesting phenomena to appear.
Yeah, yesterday ruined them with air pressure again. Air pressure and water. It just ruins the whole thing for them. Didn't even ask what's causing air pressure yesterday. It just started getting crazy.
I like to ask them what causes Earth to spin.
Yeah, I'd like to know how to do that too. I mean, I got a spinner.
Spinner.
There's a control room in the center of the Earth, and there's a couple guys who man it in 12-hour shifts.
Yes.
And they, it's like manning the gravitron. They sit in that little booth with the speakers in the middle.
I've actually met those two guys.
It's a dinosaur in a giant gimbal treadmill.
Yeah, but I've met those two guys.
Yeah.
John and James. Nice guys. The best guys. Have you ever met the guys? The center of the Earth?
Peter.
I have not, unfortunately.
Well, they're like Army guys, Navy guys. You know what I mean? Like, have you
No.
ever met Army or Navy guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like that. You know what I mean? They're moving the lever. Oh
I
yeah,
would have been Army and Navy guys. When were the Army and Navy guys there 2,000 years ago when Eratosthenes was trying to do stuff?
Well, it wasn't
Oh.
it wasn't United States Army guys back then. It was Roman Army guys back then. But you know what I mean? They still had to pull the lever back and forth.
And they knew that he was testing that day. So what they did is they were randomly changing the speed so it would mess up his calculations.
But there's only 2 levers. Like, how do they even run that shit? You ever been there? In the middle of the earth?
Hey, what's your name? Let's see. Clint. What time is it where you're at?
Emergency time.
Did you hit? Is it vodka or is it just straight whiskey?
What the fuck are you even talking about, dude?
Nothing.
Anyway, so there's only 2 levers where they are in the middle of the earth, and they can only move them so much. And
Do you have a lever on your margarita machine?
I'm not the one in the middle of the earth that makes the middle of the earth move.
I hear they have a great margarita mixer in the middle of the earth.
That's cool. I mean, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but okay. If you're enjoying
That's just a myth.
have a great time.
That's just a myth. They don't have margaritas down there. They only have apple moon pie flavored moonshine.
Here's the thing. I actually know what you're doing.
I heard they only got cosmopolitans.
Oh, you're doing an impression of a local guy in fucking California. Right? No, there's a guy.
There's a guy.
There's a guy, and he's been dead for 20 years. You're doing the voice.
What if I'm the guy?
You're not.
Have you
What
ever
the
heard
hell
about
was
the
that guy called?
Incorruptibles?
No, what the hell was that guy called? He was in California. He'd be like, have you seen this bear? Have you seen this bear? There's one bear in California. We got him in the zoo. What the fuck is that guy's name?
You're
I
starting
know
to sound
what
like
you're
Jim
doing.
Brewer right now,
No, not Jim Brewer. Jim Brewer.
but he's very much alive.
No, there's a guy in California, and you're doing an impression of him, and I get what.
Well,
and I'm
see,
doing
Ego
an impression.
Slave doesn't know. Ego Slave is not the guy, but he knows the guy who knows the guy who knows the guy.
And I go to the Waffle House, and apparently this is a house of waffles. I go to the Waffle House, and I love everybody in it.
You're good, egg, Clint.
No, what the hell is that guy's name?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was right.
Oh, he was some guy.
Pauly Shore.
Who just no, not Pauly Shore, but within 15 miles of Pauly Shore. Okay, these guys.
Oh, okay, we're getting closer.
Yeah.
And you said he died 20 years ago?
Yes. And never funny. He thought he was funny. Never funny.
Man, who is this guy? No, was he an older dude?
Well, yes. But you know how it was like Insomniac, but before that, right? He would just go to places, right? And just be irritating. You go, hey, what are you doing here? You're the what you do here? What do you do here? You just wash clothes?
Sounds like some exciting shit going on, California.
I think he's talking about Foster Brooks.
No, not Foster Brooks. I don't even know what that is.
It sounds
Okay,
like Foster Brooks.
There's a guy. Okay, in California, who just used to go around and go, "Hey, what are you doing? You fucking washing clothes?" No.
Hey, Clint, are you from Schenectady?
No, I'm not, but I'm.
Yeah, neither am I.
You guys have that in common.
That's what the guy would do. That's what got that. Oh my god! You get it. He'd be like, "Okay."
Hey, Clint, have you ever went to the bar or anything like that in your life? I have a joke.
Definitely going to the bar.
Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say.
This joke sucks then.
That was funny.
You know what though? Fuck. Who is that weird guy?
I fly.
Clint. His name's Clint.
A guy who died 20 years ago, like a comedian who's not funny, you're saying?
No, not me. But there was this guy. Okay, this guy existed. The guy who was explaining. The guy had been doing for like 9 minutes. That was a real guy. He was like, can anybody remember who the fuck that was? It was like a gay guy in California.
I want to go.
20 years before it was like cool to be gay. He'd be like, "Hey, I'm in this laundromat." You'd be like, "Why are you in a laundromat, dude?" Cool. He'd be like, "Does anybody know what the fuck I'm talking about?" Like, okay, I think nobody is.
Was it that guy that was like dragged behind a pickup truck to death?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, there was just a guy who was just like a guy for like 20 years. His only job was like, I'm in California. I'm just going to go and do a random business with Mexicans and be like, hey, so why do you fold the burritos left to right instead of right to left?
This is crazy.
And they would just be like, hold on, we've actually never thought about that. I mean, why are you in here? Like, we just fold the burritos. We're making burritos.
You don't mean Mitch Hedberg, do you?
No. Mitch Hedberg, I can do jokes.
Well, how about this? Why don't we get back to the topic of the channel, and while Clint thinks about who his guy is.
That guy sounds exactly like the guy I'm talking about.
Well, ain't that special? I think his name might be Helio. What do you think, Ego?
No, I don't think so. Well, I will do the Mitch Hedberg thing. Have you ever eaten so much honey you thought you were a bee? I have.
Okay.
I have done so much heroin. Fell down.
Hey, Clint, what is a pirate's favorite vegetable?
Asparagus.
Artichoke.
Well, I was close, right? I got the core concept.
So, who's got some proof of measurable curvature?
Well, here's the thing that I'm going to tell you.
Hey, Clint, what do you call a man with no arms in a pool? Any idea, Clint?
I know this one.
Yeah, Clint, what do you call a man without any arms in a pool? I think Clint passed out.
I think he did too.
Clint, you wake? Bob, you awake? Bob, you awake?
Hey, Bob, you there?
Here's the thing. All of you organic molecules. I am Alex Jones. I understand what's going on. You don't.
Hey, Alex, I need a new filter.
Alex Jones will not give you a new filter because I don't know.
You have any gay frogs there?
Oh, they're making the frogs gay. Here's the thing. Everybody thought I was stupid. I said them. They're making the frogs gay. What it really is there's that's doing chlorine.
Chlorine.
Didn't make the frogs gray.
The chlorine.
Jesus
Yeah.
It's the chlorine in the water.
No, to like not doing the Alex Jones thing. They were actually putting the insecticide that was going into the lake that he was talking about. We're making the amphibians change sex to female. Like,
Maybe
that
the
was real.
amphibians are already gay.
Well, here's the thing. Alex Jones says everything the dumbest way
Relevant?
he can possibly say it.
Yeah,
Like,
Alex Jones is so dumb he believes in the globe and the moon landing.
No, he's not dumb. That's not what I said. He says things a dumb way. He has like schizotypal personality disorder or something, where he
New words and
where
everything.
well he does two things. Anything that comes across his desk, there's no vetting. Like, I remember when I was actually involved in the United States intelligence, a lot of shit came across my desk. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, which
Emails.
agency did you support?
Army.
Army,
no
cool.
agency.
Where were you? Like what? The 902nd? Were you in
I
the
was
counterintelligence corps?
I was in Alamara. I was in the S2 shop.
Oh yeah, I've worked in S2X and S3.
Did you start out as a third lieutenant?
No, I started out as a fucking dick boy. I'm a fucking enlisted dude.
Yeah, I just wonder because since they've started this new third lieutenant thing, I just wondered if you might have been one of those third lieutenants.
Space Force, third lieutenant, reporting for duty.
Well, I had to deal with a fucking captain who thought she was the shit. He'd been in the Army for 2 whole fucking years. Because, in 2 whole fucking years, and she, I'm not trying to be racist or anything, but
Oh God.
That's what a racist says.
here's the thing, like, there's a thing that happens
Get your mute button ready, boys.
It's ready.
with black lieutenants when they make captains.
Oh no.
They're like, I've been in
Can't do that,
years.
Clint. Can't make sweeping generalizations.
Oh, but there is.
Oh, but there's rules.
Can't do it on YouTube or Discord.
I tell you what, the black female lieutenant.
Okay, you got it.
Okay,
Anyway,
next.
Oh, I don't even understand. I know he didn't get it first when I asked him about vodka or whiskey, but it just gets old when they don't. They just repeat. It's like sitting in a bar where they say the same thing to you. You'd be sitting to the guy, hey, la 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 la. Then 2 minutes you go talk to somebody else and you look at him, he says the exact same thing to you. You're like, dude, you just said that to me.
Yeah, it's that short-term memory loss that you get.
Yeah, and I asked him about being a third lieutenant a few times. He didn't even get that.
Would that be like an O-1?
Yeah, it's kind of like the new rank from. It's kind of like the new rank from the Korean conflict that they called the corporal captain. You heard of sergeant major and lieutenant general, so now corporal captain and third lieutenant.
Yeah, what's up with that? Why are lieutenant generals outranking major generals?
It's a good question, isn't it?
Makes no sense. I've actually heard the explanation, and the explanation does kind of make sense.
Yeah, the lieutenant general was prior to the major general. I think's what I heard. If I remember right.
It's a tenant in lieu of the tenant in lieu of the general of like the 4-star general is going to be the lieutenant general 3 stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like the lieutenant colonel is the tenant in lieu of the colonel.
And the lieutenant is in lieu of the captain.
Yeah.
And the so if you had a third rank of colonel added in and they called it major colonel, it'd be the same direction. Then the major colonel, then lieutenant colonel, then colonel, I guess.
Yeah, he's like a major colonel, lieutenant colonel, colonel. That's funny.
Or maybe they could add more and even have like a sergeant colonel.
Lieutenant master sergeant.
Yeah, did you see my last telegram message to you?
What's up? No.
I sent it to you a few hours ago, but I don't know that you'd seen it.
Oh yeah, yes, I did. Yep.
Yeah.
Telegram doesn't load anymore. I go to load it, click on things, it's just locked up on my phone.
Wow. You do know what an asp is, don't you?
Not the snake.
We're celebrating them this month.
A spectrum person.
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of alternative sexual practitioner.
That. I thought it was autism spectrum personality or something.
Well, there is ASD, but I use that other term every now and then just to kind of.
Gotcha. All right. Well, now.
Funny.
Yeah, what you know about here, I mean, if it's true, then it just adds more damning evidence.
I don't know. I don't have any basis of fact in that. It's just a sixth sense.
But when the person in question lied about his age, I mean, I kind of picked up on that too.
Yeah. And I was actually wondering if that was your, because a question you had asked, if that was a implication in what you were asking.
Yep.
I come up with those letters some point because I can't remember if it was Yahoo Instant Messenger or whatever that would censor certain things. So I come up with that as a acronym around censor somewhere at some point.
Yeah, in some countries, they won't let you type certain words into the app itself because at the software level, they've restricted certain bad words.
Yeah.
For the government.
But only time will tell. It is just interesting, the absence of certain people.
Hey, Radwin, were you here for the whole discussion with AT asking Crypto and others, including me, about the infinite flat Earth?
Oh. AT, I thought he was a flat earther.
I think he thinks he's being honest and he wants to have honest discussions, but he can't help himself to torpedo his own endeavors.
Hey, can you guys hear me well? This is I'm just testing something.
Yep, it sounds delightfully muffled.
Yeah. I'm just trying these Bluetooth hearing protection that I got for the lawnmower so I can listen while I'm mowing, but I was listening to music instead this morning. They actually worked pretty well.
You able to talk and we don't hear you? Hear the mower?
Well, I would listen. I doubt you would be able to pick up what I was saying on the mower. It's pretty loud.
We have these noise canceling headsets with microphones for our shop floor for supervisors. I grabbed a pair because I'm always running out to the shop, and then all of a sudden I have a meeting, so I have to find a desk and take a meeting. But they can't hear the shop noise when I'm talking, which is crazy because it's loud.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear all that noise? No, sounds perfectly fine.
So I'm wondering if this is the headphones picking up what I'm saying or if this is my phone picking up what's saying.
Headphones.
Huh. So I'm going to set my phone way down over here. Can you still make out what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's your headphones. I have a pair of Sony that do that. They're wireless Bluetooth, and the mic is just built into the headset somewhere.
So how bad is my audio quality then? Because Ego said I was delightfully muffled.
It sounds like you're talking through. It sounds okay. I mean, I can tell what you're saying.
It sounds fine. Like it isn't. It sounds like your mouth isn't close to the microphone. That's all.
What it is it's the noise reduction is why you sound muffled. It's because it's well, I can tell you what the circuit is, but anyway, yeah, it's just a limiter, a compressor on you that's cutting out all background noise.
Yeah, it's just like a high pass filter or something, right?
It's picking up where he stops talking and cuts that mic off immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little more advanced than that, but more or less a high pass and a low pass filter.
Yeah, compression, right?
Yes.
As you said, so it does kind of sound like compression. I remember playing around with like Pro Tools and stuff 20, 30 years ago, and in college, messing around. It had all these great filters, and you can run your audio through it and play all kinds of games and tricks. This was back when sequencers looked like spreadsheets. Like your digital audio workstation looked like Microsoft Excel.
Oh, that's cool. I started working with audio and radio. So to me, all of that stuff was independent, individual, modularized electronic communications equipment.
I can tell that you are in a noiseless place because you're getting echo, so the compressor is not cutting that off so quickly.
Yeah.
No, I'm not on my headphones anymore.
That explains it.
That explains it, but then you'll get the same effect. As soon as you get near noise, the limiters and the compressors will start. They got some good circuits in that shit now.
Hey, J.E., you're a ham radio guy, right? We could try and DX each other.
Yeah. If you got a transmitter, I have a receiver.
Okay. We can prove the Earth is flat using radio, huh?
Ground wave propagation, boys. That's what the game is. It's all ground wave. Skywave is fake.
You know, somebody told me something many years ago that I never let go of, and I don't actually think that radio, strictly speaking, flies through the air.
No, it doesn't really. It's spooky.
So
spooky action at a distance.
So one of the things you learn in ham radio, the very first thing they teach you in ham radio is that there's one of the early questions on the exam will be something along the lines of, your radio doesn't work. What do you check first? The fuse, the power source, the on and off switch, or the plug in the wall? And then the second thing they teach you is the importance of a good grounding system. And so then the logical question follows, okay, I have an antenna, a whip on top of my car. How do I have a good grounding system if I have 4 rubber tires between me and the road? 4 big rubber pads.
It's hard, man. Like, I didn't properly ground mine and ruined the electrical system of my car. And this is even after installing magnetic chokes and everything along the power coupling. I have to go. Yeah. I'll be back later.
Well, did I just the battery?
Well, I guess that ended that conversation.
Hey, grounds to the battery, right?
Well, so I'm talking about ground to the earth. So, like in your home, ideally you should have ground rods around your home. Or
check your outlet.
But a car, even though you think about your car as being held up on 4 big rubber pads, your car still is capacitively coupled to the ground.
Yes.
So, for me, somebody would actually have to prove that the signal just doesn't come through that connection to the ground.
See, we have somebody in chat
Okay, I
talking
get what you're
about
saying.
NDAs now. Oh, poor guys. Even if I hook up with Rob Noxious in Detroit or at the islands in Lake Erie, he's going to have to sign an NDA with me. Believe it or not, he ain't going to like that.
Why would he have to do that?
Because he can't disclose where I work or what I do if he sees something that in my car or anything that I have with me.
Oh, gotcha.
Our agreement I have at work.
Are you able to say what kind of industry you're in, or not for public consumption?
I could. Let me give me 1 second so I can phrase this right. Yeah, to put it simply, we make anyway, one thing we make is valve for all kinds of pressures and liquids, and ours don't leak. That's all I can say. They never will leak. Ever.
Yeah, cool. Now, I'm not prying. Don't get me wrong. Fluid control is a very important industry for lots and lots of different applications. So let's leave it at that. That's pretty cool.
One of our people one of our customers is NASA.
I was going to say, you don't need to get any more detailed. I'm not, other than just the broad industry, I'm not interested in beyond that.
So I'm real good engineer. My specific thing now that I do is I design automation for all that stuff.
Yeah, cool.
I don't get dirty anymore.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but anyway, what else is exciting and new in the world of cosmology? As an insurance agent, I've learned a long time ago the art of prying into specific, exact information and doing my best to ignore, not see, not ask things outside of that scope.
I just got a message. I also do audio engineering. I just got a message from a guy who I had to send his demo tracks to last night. And I guess I thought, people that play around and have digital audio workstations and shit like that kind of knew what they were doing. I gave him the track. He's like, I'm getting an echo. I said, yeah, well, I sent you a demo with no effects, so it must be on your end. And they spent 6 hours last night and didn't get anything done. So now I have to go to his house and set his gear up for him because he's like, I'm not the best at setting this stuff up. So don't change your settings, people. If you don't know what you're doing, I'm going to go and set this up for him. Just don't change your settings. You need to change them. I'll work with you.
Yeah, that's the thing I learned. I haven't done a lot with audio since the end of the 90s.
It's way too high, brother.
You might need to tone me down then. But I haven't done a lot with audio and radio, well, especially broadcast radio, since the end of the 90s. And it is amazing. You spend 2 or 3 or 4 hours setting things up, and then people will just randomly come by and start turning knobs.
I knew I shouldn't have got back into music. Oh, Jesus. I have a bunch of gear in my studio that's just sitting there if nobody does anything with it. So I guess I had to give in to these guys.
Yeah, what kind of mixing board do you have?
I'm using so I go from analog to digital when I record. I don't record digitally in. I need to process it analog. Then once I'm good with that signal, then I'll just get into my M-Tools box. I only go in 2 channels. I used to have a 16 channel. I got rid of everything about 7 years ago. I completely sold everything I had to Guitar Center. And I was like, I'm all done with this. And before I left Guitar Center, I walked out with a brand new Roland TD-17 drum set, which is natural samples. You can't tell that. You can't tell I'm playing on an electronic kit versus my acoustic kit that I sold them. That sounds better to me because I don't have to mic it anymore. I can either go out MIDI, bring it in and make anything I want with it, or I can record my audio outs and be what it is. But generally I record both tracks at the same time. I'll record my audio outs left and right. Then I also record the MIDI track, so during the MIDI track I can give it whatever kind of MIDI device I want. I can hook keyboards up and you'll hear keyboards that are going deep boop boop, deep boop boop, all that crap. So it's kind of cool. I like playing around with it.
Well, but do you have a mixing board in your studio?
Yeah, I have. I just got this one. It's an old one.
I was gonna say, what kind of console do you have?
It's a Panasonic.
Nice.
Ramses 1644 maybe. So it's all direct outs is what I need. So I can mix PA for recording for bands. So when we're in the studio playing, they can all hear everything, right? We can use headphones or live. But then I can take the direct signal from each channel and then I just record that. So I don't have to hear, I don't need shit. I don't want to have to mic people. Besides vocals, I can mic people, but I like the clean instrument. I want to know what it sounds like coming in. Let me deal with the effects. Finally, the guitar players that just play without all their crazy shit. I mean, you can have some, but I don't want shit I can't get rid of, and then we got to redo your track. I'd rather just add the effects, whatever effects you want. I'll run your guitar pedal through the inserts. You can change your effects right there. After you record it, we can put it through the inserts and have your pedal back. But it took me like 2 hours to convince this guy. We were arguing. I'm like, dude, if you don't do it that way, I don't like your track, you're just going to do it over and over again.
Yeah.
Oh, he finally, after arguing with me, he's like, oh, now I understand what you want from us. I said, yes, it's not that difficult. It's you can't control shit after you've recorded it. You can't unrecord things. So let me add to your effects through a bus. And it's not affecting your channel. It'll just be an output, or I can record that channel to an effects channel. And then you have a clean track and effects track. Which is ideally the way I like to do people. I like to have their guitar clean and their effects running. And I just slightly split them down the middle, so it's slightly left and right. It's a good effect. And I don't speak Serbian, and these guys are Serbian, so it's very interesting for us.
Yeah, I would bet that's a challenge. I like, I must admit, I like that sort of thing, but when I was looking at setting up a recording studio, I had a couple artists that I was talking to, and I'd met some others. I'm just like, I don't like these people. I don't want to be beholden to them telling me, well, we want this crazy crap or that crazy crap, and So I never. So I just. So I never did.
Oh, that's part of their thing. When they started coming here, I said, here's how, because they needed a drummer is what they needed. And I said, yeah, sure, come over. I'll try to help you out and maybe lay down beats for you so that at least you guys will have drums in your tracks. And that turned into, we did this, and I'm like, oh, it sounded okay. And then all of a sudden I go click. It's behind my drum set, my drum set, I'm right-handed, so it goes from left to right, where hi-hat's on the left, and then the left or to the left of my hi-hat is my whole mixing console and screens. So they didn't know I was recording the very first time, and I said, let's go ahead and sitting there, and I just hit play, and they're like, you've been recording us? I said, yeah, I've been recording you guys since you started setting up your equipment, and I was plugging in. I go back to the beginning. You can hear all the instruments coming online. You can hear me talk back to them. I recorded the talk back channel, everything. They're like, oh, I didn't know you knew this much. I said, oh, I know more than that kind of stuff. This is just for my own sake, so I can go back and review practice. I said, they were like, can you send me a copy? Because they just wanted to get drum tracks figured out, or some kind of beat to their stuff. And definitely interesting. It's different music, but for drums, it can either be a reggae sound, because that's what they sound like, or a rock beat sound. So I had to be creative with them, and I got some stuff together. And they've been bugging me, we got to come over. And then one guy goes on vacation. So it's been a month since the band has been here. And I think they're trying to come in and try the songs they've been working on again. And I think now everybody's comfortable with each other, because I don't like meeting new people in the first place. And especially if we're going to do a project and I'm producing it, because they can't produce it. How are they going to produce it? I said, listen, I'm your producer. So if I tell you, turn your effects off, just don't say, oh, I need them on. Turn the effects off. I'll put them through your headphones. That kind of stuff. You just got to get people used to correcting them. I know what you were saying. Yeah, you don't want being told. You don't. You tell them what they're doing, what they want to do. You tell them what they want to do. That's the easiest thing. Until they become so familiar with being able to do it themselves, then they can start saying, oh, I want to do it like this. That's a little different. When you first start with new guys, you just got to, this is how it is. Got to do it like this. And this is the reason why, and you'll hear the end result.
Yep. Makes sense to me. So if you're not recording digitally, what kind of...
I am recording digitally. I'm using Reaper. I go from my analog mixing board.
Oh, gotcha.
People have new digital mixing boards. They look like computers now. They got a big screen built into them, screen buttons all over the place. I like the feel of it. I also have a digital audio workstation, which is all stepper motor controlled faders and that shit. But that I use for mixing during when I'm mixing after I record. When I record, I go in analog. I like the old school sound. It's a warm sound. It's not.
Oh, no doubt.
There's a difference between recording just straight digital and recording analog into digital. I like the sound of analog into digital.
Yeah, I've been into tube sound, or however you want to say that, tube equipment, pretty much since I was a kid. Because I always thought tubes were nice and warm, and then 10 or 15 years ago, that became all the rage.
Guys, you got featured in The Boys' new season. There's a whole panel and a conspiracy con. Like there's a scene in like a theory con like place.
What happened in your conspiracy class? I was coughing from hitting the doobie.
What? No, I didn't hear what you said completely. I couldn't understand what you said. But
all I heard was that you just got back from your conspiracy class.
no. I watched the new season of The Boys. It's like a TV show.
So what's that have to do with the conversation topic that was on for that second?
I didn't. I wasn't aware of that conversation. I just want to give a little shout. Yeah, you guys made.
You guys. I guess who guys is in what? I guess I failed to understand, my friend. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I'm following.
No, it's not that deep, bro. Like what? Just people who believe in like the flat Earth theory.
He reset, J.E. He reset. He's back to. He can't believe people believe in flat Earth. I think.
My battery's dying. I'll be right back.
Okay. Anna, you need to get that Star Life in audio so we can talk about satellites and photos from space. We'll start with the photos from space. Well, we'll start from space. First, we'll start from is space. And then before that, we're going to try to figure out if water is actually being held down to the ground by gravity, which could help make an air ball around an Earth. So I break it right down to making people scream as quickly as I can.
I already asked our life to get in the VC, but he's on a loop right now. He's just committing the same logical fallacy and telling me that I don't understand logical fallacies. And then repeating, prove that the Earth is flat. I'm like, you're committing the logical fallacy again.
For me, again, I'm gonna stress this point. For me, what's like so incomprehensible, like for me on you guys, is that you request like actual such unfeasible immediate responses to your questions. So everybody's like, well, okay, I'm gonna get back to you on that, and like you guys are like, no, you're gonna tell me that now, and if we don't tell you that, then like you just mute us or kick us out. Like I don't know. That's what's annoying in this channel. Like, and also, you guys want us to prove shit like, you guys want to, okay, from what I understand, I'm not saying you guys want
have to understand
from what
though,
I,
right?
okay,
There's
let me
people
talk.
like you that
Okay,
come in here every
let me
day,
talk,
ask
let
the
me
same
talk, please, let me
questions
talk, let me
over
finish,
and
let me finish,
over and
please, let
over
me finish,
again,
please,
right?
let me finish, subdued, please.
So we're sick of listening to these questions
Alright,
over and
subdued,
over, man.
I want to finish though, please, subdued.
Hey, John, let me make a very important point of order here.
What?
If we were coming into your channel or into a Globy channel or something like that, we wouldn't be acting like we're trying to take control of a channel. See,
No,
that's the
I'm
first.
not trying to control it.
See, when you said let you finish, that's you trying to take control.
No,
So-
what? That's him trying to interrupt me, and he wants to take control. Are you mad?
So, okay, hold on, sir. You're in
such a
our
hypocrite.
space. Okay, no, you're into a. Okay, sir, you are into a flat Earth channel. If we were in a globe Earth channel, okay, sir. Here again, you're trying to take control again. So, if I went into a globe Earth channel, I would not act like you all act. I would listen and I would ask them, why do you all think this? What's your proof of this or whatever? Or here's my proof of this. That's how I would act. So when you get muted here or somebody else gets muted here, you should be asking, what point of courtesy in a normal course of discourse did I violate? And there will be your answer. Anybody's allowed to speak in here on about anything. But I promise you that those who violate common etiquette in the fact that they're a guest into this channel will likely either be muted or rebuked or, in some cases, even just banned outright.
And notice, John, I didn't mute you. I didn't mute you even though you were talking through me before, but that's okay. So what would you like to say?
I don't know. Like I want to like just observe what you guys are saying as in regards to like proof that the Earth is flat. And detail it. Don't just go this. Go this and then explain it.
Oh, what do you mean by explain? If I say the sun moves, I go outside and for some reason I woke up at 12:30 today. This is the longest time I've ever slept in my life. But I also went to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning. But so when the sun comes up and then it goes overhead and then it goes down towards the west, my perspective, right? It goes up and down. That's the sun moving. When I say that, what explanation can I give you?
Sorry, go again?
Oh my.
Are you not listening, my friend? Because
no, I'm listening.
That's a very important point of courtesy. So when you're asking him to say it again, you should be adding a little more discourse and saying, I do apologize. Either there was some noise behind you, or I'm sorry, somebody distracted me, or add a little more reason as to what these are like how you have a common courteous discussion. And when you were making the point earlier about being muted or whatever else, these are the common reasons you're getting muted. So I'm just trying to make the point to you here because it seems like a lot of Globies come in here and they don't even know the basics. Okay, see, there you're doing it again. Oh. See, again, this is not your space.
Then I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. I had some noise in the background. Can you please say that again?
Sure. You ready? Ready?
Yeah.
So here's an example of a Glober. This is maybe you, for instance. We'll just say this is a question you would ask. What about time zones? I say sun moves across the sky. Do you ever see that? Yes. Okay. There. That's how your time zones work. When it's noon above you, when the sun is directly above you or at the peak of the day, that's noon. That's how it was originally done. It's noon, wherever you're at. Whenever the sun's above you, straight up, wherever, not directly over your head, at its highest point. It's noon. What other explanation can I give you? You said you wanted explanations, not just here's why. What explanation can I now give you?
I want you to explain something like along the lines of, and this goes to the time zones. If like I somebody in Australia and America. Like,
okay, my friend. Hey, I'm going to interrupt you right there. You've been given a point here about time zones. So you need to respond to the point about time zones. We're not really playing whack-a-mole around here. See, what we do is we take a topic and we discuss it to its logical end. You don't get a response and move on. Because here's what's going to happen inevitably is you're going to come back talking about time zones or whatever else. So we want to make sure that we've given this topic its full due before you continue on to Gish Gallop to the next topic. So continuing on the point, please.
No, so I asked is before you just completely disregarded my question, is it's relative to time zones, right? Because if somebody's time in Australia is this, and somebody's time in America is that, right? Then how do you explain like how do you explain the phenomenon of the sun?
Okay, and he just answered your question. Were you not listening the second time, or?
No, you basically just said, all right, I see this, so yeah, that's that, right?
So he gave you your explanation. So what part of his explanation did you not understand?
No, he didn't explain to me, right? Where does the sun go, right?
He did explain.
So it just goes.
He explained very eloquently there, and could not have done it with more words.
No, it was simply.
He very succinctly explained to you how the time zones work. So I'm just trying to figure out here, what did you not deduce from his answer?
No, he said, all right, from what I can infer, right? He said, all right, sun goes over the horizon, right? It sets, and now it's like night, or like
I never said it goes over any horizon. I said it goes. We see it coming up, apparently, from the east, going down towards the west. Apparently.
No, it's not. Brent,
it's fact. You jumped to conclusions and said I said it went over horizon.
All right. So if you go to like a sea, you go to the shore, right? You look at the sunset on the sea, right? Where do you think it goes?
Okay, we're not done with the topic of time zones yet, my friend. Okay, see, you didn't hear his answer. He asked you, or he didn't ask you. He mentioned to you that he had slept in till 12:30 today, the latest he's ever slept in. And when he went outside, the sun was more or less directly overhead of him. Do you recall him saying that?
He went to sleep, and when he woke up, the sun was like more on top of him.
Okay. Are you having difficulty understanding what we're saying in English, my friend?
That seems mildly racist or condescending, but I'm gonna.
It's not. That's a real question.
No.
We'll get your language translator in here, and we'll do it that way.
Right. I'm gonna.
Wait, how is a language racist? Because white people speak a bunch of different languages that has nothing to do with race.
Americans don't seem to speak a lot of languages, from what I can see. All right, so that doesn't mean that you're not speaking to me now.
Are you being racist to me because I'm bilingual, sir?
No. How are you redirecting racism to me?
Okay.
Like how can you?
You're the one who baselessly. You're the one who baselessly accused me of racism. So usually that's the person pointing the finger is the one who's doing it. And I am bilingual, sir.
Back to the topic. It's enough.
So now that we understand that you're not understanding what we're saying, I'm not sure how to continue a good faith conversation.
That might explain why he continually just comes in here and asks the same thing. It's like he asks a question, he doesn't hear the answer, he just talks, says things. He'll come back the next day, ask the same question. We give him the same answer. He doesn't hear it.
All right. Then can I choose like that? I will not talk about time zones again. Right. I don't agree with you.
We're not done with that topic yet until you comprehend exactly what we're saying. See, we don't just go gish galloping from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic, and then you say, "Oh, well, they don't have any answers for anything." We're going to dig in deep in the topic, or don't even bring it up.
Time zones seem like more of a political thing to me than anything else, bro. Like China's only got 1. Australia's got 2. America's got what? Like 6? 4?
13. America has 13.
There you go. Like these things they're not lined up properly even in your model, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And where I live, we're in the time zone. We're in purely out of politics. You are 100% correct that they're a political critter.
I live in a politics time zone because I get 2 time zones a year here.
Same here.
Australia has 2.5 or 3.5 time zones. I can't remember.
Don't they have some half-hour time zones in Australia?
Yeah, they have 2.5.
That's what I was talking about.
No, the landmass, like width-wise, is almost the same as the States, right?
Yeah, it's virtually the same size as the U.S. with 1/10 of the population.
So why does the States have 13 time zones and Australia's only got 2 time zones, smart guy?
I thought the U.S. had 4.
I thought it did too, but somebody just said 13.
I think
Well, that's talking all the possessions and.
America has Hawaii. America has a bunch of all these other.
Oh, we're talking about all the other. Okay, I see.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
We're just talking about a landmass in general. We can include Alaska since it's connected to Canada.
And there's 4. Whoa. And there's 4 in the continental U.S.
Why does China only have 1 time zone, man?
China's pretty big. China is like 2 United States, right? Or bigger.
It's huge.
1 time zone for China, on Wick. It's like that one's been put to bed.
Next. Yeah, I think so. I think he doesn't know how to actually take a deep dive in a topic because he wanted to keep gish galloping.
Well, now he gets his answer too. Like why we ask for people to present evidence, right? So we don't have to answer their questions for them. Like, you do a little research, dude. You could find this shit out.
100%, my friend. Could not have said that better myself.
My question is how are ships able to go from go west and then they can keep looping?
It's called a circle, my friend. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but if you're going in a straight line, it can't be a circle, right?
Well, if you're going east, you're not going in a straight line, are you? Like if you're using a cardinal direction that uses a compass.
You're going in a straight line east.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Wait a second. Have you ever used a compass in your life?
Yeah.
You said that like you use it every day.
Not every day.
You know how they work?
Yeah.
How do they work?
The hands inside the compass are connected to the magnetics of the earth, just because of the metal that's made out of
So they actually just magnetize one side or magnetize that north south in there, and north only points to north, south never points to south.
What?
Oh. Let me put an example up for you. We're going to take a globe and smash it down so we can do it on a flat piece of paper, okay? I can show you how the North Pole would work. Understand?
Anyways, dude, if you followed east, you'd end up in a circle, man. From north, right?
Well, once you reach the North Pole, you can still go north from the North Pole.
Yep.
It doesn't just stop there.
No one's saying it did, dude.
Hey, look in chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look in chat. At 0 p.m. Whatever, 0, whatever. That's a globe. We smashed it down. Made a globe, and that's the North Pole in the center. See how a compass works? If you were to follow east or west, would you go in a straight line or would you go in a circle?
If you went fully east, you would still be going in a straight line east, from your position.
Did you look at what I posted or no?
Wait, what did you post? What's that in the middle? Is that the North Pole?
Yeah.
Where's
Your
the
globe
second
map.
North Pole? Where's the South Pole? Sorry.
The South Pole.
It's your globe map. This is what's on the walls at the UN.
What? No, that's
also the flag of the UN.
All right, so listen, that map you use, right? You know what it is, right? It's basically like I forgot the word. It's like flattening the 3D or like the 3-dimensional scale, that's like a globe Earth, right?
What do you think I said? What do you think I
Yeah,
said before
yeah.
I posted
So
it?
basically, you just proved to us that the Earth is a globe shape. Yeah,
For
you
the man who
did.
can't even comprehend time zones, you're the man who can't even comprehend time zones, and you're not even comprehending the point of the post.
You're so
He didn't
narrowly
point the
minded,
post.
dude.
You didn't point to what now?
The point of that image or that video has nothing to do with the map
Is the
exactly.
poles. Yeah.
You're just
Oh,
stick with that then, because
I'm
John
just
Wick's
throwing that out there. That
spiral-
he's just proving to me, like this,
John
that
Wick's just going to
the Earth
spiral
is.
over every topic, like he's done every time.
So
Yeah,
FN. So
Yo.
I took a globe and I smashed it down. That's your globe map. And I put the North Pole where it's at. And I put a compass on that piece of paper. And we spun it around. Why does when you go east and west go in a circle, but yet you just told me it's a straight line?
But that's because that map is a representation of a globe.
Okay, so let's put air back in it. We'll blow it up. Now it's a balloon, and we're going to put that compass near the top again where he's at, and we're going to go round and round. Are you going in a straight line or in a circle?
No, but okay. So what you're saying is, if you take a balloon,
I'm muting you.
Sorry.
If you're going north, are you not going in a straight line?
What does that have to do with going around and around on the boat, you said?
Yeah, like if
Yeah,
let's
and you
just
see the
let's
east
say
and
you're
west
not going east and west. Let's say you're going north, like you're going north.
You'd be going up and down?
But you'd still be going in a straight line.
Well, you never actually travel in a straight line, but yeah, so you would just go to north and pass north and then turn around and do that again.
Like from your starting position, the compass may shift, but you'd still be going north from your starting position.
Skip back to mine instead of trying to go north.
So what happens when you go past north?
When I use a compass and I travel east and west, am I going in a circle or am I going in a straight line?
What? Sorry.
And we're going to use my example where I flatten the globe down. It's actually just the UN. It's on UN flag. You ask them why they do it. Anyway, north is in the center, and we put a compass on the paper, and we go in a circle around the north. Is that a straight line?
I mean, if you're following true north, then yeah.
Bro.
All right, I don't know what to do with them. You guys take over because I'll just get mad.
So, bro, like you were saying, right? If you're going north and you finally reach the North Pole, right? Then what? You turn around, or
No,
like,
if
then
you
you're
keep
going south
if
again.
you're going north past the North Pole, the compass will still shift, but you're still going north from your starting position.
But then you're going south, then, right?
Yeah, because you're going towards the South Pole at this point.
Right.
Ross, you think that somebody can go straight for 10 miles?
What?
You think that somebody can use whatever vehicle, whatever instrument, even airplane. You think that you can go, let's say, 10 miles straight?
Yeah, if you're following like if you're going.
Okay, let's do like this. Go out and go 10 miles straight. Can you do that?
Go walk in a straight line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But are you living in a street?
I live near a street.
Do you have any house in front, or you have straight road of 10 miles when you go out?
There is a straight road.
Okay, can you go somewhere where there is no straight road and go 10 miles straight?
I mean, yeah, if you track off the road.
Oh, you need to track off the road to go 10 miles straight.
Well, why would I be following the road if it's not going straight?
All right,
Okay.
you guys are off in some fucking weird
I don't know what
weeds
this
again.
guy's talking about.
Take an airplane, try to go straight.
Airplanes usually do try to go straight.
Don't they
Really?
follow a compass? or headings using the compass?
Yeah, they use a nav ball.
What?
Are they using always the same same route?
What?
A
Same
nav
way?
ball, a navigation ball. It's like a compass, but it's 3 dimensions, so you can see the lines, the lateral.
A map ball.
It rotates depending on. They use it for space too. You'll have an
gyro.
It's not a nav ball like they use for like planes and ships, but it's like it'll have both sides of the Earth, so you can tell if
Let
you're
me ask you a
going.
question. Do you think
So you
ships
can tell
have
if you're
globe on
ascending
them?
from the Earth
You
or
think ships
descending
have?
from the Earth.
You think ships have a big globe on them when they sail?
Yeah, my dad's in the Navy.
They have a giant globe in the wheelhouse.
They have a navigations room.
They use maps, son.
They also use nav balls.
Come on, man. They use globus. They have inside globus.
Well, I guess there are no straight lines since it's a ball. Since you're on a ball, right?
Well, I mean, a line can be straight if you're on a ball, but
oh, it cannot.
Like, I guess if you're saying like the curvature would mess up the line, but you can still have. If I'm looking at a straight line on a curved ball, top down, it's still going to be straight. It's just going to be less distance from point A to point B. Well, not less distance, but like to your visual observation, it would look quicker, but it would still be longer because of the arc in the line.
Arc, so not straight.
Well, no, but like if you're on that ball and you're following that line, you're going to be going straight around the ball.
In an arc.
If you're following the ball.
In an arc, right?
What?
You need to have ball.
In an arc, right?
Well, yeah, the ball is going to be arced if it's a line that's pasted onto a globe, a ball, yeah.
So not straight.
Not like geometrically straight, but I mean you can still go straight even if you're curving around this ball. Like you can't go through the ball.
You're going around a circle in both cases. It works both ways.
You can't like walk or drive through the ball.
It's a circle, bro. Circumnavigation.
What is different with geometrical straight and some another straight?
So
there's circumnavigation and there's straightum navigation. Which one sounds correct?
If you have a line and it's tilted from
you have a line making an angle, or it's just an angled line. Okay, from where?
If you have a line that's going from northwest to southeast, and you angle yourself, like if you don't angle yourself, it's going to be a diagonal line. So like it's not straight to your visual observation, but you tilt your body a little bit left, and it's going to be a straight line pointing directly in front of you.
And the lines on the surface are all arced, right?
We're all actually just sitting here I am in amazement. That's why I got quiet for a minute. But yeah, you go ahead and take over.
The line is arced, yeah.
Right, so not straight.
I mean, if you want to think about it like that, I guess you can.
That's how it is. You know, a curved line is one that is bent and not straight, and one that's straight is one that's not bent.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you follow that line from one point to the other, you yourself are going to be walking straight, driving straight, relative to where your positioning is.
Am I going to loop back around to where I came?
Quite possibly, yes.
Then that's a loop, which is a circle.
Yes. But you can go straight in any direction.
Oh.
So if you go
Hello.
straight in any direction and the line is curved, arced, does that mean that the lines, the lines are going to meet up?
That means it's not straight.
That means it's spherical, right?
Well, no, you said it was arced, so it's not even straight.
No, but how?
We're just talking about going in a circle in any scenario. That's
So
what we're talking
how could the arced line exist on anything else but a ball?
You just go in a circle. Like I'll walk in a circle around my house. Doesn't mean the yard's a ball.
No, but like if you went from the North Pole to the North Pole.
Oh, yeah, north-south circumnavigation. That's never been done.
But like I'm saying like you don't have to be at the North Pole.
Dude, you have a problem trying to do that. When you get to the south, your compass stops working properly. You don't know what to do. You have to start using stars, and you better know how to do all kinds of stuff.
Why would your compass stop working?
Because there's two magnetic south poles, possibly three.
Where?
I'll see if I can get you the details.
Because I just know that once you pass the north line, your compass will flip, but it won't mess up.
Yeah, north will be behind you. But none of us have been to the North Pole.
So
that's
then,
what I imagine would happen.
once you pass the North Pole though, and your compass flips, then you're walking to the South Pole, right?
That's what I thought.
So why would the North and South Pole be? Why would the South Pole be a little bit further past the North Pole then? If it's not, if it's even if you're not going south, why would it be there?
If the North Pole is supposed to be at 0, the South Pole is at 64 and 136. Where's the South Pole at?
Just so you know, north to south circumnavigation has been done.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we do it with
Going
orbits.
south and turning around and going north is not going up and down around the ball.
I mean, we
Click
do
the
it
link
with
I
orbits.
posted.
Like if you go into like a spacecraft, they have the nav ball there that tells you prograde, retrograde, and it'll be a line on the equator of the Earth that tells you if you're going if you're ascending north or if you're ascending or descending north or ascending or descending south. Because you can do both. I don't know. I play Kerbal Space Program, so I'm not a flat earther, but like I don't know. I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm just like I don't know. I'm just trying to make some points.
Kerbal Space Program got to do with anything.
Because I don't know. I just know how the mathematics behind how orbits.
I'm playing Quake right now. Do I think Quake is reality? Or has anything to do with reality? No, absolutely not.
Like transfer windows and sphere of influences.
That you don't have.
This guy north to south circumnavigated in reality. You could look at the article on this.
Like you can simulate it all. Like you can do it yourself.
Oh. You watch too much TV, kid.
I don't watch TV.
Oh, you come up with all this on your own?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, better think harder.
What's the matter, Radwin? You don't want to look at what I posted?
You've been through it before, yeah. I'm not.
No, you haven't. Address what I said.
Not with you. I've been through it 100 times. I'm not interested.
All right, well, you made a claim it's definitely false. So maybe check yourself.
So do you not recall the other one of 100 times that you've been in here talking about that same stuff, or do you forget after you do it?
Who?
It's like the
The
big race around it.
Globey coming in here who thinks he's got a point, says that he comes in here each and every time with the same nonsense, bring it back to us. But yet
tell me
it's
what
the
it
same
is.
thing
Tell me
over
what
and
I'm
over, and
talking about.
acts like he never
tell me what
remembers
I'm
talking about it each and every time.
Can you tell me what I'm talking about? No, you can't.
What are we talking about?
See, you want to
Yeah, I
avoid
know what you're
talking
talking about because you keep coming in here bringing this
you don't
nonsense
like
into the
where it's coming from.
conversation. So my point is that you bring it in over and over again. So do you forget each time you do that?
You refuse to address it.
Me?
You refuse to address something that directly conflicts your claim.
You sit
Okay,
here
it's
reading
been
an
addressed.
article.
It's been
Not my
addressed and
problem.
put to rest about 100 times already. So 101.
No, it
Do you
hasn't.
just
You are
okay?
yet to
So
address it.
so you've forgotten the conversations we've all had about that the past 100 times.
Are you going to say anything pertaining to the article I posted?
No, because you've posted it repeatedly and we've talked about it over and over again.
Well, then that's the problem. Stop pretending like you addressed it then.
No, I'm addressing your behavior because you come in here with this same stuff repeatedly and you get
Can you
told
stop
101
complaining?
times. So that's the point.
Can you refrain from
No,
complaining?
no, I'm not going to follow anything you tell me. You're not the boss here. So having said that, I will continue to point out to you your behavior.
North
You
to
may
south
not like that,
circumnavigation
but the point is,
has been done. I posted an
uh,
article all about it. Okay, so you can stop
and you've
claiming
been
something that's
debunked on
false.
that each and every time you've brought that in.
Not true. How did you debunk it? Tell me how it got debunked.
We're not going down this path
You
again
got
that we've
nothing.
been with you
Why
multiple
don't you
times
stop
before.
talking because you have nothing? Why don't you just stop
Sorry,
talking?
I'm not going to stop talking. You're not the
Well, you
moderator
got
here.
nothing to say.
I've got everything to say here. So the key is
You've been
you
saying
keep
nothing
coming
the
in
whole
here repeatedly, and we're not letting you take control, and we're not letting you go down this space that you've tried taking us down 100 times before, and we have repeatedly debunked you.
Yeah, just avoid the topic. Can you stop filling the air with fluff and nonsense and adjust the topic? Circumnavigation has happened.
We're talking
Yes,
about
north
your
to south
behavior.
circumnavigation.
Once we
No, we're
address
not.
your
We're talking about
behavior,
north to south
sorry,
circumnavigation.
once we address your behavior, then we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. But until we address your behavior, you bring this in here repeatedly, and you've been debunked.
Oh boy, you're such a coward.
If that's what you want to call it.
Yeah, your belief is delusional. You can't address something that directly conflicts what you believe.
Sorry, it's not a belief.
Wait,
Yeah,
like
it is.
Jay, okay, what? How did you like? Where? Like, can you give like a even like a little summary of how you disproved it? Because I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, nobody knows what he's talking about. He just keeps saying they disproved. What did you disprove?
No,
Address
so I
it.
mean, if you will,
Nonsense you've brought in here 101 times already.
No,
And we've seen this article over and over, and you just NPC reset each time.
I mean, but like, can you give like even a really
John
short?
Wick, you couldn't even follow us talking about the time
Yeah, no,
zones. Yeah.
alright.
So I'm not sure where a fruitful conversation would go with you, my friend. I mean, we said it multiple times.
Anyone
Also,
honestly
then,
interested in circumnavigation on a globe, and they're not super biased like this guy, they would just click the link and stop screaming and complaining.
Like my question is though, like we have like gyros, we have gyroscopes, which like literally simulate our Earth turning. You know, like it's been a tool that we've used since like ancient Egypt, bro. Like,
Can I get in just for a second and address that? So, because Egyptians spin a top, that proves the Earth is spinning? Is that your argument?
no, it's just like we still use these tools today. Like that's what like gyro balls are. It's just it's that invention that was founded just condensed down, like how we condense down computer technology. And
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't understand your argument. What was your argument?
like I'm not really arguing. I was just like I don't know, like how do you guys explain like how the gyros work, like gyroscopes, gyro balls?
I think you might be interrupting, but I'm gonna let someone else take over because I wasn't really running the room right now. I just had to make sure that wasn't what you were saying.
Yeah, Larry, I'll admit these are a pretty funny cast of Globers we have in here today. I mean, I bet you that cat even believes that the people on the equator that have or that are supposedly on the equator that have the 3 set of bowls of water, I bet he believes that's what's actually going on.
Was that?
Sorry.
What bowls of water?
When you flush your toilet and you live in the north, which direction does it go?
It goes
Yeah, that
down.
proves the Earth, right?
It goes
Clockwise or counterclockwise?
Clockwise.
And if you go in the south, which direction does it go?
I'm not too sure. I don't live in the south.
I'm just asking.
I mean, like I'm.
It's a tourist question.
I'm sure it doesn't really matter which direction. I think it's just about manufacturing on which direction the water
Oh, very good. You're probably going to do good someday. Got a good answer. Yeah. So there's a trick down by the equator. If they stand on one side of it, they can pour water down and it goes one direction. And if they go on the other side, they pour water down, it goes the other direction, and they can do it in the middle and it goes straight down. What do you think they're doing?
Changing the direction and force of the water, like depending on direction.
That's correct.
They're pouring it with their right hand only. I don't.
No, it's not. There's just fins in the bottom that direct that water either straight down or
there's what
direction come out in the drain tube. But anyway, so there you go. That's how people try to scam you. You think the Earth is spinning. That's what that comment was made for.
Oh well, like I don't know. That's like that seems like a very old way of seeing which way the Earth is spinning. Like we have like I don't know, like if you've ever seen like the gyro balls that they use, like, and like the invention.
Picture of one. Post a picture of one.
Okay. Oh.
The model number so I can at least look it up.
And unbeknownst to you, it's the same trick. And there are globies who come in here talking about the balls of the bowls. Let me say that again: the bowls of water at the equator. That's a common occurrence that comes in here and then there are those who've traveled to those places and think that that's real, and they pay money for that guy to sit down there and fill those bowls. And then there's other people who think that Egyptians spun a top to prove the spin of the Earth.
I'm gonna send you two pictures here. Oh, do I need to be a certain level?
So how does north to south circumnavigation, how does that work on a flat Earth? Like,
Proof that it happened.
Do I have to be a certain level?
I did. I posted the article. You didn't know what it is?
Yeah, I looked at it. Here's what I found. 1 sec.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're brand new, I'm not sure if you can post. It's not our rules.
See where the line stops and then it comes back around on the other side? Sydney, he's out towards Sydney, and then it comes back around off the coast of LA.
Yeah, I see it.
Looks like east to west circumnavigation to me.
Dude, what about when he goes from the South Pole to Green? Yeah, it starts in Greenwich in Britain, and then he goes down to the South Pole.
Yeah, and then he goes east towards Sydney, back around to LA, back up to the North Pole, I guess.
I said going down to the south and turning and then going back up is not circumnavigating. He just showed you that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that's what he did. It looks like that's what he did. I mean, I just took a cursory look at what you posted, and that's what I got from it, is what Radlin just said.
Wait, Heretic, if I may add, like where does the line on the right go? Like, on your logic, won't you just fall off?
No.
What?
It's your globe projection anyway. It's one of your globe projections, not ours.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's just
Well, I did the same from John Wick.
But it's just like when you go to like buy a plane too, like they'll show you like these routes that you can take, and like if you have enough fuel, like it would totally be possible, you know, like when you're flying a plane, the circle of where you can go is accounted for by curvature, and if you can make all these stops and land and take off and then land and take off, like if your circle can reach all these stops, then it's definitely possible, you know.
I just hear you say when you buy a plane, measured on a globe.
What?
You said something about a globe when you buy a plane.
Yeah, like the picture that you sent about like all the stops and like being able to go from Sydney to LA is like if you took that picture and got the left side and the right side and then connected them to the back, it would be possible to just start there and then end there, because you could technically fly from Sydney to LA, you know.
Oh, lucky you! I posted flight map routes from World War II. It's a government map. It's that same one where I put the compass in the middle, except this one has pretty colors and lines and distances. Notice there's no arcs in those flight paths. And that go to the ones near the United States and all that. Don't go.
Well, if you took
you'll have to use the key on the side, and then you'll say there's no scale, even though there's one on the map.
If you took all four corners of that map and connected them together, the lines would match up.
You do with all the crumpled up parts. Cut them off and get rid of that land and water.
Well, like you wouldn't be able to put the map together in a perfect sphere, that's for sure. But like if you curved all four corners, you would have flight paths that would technically look like they're going into nothing.
Are flight paths straight lines? Do planes
Well,
fly in straight lines?
not if the Earth is curved, no, because they have to stay in the atmosphere.
No, they fly in great circle routes.
When you buy a plane, like you said, your dad buys planes and boats. When you buy a plane, when the how much pitch down does the plane come with for curving? Are they built differently? Longer ones have a different angle, or shorter ones have like no angle, or how does that work?
What do you mean?
Because
really
the
understand.
natural, they bend the plane or something to follow the curve, right? Because planes fly flat and level, and you're telling me right now that they're curving.
Well, it's all about adjusting. Like that's what if I could send you a picture of the nav ball, that's what the nav ball does. Like it tells you, hey, you're going 10 degrees. You're going 10 degrees from the North Pole, and then the plane will come level 0 degrees, and it will match up with the equator, and then it will go 10 degrees towards the South Pole to keep it in the same altitude as the atmosphere, because depending on what atmosphere you're in is gonna save you fuel in the long run.
Right. So when you're flying in a plane, you're not always tilting to the right or to the left, like in an arc, right?
I mean, you're gonna be adjusting for sure, and you're gonna be
But
adjusting.
you fly
north,
flat and
you're gonna be
level,
adjusting
right?
north and south as well.
Fly flat and level, or do you fly? Let's tip the plane to the left and try to keep it straight. Just keep it left and aggravate the shit out of everybody in the back.
I mean, you could tilt the plane left and keep it straight, but you'd have to.
Yeah, I know. I've flown too. I've not been in a plane. I've flown one. So yeah, I know. So do you fly flat and level, or are you always worried about flying into outer space?
I mean, you're not worried about flying into outer space because at some point in the atmosphere, your engines will just give out. But you want to keep yourself at a safe distance from the lower atmosphere.
Do you
and
fly
the upper
flat and level, so you're always afraid that you're going to fall into the ground? You better be pulling up on a stick the whole time, or do you pushing down on a stick, or do you fly flat and level? I mean, how much more clear can I make it?
Well, I was just answering your question.
Serving dinner.
Maybe he thinks you have to nose down at 8 inches per mile squared.
That's what I mean. You're constantly, it's a video game. You're just pushing down on a stick, just ever so slightly.
Yeah, and 10 degrees, a 10-degree angle or 5-degree angle is
Anyway, to answer your question that I can't get from you. Yeah, you fly pretty much flat and level unless you're changing altitudes, and you got something you've got to do that you have to make adjustments for. I didn't say you take off, point to LAX from Cleveland, and then you land right there.
well, if you were going straight, if the atmosphere wasn't there, we would all be dead firstly. But if the atmosphere wasn't there, technically, yeah, you could fly straight out into outer space. But
okay, next time you go and buy a plane, ask the salesman what keeps you from flying into outer space.
I wonder if you fly straight and level, you'll fly into outer space. Is that what you think?
No. If there was no atmosphere, you could.
So, if Earth was a ball and you could fly straight, you'd go directly into outer space. But to people on the ground, it looks like you're nosing up, right? Is that what you think?
Yeah, it would look like that. Well, if there was no atmosphere, right? It would all have to be no atmosphere.
At what point would the pilot be like, I'm not straight and level anymore. I must be going into outer space. I must be nosing up, but I'm not.
When the gyro ball tells them that the position that they're in is making them ascend, I don't know, 20 degrees.
How does the gyro ball know to reorient itself with the curvature of the Earth?
Well, that's what the gyro ball is simulating. It
stays fixed.
Dude, are you telling me that gyro ball has a stepper motor in it that's changing its pitch and angle?
No, but it's like a 3D compass. It's like a 3D compass.
So it's on its screen, you mean?
No, it's like a ball that sits in a little chamber that
All right, so what updates the gyro based on how far you've gone and how much curvature there should be?
Magnetics.
Magnets do that? How would magnets do that and know how much curvature of the Earth is?
Because like if you're flying, like okay, like
You know this doesn't have an answer, right?
when you're taking off in a rocket ship, if you take
Oh
off
boy,
going
a rocket! Holy crap!
well, like let's say like you can actually go and make it like through space. Like if you take off in a rocket and you take
Now we
off,
took, not only
Hold
did
on,
we take
we were
off
talking
in the
about flying
rocket, we made it
airplanes.
all the way to space.
if you take
Amish.
off going east, it's going to speed you up faster because you're launching in the direction that the Earth is rotating. But like let's say like you're going up in your rocket ship straight up, and then you turn your rocket 45 degrees. Your gyro ball.
Hold on. So wait, the Earth is rotating under the rocket, right? Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right. Wait. So why doesn't that happen with airplanes or helicopters?
Yeah, it does if you're going east. You save fuel if you
Really?
fly. You do. You save fuel if you fly. Like if you're going on long trips, you will save fuel flying east than going west because.
So like, if I'm at the equator where it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, can I like jump and go 30 miles before I land?
Well, no, because you're not speeding up fast enough to get the. What's the name of it? You're not speeding up fast enough to get the.
Imagination.
You realize
Imagination,
this
is that
never
the word you're
happens,
looking
right?
for?
Nobody's ever done what you think is happening.
Like if you're okay, like if you're walking east, you would technically be walking faster than somebody walking west.
Holy crap. We're on a fucking treadmill.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, prove it.
Let me see.
So is that why people get more speeding tickets going east?
Maybe.
You're
Yeah,
lucky. I'm in a good mood today.
The wind mainly blows from west to east, and this effect is even more pronounced at altitude, in the jet stream.
So wind, you mean?
Well, yeah. Well, if the Earth is spinning, it's creating wind. Like it's going to create wind.
Uh-oh.
No, because that means the air is stationary, right? And the Earth is rotating within it.
No, the Earth is pushing the wind. Not the wind's not
The
stationary.
Earth is pushing the wind now? Holy cow.
Is this guy actually a flat earther? Is this LARPing as a globie?
Me?
I mean, you don't even know the globe theology yet alone.
What do you mean?
You don't know the globe theology. You don't even know your own. You don't even know your own point.
Wait 1 second. Ready? Okay. At 40 minutes after the hour, which air is going with the globe?
Which what?
Look at the picture and tell me which air is moving with the globe. It's facing west.
Well, from the look of the picture, I can tell that the sun is setting in the west, so those clouds are going east or trying to, depending on the wind tunnels that they get caught up by. But most wind tunnels go
wind
from west.
again. Wind. I didn't hear you say because of Earth spin. So now wind. What about the upper layer? Why is that going north to south?
The upper layer. What do you mean?
The upper layer. You see the upper layer of clouds up there where the planes are flying, leaving their streaks. Those are turning into wispy clouds.
Oh, there's probably wind tunnels further up in the atmosphere that are
Going north to south, then.
that are different. Well, like from the picture, those would be going, yeah, they'd be going south. But like, at what point will they get picked up by one of the wind tunnels that are majorly going east and start heading east?
In a different layer, right? So the air is not spinning with the ball.
Well, no, the air further up is like,
one's spinning with the ball, one's not.
No, the air further up is just going to be moving at a faster rate.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what's funny, FN? The air in the upper atmosphere, the jet streams, they call them winds aloft in the aviation industry. The winds aloft supposedly move in the same direction that Earth rotates, but even faster in the same direction. So why would that be the case?
Because it probably got caught up in a wind tunnel that is
What's making the wind if it's going faster than the Earth?
What do you mean if it's going faster than the Earth?
So at the equator,
it's not going faster than
it's
the
got a
Earth.
1,037 mile per hour rim velocity at the equator, but the winds aloft above it are going like 1,300 miles per hour in the same direction.
I'm confused. What do you mean?
I know it's confusing. It's true. So you think the globe spins from west to east. Well, the winds aloft also go west to east, but faster than the Earth
Yeah,
spins.
because when you're up in, when you go further up in the atmosphere, there's less things that the wind can get caught on. There's less tunnels.
Right.
Like,
okay, so what's
if,
producing
like,
the work?
Like, I'm next to a
Work energy. Now we're getting into thermodynamics. What's providing the work energy to the wind to go faster than the Earth energy?
It's being pulled by the Earth spinning.
Well, it's got a higher energy level than the Earth spinning though, because it's going faster than the Earth.
That's because it's being constantly pulled.
Pulled or pushed?
Pulled.
How?
How?
How you gonna pull something faster than you?
And pull wind?
Well, like, how fast did you say that the wind was going?
Jet streams go west to east at 300 miles per hour, really high up in the atmosphere in the southern latitudes.
I don't know about miles per hour. I don't know what that would be in kilometers, but the Earth spins at the Earth spins at about like 2,200 kilometers an hour.
Multiply by 5/8.
5/8? According to what?
Don't they teach how to convert between kilometers and miles and kilometers in Canadian schools? They teach it in American schools. We're comfortable with both.
So I don't know. It'd probably be like what, 12,000, around there, 12,000 miles.
12,000.
11,000 maybe. I don't know. Off the top of my head. What would it be? Let me see. 22,000.
Regardless, you don't have a mechanism for action yet.
Well, like, the mechanism for action would be the rotation of the Earth. You know what I mean?
No. I can't imagine it.
It's
I need a demonstration, like something physical, something real.
Well, it's used a lot in space exploration. When we send rockets up, bro, they're gonna be launching the rockets to the east.
Do they launch east from Vandenberg Air Force Base, California? Might want to look into that.
Well, like if you wanted to get speed enough for like a transfer window, then yeah. But like I mean, you can put a rocket ship up anywhere. It's just it's going to be more efficient if you put a rocket up east. Like we have satellites that go north to south. We have satellites that go southwest to northeast, and like.
All right, I posted an image of a particular configuration, orbital configuration. Can you identify what that is? That's called a tundra orbit.
Okay, and it's on a
So,
globe.
yeah, I like talking about satellites. If you haven't figured that out yet,
it's on a globe Earth though. Like that's what I'm.
That's the coordinate projection. You can project it any way you want.
Well, yeah.
I have a question. How do you think it's doing that? How do you think a satellite is making an analemma?
I
can explain it. Okay, well, maybe you don't want to talk about satellites with a flat earther.
Well, like, how is it doing it?
If I lectured you on this, would you believe a single thing I told you?
Well, if I personally think it makes sense, then yes. But like, I'm not gonna fucking diss on you if to me it doesn't make sense.
What if I begin with a flat Earth? Would you believe me in the rest of my lecture? So I'm not going to waste my time. Yeah, you probably need to move on to a different claim, right?
I was just looking at the image you sent me, like this. There's no shade at the North Pole. That's just.
Hey, Radwin, I think he's cooked.
Oh, I was just sorry. I like didn't hear you. I was mesmerized by the picture, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty.
No shade at the North Pole. Is that what you said?
Yeah, there's just no shade at the North Pole. It's just cool.
Ego Slave, I must say, these Globies today have constantly left me in a state of shock and awe. I sincerely cannot believe some of the things I've heard today. It's when I think I've heard the worst that it can ever get, along comes another one.
But can you explain how that works?
Yeah, it's very easy. Read the Bible and you know why.
The Bible is not a solid proof. That's not a real proof.
Yes, it is.
But I didn't hear you
the
call
Bible.
the guy who said that the top spins.
The Bible is not solid proof.
Yeah,
it's not
agree.
something.
I mean, for me it is.
Well,
If not for you, then
it's
it's fine with me.
Well,
you know.
Oh yeah, but there's no actual evidence.
So the guy that can't understand time zones is now trying to lecture us about the Bible, not whether it's proving or not proving anything. I mean, the audacity of that, whether the Bible does prove something or not, the audacity of someone who can't understand time zones to lecture us on that is just beyond belief.
Are you gonna just constantly like stick that all right? So wait, how do you think I don't understand the time zones?
Well, you showed that earlier.
Pivot time.
Yeah, you showed that earlier. We could replay the conversation if you wanted.
How but for me, I perfectly understand time zones. Like what? It's not that hard to understand. I can search up map
this
of
guy
time
thinks
zones.
it's impressive to understand time zones. That's what's funny about this.
Like I look at Google map of time zones, right, and I perfectly see time zones represented. Here, go ahead.
Yeah, very simple concept.
Yeah,
Nothing hard to grasp
Well,
there.
if it's so,
but he thinks
so
there's
easy,
something hard to grasp.
It's so easy. Why do you guys come in here and ask us about it?
No, I didn't argue about time zones.
Yeah, actually, you did earlier. Am I wrong, Radwin?
No.
I mean, you remember. I mean, I know we could play back the transcript, but Radwin, I mean, you were here. Am I wrong that he didn't understand time zones?
Yeah, I picked an example and he went with it. So because I had given him an example of when they come in and ask us a question. I said, for instance, we'll pick you asking about time zones. He said, okay. So I went forward from there. Since you can replay all that, I probably said it almost word for word.
Yeah, you gave him a perfect explanation, and then he's like, "I didn't hear you," and then you said it a second time, and then he mischaracterized what you said, and then I repeated specifically something that you said, and he still didn't understand. He still.
Right. So what about time zones proves anything? What is time zones being brought up for?
Because this is the man who was lecturing us about saying that the scripture does not prove anything. I'm not saying that it does or it doesn't, but he has the audacity to lecture us on that when he can't even understand time zones himself.
Yeah, what you're saying pertain to an actual.
He's using that pitiful of like an example as basically saying, "Oh, all your opinions are invalid and all of your criticisms are invalid." Like you're so stupid. I'm sorry, you are moronic, Jay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if this comes out as a.
Don't apologize because you don't mean that.
Talking about time zones. Why?
For me, it sounds moronic. Sorry, is how it phrases.
No, don't apologize because that's a fake apology. If you think it sounds moronic, then just say you think it sounds moronic.
Yeah.
I respect you for saying it sounds moronic, but I don't respect a fake apology. But having said that, the time zones is brought up from the earlier conversation, and the man here is just lecturing us, another user on here about the Bible.
Why was it
saying? Because the gentleman brought it up. I'm not accounting for somebody else's point that they brought up. But the point is the Globies come in here to lecture us, and they don't even understand the simplest of things.
Well, I don't think you guys do either, because it's been like 5 fucking years, and you ain't proved anything.
All their claims
I mean,
are
we
focused
proved a
on
lot, but you
observation, too.
didn't.
No, you base everything on observation. Like, as one criticism I have. Like, everything you guys do is
Why is
based
that
on
a bad
observation.
thing? Why is that a bad thing?
Because no, listen, on your logic, if I tell you that there's a curve beyond the horizon, you go to me, all right, show it to me. Like show it to me, or physically go and calculate it yourself. Like, I'm like, what?
No, you don't calculate,
Like, what?
you measure. Yeah, go measure it.
No, but that's like, I don't have the resources or tools for that.
Right, then otherwise it's just imaginary. You just imagine it in your brain. You imagine curvature.
Alright. A perfect example that I have is like try and prove to me how, like, where does the sun go again if I'm on a FaceTime call, like on America?
It's go away from you.
Okay, then look in
Hey,
the
that
app.
doesn't mean anything. That's
You forgot, John, already. John, you forgot already. I told you the sun moves. Remember?
Yeah, that's time.
Yeah, this was all explained to you, John, this morning. You weren't listening then, and I take it you're not listening now.
Absolutely not.
John, the sun can move away from you, but the surface can spiral. Let's say, for example, you can have spiral surface, but if you empirically prove the spiral surface, the sun doesn't matter, because we have the spiral surface. You will prove, look, I have every 10 miles hill, and then again hill, and then again hill, and it's going up and down and up and down. And then you have spiral surface. If you have curved surface, then you have curve, then it's dropping away from you. If you have flat surface, then nothing is dropping away from you, apart you can see what you can see with angular resolution. That's all. That is 3 surfaces. One is spiraling, one is curving, one is flat. Then you measure it and then you find out, is it really spiraling, is it curving, or is it flat? It doesn't matter what sun is doing.
Are you sure? Hell yeah. That was flawed.
Because you can have sun
What is
all
the
these
specifics of what you're saying? What are you
You are
saying?
not understanding what he's saying. So
What I'm saying if Earth
It's
is a
not
sphere
really.
with a
Just
radius of
make
3,
a claim.
I'm saying this. If Earth is a ball with like a basketball, that the size will be like a basketball, 2 feet. But that's not the case. This is the case. The Earth's radius is 300,959 miles. That means if 1 foot observer had the geometrical horizon of this Earth will be 1.22 miles. We have observation showing the geometrical horizon every time is further away 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. That's what I'm saying.
How do you think they got that number? Where do you think that really came from?
How do you think they
Nigga, shut up.
This is my question for you. How do you get? How they get that number? And we are all educational system in all world. It's learning that number. Why we have that number and who put that number in the books? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I'm asking you where you think it came from.
I'm asking you who put that number in the education. Flat earthers or some kind of heliocentric model?
A little incoherent what you're saying. I asked you a real
I'm
simple
asking
question.
you who put the numbers of 3,959
I
radius
asked
in
you
all.
first.
You asked me
I
first.
asked you first.
The people who believe in the heliocentric model, they put that there.
I mean, you
So you
guys
don't
do
think
realize
it's
like
derived
this
from
is like
any observations?
It's
my
like this.
cover up in the world,
Play
right?
with the
You're
basketball.
mumbling, Hammer.
I'm
It's
not
the same
mumbling.
thing.
I'm talking, but I was trying to
Sorry.
wait for he was done, but I
You're
was just trying
mumbling
to
to
say like
yourself out loud.
I mean, you do realize like this is the biggest cover up in like human
Okay, yeah, your
absurdity
appeal to your own
history.
disbelief is noted. Yeah,
I mean,
your
you know,
naivety and
What?
appeal to your own incredulity is noted. It's
right.
too big.
Yeah, how
It's too
many
big for you
times
to
have you
wrap your
brought
mind
that in
around.
here already?
Noted.
It is the big one. Who said that it is
Yeah,
not?
well, I'd have to interrupt Sasha for your cries, Hammer.
Why can't you guys just think straight for a minute? The number is not
Great.
pulled out of thin air. It's
Why do you always
derived
have
from
to think
observation.
curved? Always think curved.
It's derived. That number, the circumference and the radius, is derived from observations.
Oh,
Sticks and
I wonder how that
shadows.
was done.
Which observation?
Yeah, you know about it. Okay, so you know about it. Good job.
Oh, nothing after 2,000 years ago. Only 2,000 years ago.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Can we
Okay, I
do
could
that
literally start
today?
showing you
Can we do that
examples.
today? Let's do the same traditional experiment how Eratosthenes did, but in same way how he did. Can we do that today?
You do different experiment.
Let's do like he did because we have about how he did, not
And get the
without
same exact
technology.
result?
With
Yeah, you
how
could do it.
he
You could have
did
done it
with
already.
the same technology how what he had. Let's do that today.
You know you're going to get the same result that he did?
Okay, how he traveled 500 miles straight without any. How did you know that it was on same point straight? You know that's 2 points. You understand me? Latitude.
I don't know.
What
You're
was?
ready to deny it before you fully comprehend it. That's what I'm sensing.
You think that I didn't comprehend that? Okay, what was? Okay, he proved that is curving. Okay, great with the shadows. And what is the radius now of that Earth? What he proved?
Look it up.
What
You
is the
really weren't
radius
interested.
of the
You
Earth?
could have looked it up
What
already.
Eratosthenes proved?
Why are you asking me? You don't want to just go look it up yourself? You
I
think
know
I'm the
the
better
answer.
source?
Do you know the answer?
That's why I brought it up.
Do you know your model?
Hey, relax. Hey, take a deep breath.
Do you know your model?
Yeah. What's yours?
Yeah, okay. Can you tell me what is the radius of the Earth?
3959 miles.
Okay, who got that?
Big whoop. Who cares? What's that have to do
Who
with
cares?
anything?
Who cares? That means the basketball is 300 meters big.
Yeah, he's asking how the
I don't
number
think
was.
you understand.
He's asking how the number was calculated.
Oh, here comes this guy.
Sorry.
Are you going to try to address what I said?
No,
So?
I'm asking. I'm re-asking you what he asked
Right.
you.
You're gonna divert as well. Yeah.
I'm not diverting. I'm asking you the same thing he did. How did the 3959 radius get derived?
Yep.
Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni, you got land navigators,
Okay, so-
you got land surveying, geodesic surveying. All
Okay,
kinds
so
of stuff to find that radius.
that's elephant hurling. Okay, so Eratosthenes, specifically.
Don't complain that there's tons of evidence.
No, elephant hurling is where you pretend there's tons of evidence, but you don't allow time to actually critically analyze any of them. So
Claim is not evidence.
Why? To try to prove them wrong? What, you think they're wrong?
you have to be allowed the time to go through each one of them. That's the point. So with Eratosthenes, what assumptions were made in order to get that 3959 radius value?
The infinite distance to the sun for parallel light rays.
Okay, that's one of them. Any others?
So what? Okay.
Well, that's
You
a
think
pretty
it's
big
local? We
assumption.
just proved it being local.
No, you didn't. You're just saying that.
Yeah, you use Pythagorean theorem to find the angles of a triangle, and you try to triangulate the location of the sun. It says that it's like 30,000 miles. We just proved that.
You can't do that on a globe. You can't triangulate the sun regardless.
Okay, but your local sun, using triangulation to find the distance, yeah, the sun is not 30,000 miles away. Sorry for you.
Yeah, so again, you're just asserting things you don't understand. You can't triangulate the sun on either model. It's not possible. You didn't know that?
So you're saying Eratosthenes' method, that his presumption was incorrect, that the sun is in fact local, and that those are corpuscular rays?
No, you're not really listening to me at this point. So, you can't triangulate the sun on either model.
I'm like 2 steps ahead of you.
Well, no, you're just not listening. You can't triangulate the sun on either model. You know that, right? Like, in reality, you can't triangulate the sun.
Yeah, using Pythagorean theorem, why would you do that?
But you brought up Pythagorean theorem. I didn't.
Well, that's what you would have to do to triangulate the position of the sun.
Right, but
Yeah,
I'm responding to you. So now you're going against your own point earlier, which is weird. But regardless, we're talking about the triangulation of the sun, which was your point. Can't be done at all, right? Can't be done regardless. So
dude, your interpretation of anything is biased because you believe flat Earth before you.
No, it's got nothing to do with bias.
So, like,
It can't be done in reality on either model. I don't know how many times I have to tell you this.
Dude, we know the sun's not local, so Eratosthenes.
I know you keep asserting the same thing.
That the sun's rays. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Eratosthenes presuming that the sun's rays were coming from a
Same
local
thing.
light source,
You're not
and that
saying
those
so-
are corpuscular rays, and that they are actually converging, and that the light isn't parallel. That presumption is proven incorrect when you try to triangulate the distance to the sun, and it doesn't change angular size.
It
and you
can't be
change
done
the
in reality.
position. So we know the sun is further than 20,000 miles away.
So yeah, as I said, for the 6th time, that can't be done in reality.
Bro. Hello?
Hello.
Hello. How are you, man?
He wants to talk about something else.
Hey, wie sagt man auf Englisch? Die Erde ist ein Donut.
Crypto, the problem is, if Eratosthenes tries to presume that the sun's light is not parallel, that it is converging at a local light source, then that puts the sun at like 30,000 miles away. If I travel 20,000 miles and the sun doesn't change angular size, it's not 30,000 miles.
But it does. Like we've seen it and demonstrated it that it can. It also doesn't change angular size. It also sometimes appears to set, and sometimes it appears to shrink and fade away, and sometimes it just fades away without shrinking. The sun does
Exactly.
everything.
But all of that's a red herring from the Eratosthenes method, which inherently. Who's talking over who now? So all of that is a red
You're
herring.
saying perspective is the cause for a changing angular
over
size.
who now?
It changes angular size.
Who's talking over who now? Don't be a
Because of
hypocrite.
atmospheric refraction.
Don't be a hypocrite, my guy. If you're going to complain about something, don't do it 10 seconds later.
I'm responding to what he said. You just let.
I was talking first.
Guys,
Doesn't matter.
let's retract this.
No, you can shut up as well. I was talking.
Whoa,
Wait till
bro!
I'm done.
Why being so rude? Why being so rude, dude?
Everyone who isn't me needs to wait for me to finish. And if they're interrupting me, they're the one being rude. So all of that is a red herring from the original point, which is
That's
about
narcissistic.
Eratosthenes. You're being rude again. Stop it. So all of that is a red herring from the Eratosthenes point, where he had to make multiple assumptions, the main one being, more or less, that heliocentrism is true, in order to then come up with the calculation of a radius. Like, that's just swept under the rug, as if it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we know that light rays are parallel.
Well, actually, light rays are never parallel. They always diverge. In reality.
Well, yeah, you need Eratosthenes to be wrong, but what if he's right?
No, but in reality, we know that light rays diverge always.
When literally all observations say otherwise.
But in
You know
reality,
that parallel lines
light rays always diverge. It's like, dude, I know that you have an idea in your mind that you like, but I'm in reality where light rays always diverge from their source. Always.
I'm here to discuss how the globe is the flat.
Can anyone give me an example of a light source where the light coming from that source does not diverge? Just one. That's what I thought.
No, I didn't hear your question. Where the light doesn't what?
Diverge from the source.
Diverge from the what? Like a soft light? Like what?
Well, it's like the experiment when you
I
when
mean,
you
you can diverge from the source technically. I mean, the source is where the light is coming from. Right? Is that what you're talking about?
well, it's like when you shine a light through like a crack in a wall, the particles from that light will like diverge into separate columns of light.
Right.
If the sun is
Yeah, but
smaller
it's not separating the light.
than the
really.
light.
I mean, the wall is separating the light, right?
I never said separating. I said diverging.
Or the crack is the thing it's going through.
No,
Yeah, and then it diverges into like I think it's 5. It diverges into like 5 or 6 separate
Okay, it's
lines
not
of
I mean,
light.
it depends on the crack, really.
Yeah, but you're talking about the double slit experiment, which is different to what I'm saying. I'm just saying that light diverges from the source. That always happens. Even with lasers.
Is the Earth bigger than the sun? Is the Earth bigger than the sun?
Another red herring.
Is the
Does
Earth
light
bigger than-
diverge from a source? Yes or no? Yes, it does.
I have to know, or else I'm
You're
smarmy.
just wrong. It does.
Tell me either or. Is the sun smaller than the Earth
Why are we just
in your model?
red herring? Does light diverge from a source? Yes or no?
You don't want to answer. You can't make
You
claims about a
haven't been
model. You
answering
don't want
for
to have
5
to defend
minutes.
anything.
Don't be a hypocrite. Answer the question.
You can't defend anything.
Dude,
You're
you
afraid
haven't
of
been
defending
answering my
yourself.
question for like 6 minutes now.
I
Don't
gave
be
you
a
great
hypocrite.
detail.
Don't be a hypocrite. Just answer the question. Does light diverge from a source?
Yes, but in the globe model, the
Fantastic,
sun is
thank you.
bigger than the Earth. So there's parallel light rays coming from the surface of the sun.
No, light always diverges from its source. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, the sun, the source, is bigger than the Earth in the globe.
So?
That's why I'm asking. Is the sun smaller than the Earth in your model?
Completely irrelevant.
You don't see the relevance. That's so crazy to me.
It's not crazy. It's not relevant.
If the sun is bigger than the Earth, the light rays don't have to converge for the rays to hit the Earth parallel.
I didn't say
parallel light rays if the sun is bigger than the Earth.
No one said anything about converging.
Simple stuff. It's really simple. I could draw it. It's like kindergarten level drawing.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is that you're currently suffering from the bad version of Dunning-Kruger, where you're debating at a lower level, but assuming you're debating at a higher level, right? So
Right.
You've got this image in your head
you
of
don't know the size of
big
the sun in your
sun, small Earth, therefore light rays parallel.
The problem is during eclipses, they don't go parallel anymore in the globe model.
Yeah, they have to
You don't want to
converge.
talk about eclipses. What causes an eclipse on your
We
moon?
don't talk about eclipses.
We do when we talk about how light behaves
I
from the
know,
sun, because
because
you
you
have to
can't explain it.
demonstrate that it's coming in parallel, but you have to model it for eclipses as not parallel.
Well, this is the
You can't
trichotomy
model
of globedom, isn't it?
eclipses on
This is the
you can't do
trichotomy
it.
of globedom. So you need light to converge for eclipses. You need it to be parallel for Eratosthenes, but it actually does neither of those things in reality, and it just diverges always.
Oh, dude, that's not true. That's
Yeah, it is.
bullshit. You're strong in
It
the
is.
gold bottle.
I mean, you can cry about it, but it's true.
No, you just think the globe has to work a certain way, and I don't even know what that is. So.
Well, it
Well,
doesn't work.
the
Like,
light
you
around
can't tell me
the
what causes eclipses. What causes eclipses on?
Charlie, for your question, is the sun bigger than Earth?
yeah.
Yes.
How do you know? How do you know? How do
Yeah,
you
we
know
know
that?
that.
How do you know?
Because if I travel, if I circumnavigate east to west, which will show me the circumference 24,901 miles, the sun doesn't change angular size as I traverse thousands of miles. It has to be bigger than 24,000 miles.
Really?
You don't know what the
Because of
sun
That's
is. What if it's
geometry.
a
That's
focal point of
perspective and
light and not a
geometry.
physical object? Like nobody has
The
any
only people
clue.
who claim to not know what the sun is flat earthers, because you presume a flat Earth and you
No,
can't
well, I
explain
mean,
what the
people
sun
who
does
study the
in your
sun
model.
claim to know what it is, but they can't verify their claims.
Well, I feel like we know what
That's your
we know what
claim
this
that you can't verify what the sun is.
No, go
Nobody
ahead. Go
else
ahead and
believes
pick
that.
any claim.
Only
We'll
flat
show you how it's
we
unverifiable.
we know what the sun possibly is because of the way that the same way that oil and water, if you put oil and water in a glass and leave it, one of them's going to separate from the other, right? Like it's like density. So like the density, the densest metal that we know of that can be molten is iron. So that's why they think, hey, the core of the sun is iron, because from what we know on Earth, the metals that we have on Earth, iron is the least dense, no, most dense, the most dense. So it's
Mercury
gonna,
is more dense. You're wrong.
yeah.
A
So it's
steel
gonna.
anvil floats in a pool of mercury.
FM Bros, where are flat earthers wrong? What they are claiming? Where they are wrong?
What causes eclipses
What?
on a flat Earth?
What is that stuff that why these people doesn't believe that Earth is a globe? Where they are wrong?
Where are they wrong?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I'm
Where
not saying anybody's wrong
Yeah,
or right. I'm
what is
just
their position, man?
Ask
Are
him.
they
Ask him
saying?
what the position is.
Ask them. You didn't
Ask
find
them.
out what is their position?
I'm kind of confused. I think it might be a language
Do
thing.
you know what the position of these people who doesn't believe in the globe?
I'm not getting this right now.
Yeah, I'm not.
Does they don't believe in globe because they read the Bible?
I don't know. You got to ask them. They're here.
No, you don't know. I know why they are. I know why they are not believing in globe, but you don't know.
I debunked your densest metal. There's a iron anvil floating in mercury.
I debunked your parallel light rays. Look at the cloud images. Tell me that the shadows are parallel.
What is the main reason these flat earthers does not believe in globe? Is that shadows or something else?
What does flat Earth have to do with God?
The iron isn't molten though. That's what I mean.
Does flat earthers believe that Earth is not a globe because of molten iron core?
Dude, you can't triangulate the position of the sun.
That means you
presuming
still
it's
don't know their
quote-unquote small
positions,
and
but
local.
you want to discuss about their position.
Having a
If
problem.
you could, we would know the distance of the sun. You claim you can't know the distance of the sun.
Does flat
But you're
earthers
claiming it's small and
claim
local, and you can
anything about
triangulate it on
sun?
the flat
Does flat
plane.
earthers claiming anything
How
about
can you
sun?
know the location or not?
Yo, Marner, are you a flat Earth?
Oh my god.
Are you a flat
Oh my
Earther,
fucking
Marner?
god, dude. You're literally contradicting your own claim right here.
No,
Where's the parallel rays, guys? Posting
You don't
images of
understand that
non-parallel
parallel
light
lines will
rays.
appear to converge because
Well,
they're
yeah,
observer
divergence
dependent.
though.
Yeah, parallel lines appear to converge.
Debunked
They're
Callie with
observer
and
dependent.
didn't know the
It's
height
an
of the
apparent
sun.
convergence.
After
This is
It's
from
Matthew Barnes
above.
did
apparent.
it.
Look
It's
at my
just the
pictures again.
it's the light widening out from its focal point.
Exactly.
But
Welcome to Flat
that's
Earth.
not converging. That's diverging.
It's diverging from the source. Converges with perspective.
You have to be a real good liar to just really dig your heels in
Yeah.
on this
So
one.
where's the parallel rays, guys? Like this is a view of the clouds from above, and the shadows are not parallel.
Well, there's parallel rays on the bottom, like the two arrows on the right. The two arrows on the right are parallel.
I'll let you guys
If
sort this out
those
amongst
light rays are
yourselves. I got to
converging,
step out.
if they're actually physically converging, then you can triangulate the position of the sun,
The,
which
the two
you
the
claim
two
that you
arrows on
can't.
the two arrows on the right are parallel. The two arrows on the left are diverging.
I think they have a crisis of
You can't
conscience.
triangulate the position of the sun, presuming that it's small and local and that the light is diverging. You can't do that. So what are you talking about?
If you took the third arrow from the left and drew a line all the way back to where it starts, it would be parallel with the arrow on the far right.
FN.
What?
What's up, buddy?
How was your concert, bro?
It was good, good.
It looked fucking dope. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, man, it was great, bro. I loved it. I'll show you more videos. Why did everybody go quiet? What happened?
I don't know.
The lines are parallel, but they are diverging in parallel way. Level it
Anyway, so
curved,
yes, so now
pipe
you don't
it.
have parallel light. Now you don't have parallel light. What's next?
So, like, I was gonna say, I think a lot of people in the flat Earth community face discrimination, dude. Like,
Now we're going to talk about flat earthers, or we're going on mute, or what?
Like this
wait.
when Flat Earth came out, then started to open channels. You know, the people was saying like this, you fucking stupid flat retarded earthers, like that.
That's what I'm trying to say. There's discrimination. There's like
Yeah.
a two-tier system. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, this room's a dictatorship, and that's how that works in here.
Not this one. We are only saying there is no measurable curvature in reality. No, you stupid fucking idiot with your flat disk. No, we are not saying flat disk. We are saying no, there is no measurable curvature. You stupid, how you imagine that flat disk? Where is the edge? How sun is working? There is no measurable curvature in reality. Yeah, but what about eclipses? There is no measurable curvature in reality. Yeah, but what about seasons?
You mean cubature?
Curvature, sorry, because of my accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is no measurable curvature in reality. Is that strange in English, that sentence? Or it's
He doesn't
connected
know.
with moon, sun, shadows, what?
He doesn't know anymore. He lost it the other day when he was in here. He had to get muted. He just can't handle himself. He just says off the wall crap.
There's the sun changing size for people who say it doesn't.
But look at this, devil. On the basketball, there is measurable curvature. On every ball, there is measurable curvature.
But like the light you see from the sun is 7 minutes old, you know. So like,
When did you measure that?
How do you measure that?
The sun allowed you that you can see the surface of the earth.
Well, firstly they measured like how fast light takes to travel on a shorter distance, and then they calculate the time it took to do that with the distance the sun is from the earth.
What distance is showing today when you make observation today?
probably the end of that one. So yeah, they didn't measure the speed.
What? I just answered it.
You just answered it. The fuck's
And
going on?
what
Are
what
people getting muted or
what
something?
and what distance is showing today when we observe them? Are they showing curvature? The answer should be immediately yes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about sphere, man. Do you know what is sphere?
I know what a sphere is.
The sphere is curving over distance.
He's asking you, do you see the Earth curving when you go to the beach?
Yeah, that I'm asking.
Hmm.
You don't
Okay,
have to
no.
Google it.
Nobody experiences the Earth as a globe, except for in your mind's eye, when you close your real eyes, or on TV.
Or if somebody tells you a story about shadows, then it's also curving. But when you practically, empirically want to prove that, you cannot.
I'm confused on where we got here. You're just saying that the horizon is flat?
I'm telling you, there is a size of the Earth. It should to be curved somewhere with the size.
Oh, so wait, you're not trying to like... Are you flat Earth or globe Earth?
Listen, this is very, very important. This is good question. I am Croatian, from Croatia, but Earth is not a globe. Is that good for you?
So you're neither. So like, what would you what
You never even answered the question.
Can I identify myself with my country and say about Earth what is not? For example, you ask if I'm flat earther or globe earther. I will not identify myself like that. I will say where I'm from. I'm from Croatia, but Earth is not a globe.
So what do you believe in?
I don't know. I can tell you I believe in unicorns. I believe that one day I will have one Ireland and I will live.
So you're being disingenuous, bro.
What
It's a
do you mean?
straightforward
What
question.
I believe in which sense?
It's a straightforward question.
What do you believe in? What do you believe in about the Earth?
About
Yeah.
the Earth, I know that Earth does not curve. I don't believe.
Okay.
So, but like, what in your life? Like you said, you're not flat earther, you're not globe earther. Like, what in your life made you believe that? You said the Bible. Was it the Bible?
Hey,
No,
FN,
no,
we get it.
no, it was not a Bible. It was this. There
I'm
is
just
no measure of
honestly
curvature in
confused.
reality.
No, nothing about you's honest. So just listen.
That's not the reason. Bible, there is no reason. Sky, anything. It's a surface of the Earth. They're saying that Earth is a globe with a size. That globe must be curved. That it is not in reality. I realized that with my observation and the map. And then I said, this cannot be globe. That's all.
Okay.
It's a non-globe earther because it's not a globe. Oh, you guys can call us whatever you want.
You must be hearing things, FN.
What do you mean?
We seem to be trying to put words in people's mouths.
Well, no, he said he
Trying to
wasn't.
poison the well to your little friends with your hip atheism shtick.
So yeah. So what's
Blah,
the
blah,
answer
blah.
when you see curve at the beach?
FN bros, let's put easily, like with the map. You have the basketball. If you have a finger on the basketball, and if you move 10 centimeters from that point, you know. You can measure how much of drop you have. You will maybe have 1 centimeter of drop. I don't know now the results, but you can measure it. The Earth is big, that's correct. It's very, very big, but we have all sizes, and it's telling you that that point should to be on 1.22 miles with 1 foot observer height. We did that, and other people in reality. And look at the depth with 1 foot. You can see even more than 10 miles, not 1.22 miles, 10 miles. That means it's not that you see 1.7 miles. That would be like okay, it's because of, I don't know, it could be like because of atmospheric conditions or whatever. No, that you always have, you don't have observation showing any drop over distance, any observation in reality. That's why I said Earth is not a globe. I would say, yes, I'm flat earther, but if I say I'm flat earther, you will jump on me like, are you flat earther? That's why I didn't answer I'm flat earther.
I'm not
Doesn't matter if I'm
anybody,
flat.
bro.
No, this is, no, doesn't matter. But these people asking mostly when they come, are you flat earther? That doesn't matter who am I and how I'm like identify myself. That means if you're listening the argument, then that's why people realize, and most people realize, there are other arguments, but the most important thing is this. There is no curvature in reality. And curvature is something what is every sphere has. You can, I told you now about the basketball. We tried to do that. In reality, they're saying something like a refraction. That stupid thing, that's a verb. That means you need to have data for that you can say, okay, this kind of, I don't know, conditions doing this, and because of that, that will move there, you know, but not say only the words, you know, what is
But
doing nothing.
you can use nav balls to measure the drop in distance still though.
Exactly.
What you can do?
Nav balls.
The nav ball will tell you, depending on the distance you travel, if you need to travel 10 degrees down or 10 degrees up.
Okay. If you see the 10 miles of flatness, how you will call that flatness? That 10 miles is flat, or you will say this 10 miles, it looks flat, but it's curved?
I would say it looks flat, but it's curved.
Why? Okay, if you say like this, it looks flat and it's curved, how would it look like if it's really flat?
How would it look like if it was really flat? It would still look the same, but the capabilities that we
Okay,
have.
that means it cannot be the same.
Wait.
Flat and curved surface cannot be the same.
You cut them off.
Can it look curved and be flat?
Yeah, if you see the 10 miles of the flat surface and you're saying this flat surface is curving, that means that if it's another case that somehow that could be flat surface, that means it must be different from that curved surface, you know? Cannot be the same. Because then you didn't give possibility for flatness. And look at the devil. You choose that, obviously, what is logical, because you see 10 miles of flatness, but you will choose to say that it's curved. That's for me strange. Your sense is telling you that stuff is flat, but you still will say this is curving. Why?
Just because of like sciences that we know of that.
Man, there is no science when I am used standing on the beach, seeing the oil rigs and seeing the surface of the ocean behind the oil rigs and saying, look at this water there. There is the ocean behind. And then you're telling me this on the beach. We are standing together on the beach, and they're telling me this, Sasha. The scientists will tell you that is not the water what you see. They know better than you.
I'm confused. I think I'm not understanding.
I'm speaking to you about observations in reality. 10 miles of flat surface of the, and I show you that 10 miles, I can show you, and then you will say, no, this is not 10 miles. I know that I see 10 miles of the flat surface, but scientists can explain why I can see the 10 miles of the flat surface. But it is not flat. That you are telling me.
Yeah, so FN, you keep saying, why do you believe? Why do you believe? Why do you believe? Well, it's you who's believing against all, if you go outside reality, that you're on a ball.
Well, I'm just saying I believe.
When there's
because
no
of, like,
indication of it. When Sasha asked you 20 minutes ago and you didn't answer, I swear I heard you started typing. He asked you if you saw a curve from the beach, and there was like 20 seconds of silence. But anyways.
Oh, I didn't. I was
It's fine.
confused.
No, I'm not trying to, slam dunk on you or anything like that, but I'm just rebounding the ball and putting it back up. That's how it started.
I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, you keep saying, how do you believe? Why do you believe? The Bible, right? Do you hear everything Sasha's saying?
I just said, like, how I believe, yeah.
Okay, well, if you're here I thought you had some sort of evidence that the ball existed in reality. I didn't know you were just sharing your beliefs. Thank you, though.
But isn't everything a belief, even flat Earth?
Lord.
How can you believe? How can you believe that water is flat when it's measured flat and level and it's used in construction that way? Did you just believe that it's true, or is it true?
Well, I mean,
Could you
if you
define
had
level for
if
me,
you have
please?
if you have like if you had a water droplet like dripping off.
We are speaking
No, we
about
don't.
your
We're
solid,
talking
not
about
belief.
We're not
bodies of
talking about your
water.
tears
We're
right
talking
now.
about raindrops.
I'm just saying, if you had like a water droplet dripping
The
off.
water droplet has nothing to do with the surface.
Okay,
of
if
bodies
the
of water.
water drips off, hits the ground, and it splash.
Yeah, but if you had a level, if you had a level small enough, you would find a point.
No,
on
you're
that.
confused. Yeah, I think you're confusing water levels with spirit levels.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you had a water droplet and it was dripping off.
What water drops will help you to in anything, in proving to flat or globe or whatever you.
See, this is where we start to wonder if you're starting to convolute the situation on purpose because you're trying to equate the globe you think you live on with a water droplet. That doesn't sound very honest or apples to apples comparison.
Well, I'm just saying, like, surface tension. It makes sense on why everything.
Yeah. So, is that your claim that you live on a globe because of surface tension, even though the water is not measured to be curving?
Yeah, with all the tides, all the waves, all the currents, you're claiming water
Well,
droplets.
now you're getting into
We're
how
talking about reality.
Now you're getting into how nautical miles are measured.
Oh Lord,
no, not at all.
I wasn't.
Nope. No, is the ocean curving? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so show us the measurement of that.
I mean, I could if I had a gyro ball and I was going a great enough speed to.
No, I don't want to talk about the hypothetical what if or appeal to the future or all that nonsense, bro. I want you to show me where the ocean is curving. This should be easy if you live on a ball.
Right, so you can watch a boat go over the horizon. Or you can
There
watch
it is.
sunset.
Okay, so is the horizon the tangent point of the Earth curve?
Yes, for example, when you watch a sunset, when
Well,
the sun appears to go behind the horizon, you can't zoom into it again. If it simply moved out of your perspective, you would be able to zoom back into it.
How would the water just be stopped? How would the water just be stopped there?
So in the side chat, you're telling me that this horizon is the Earth curve, yes or no?
Well, that's such a little area of the Earth.
No. I just had a guy tell me that the horizon is Earth curve, so he can tell me that that's the tangent point. Why that day the Earth measured in excess of 250,000 in radius. Miles, that is.
Yeah, it would be atmospheric refraction, most likely.
Okay, good. So now you're saying that the horizon is not the tangent point. So the horizon's not the tangent point because you can't draw a straight line to it. You're not seeing straight. It's curved.
The horizon is the tangent point, but there are atmospheric refraction, which is going to affect it depending on how the conditions of the day is. So if you look at the same place 2 different times with 2 different weather conditions, what you see is going to be altered. So you're not actually going to see everything as it's supposed to see it on a
Is
perfect
is it
ball.
that real?
Yes,
Is it
thank
that
you.
real?
Hold on a
That's
second,
why when you look
Sasha.
at the same place at two
Sorry.
different times, and you take
Sasha.
into account atmospheric refraction, you're most likely going to find that the
Whoa,
numbers is very, very accurate.
friend. So you're claiming that now the atmospheric refraction, which is based on R, which you don't have yet, because you're saying that R comes from the tangent point, which is being refracted, which can't be measured if it's refracted. So you're kind of contradicting yourself. So you're saying now that the horizon's not Earth curve because it's refracted?
It is Earth curve, but it appears differently because of
Well,
atmospheric
then,
refraction.
no, no,
I'll
no.
give you
So
some
you can't measure
demonstration.
to it. You can't measure to it if it's refracted. It's not a tangent point. It's not physical. It's not a place you can draw a straight line to.
So this is the
You're contradicting
refraction
yourself.
simulation, like directly from the picture you're referencing.
Yes, I see the simulator. That's a great reification fallacy you've shown me
Thank you,
today.
man.
I appreciate that. So,
Oh yeah,
anyways,
man.
can
So
you show me
what's
how you
fallacy,
can?
please?
It's
What's
called a
fallacy, please?
reification fallacy. I just told you. You weren't listening.
No, I
Reification
wasn't.
fallacy. Look it up. No, you weren't listening. I know. So, reification fallacy. Anyways, the R-based refraction, where did you get that from? Now that your tangent point is debunked by you saying that it's refracted, where'd you get radius from?
What did you say? Where did I get the radius from?
Yeah, because you're using atmospheric refraction. It's based on R.
My name, G equals GM R
So this is where you've gone to just abandon
you
everything.
see, yeah, so how
Where did you get the value from? Not an equation that you made up and reified once again. I want to know where you got that value from. Where did you
Yeah,
get the radius value from?
Exactly.
Where'd you get the radius value from?
Yeah, the radius is gain through watching and observing the how gravity, the effect of gravity. on
What?
Earth. We know
There's
that
no
we
gravity.
have
What gravity?
attraction to Earth, so we can estimate the
What's
size
gravity?
of the Earth, giving
Friend,
us the
stop.
radius of the Earth.
Dude, what's
Yes.
gravity? Why are you just monologuing? What's gravity?
It's a force, most likely.
Oh, so you're an Einstein denier.
No, it could be the bending of space-time as well.
Oh, it can be both? So it's two things at
I'm not
once.
certain about what it is. I can see it happening.
Well, like a
And I
Well,
know
then
why.
why would you make an
I know it
equation
happens.
based on something that you don't even know what it is? Is it a force or is it not a force?
a force would be it being able to bend space time. Like the force is it bending space time.
No, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. What is a relativity, please?
That mass can't be created or destroyed.
Holy cow, dude, that's the first law of thermodynamics. You are lost in this conversation. I think you probably should take a break, maybe Google a little bit, and educate yourself.
That's general relativity, bro.
Strength or
No, it isn't. Okay,
is an
citation,
attribute of
please.
Physical action or movement.
No, citation,
So,
please.
I give it a definition of force. So,
No,
depending
I just
on
want you to
space-time-
cite. I want you to cite what you're talking about.
the definition. Yeah, sure, I'll post it.
What are you citing again? A force? I didn't ask
The
you to cite
definition.
force. I asked you to
No?
cite relativity and talk me through it and tell me why it can be both. It can be a force and a non-force at the same time, violating the law of non-contradiction. Tell me how that works.
What would a non-force be?
Well, I don't know. You're the one that brought it up.
I said it's a force.
He didn't
Yeah,
say
but
it
then
wasn't- he didn't say it was a
relativity, bro. You need to go do your googling. Don't jump in here. You don't know what you're talking about. You're going to kill this guy. You're going to get him killed. He's already getting killed, and you're going to hurt him. Don't hurt your friend.
What?
Now, so it can be both. It can be Einsteinian and Newtonian. One's a force, one's not. Tell me how that works.
How is one? Are you asking me this, or
Yeah, I'm asking you. This was your claim.
when did I say it wasn't a force?
I asked you if you were an Einstein denier. You said no. It could be Einsteinian too. You said it could be both.
Those can happen simultaneously. There's not a
Okay, show me how that works. Give me the citation that it's both happening at the same time. This should be hilarious.
This should be hilarious.
Yeah.
Would the bending of space-time be an attribute of physical action or movement? Yes or no?
No.
No. So the bending
You
of
can
space
you
is
you
not
cannot
accurate or
move the
physical
you
action or moment.
cannot physically move the concept. Do you understand that?
So it wouldn't be a physical action or moment.
Space and time, is that physical? That means no.
Proving once again that globies don't know the subject that they claim to know.
I mean, think about if you leave something heavy in grass, in dirt, if you leave it there for long enough, it's gonna sink into the ground.
Not think about FM Brock. Not think about something. There should to be some guys telling this is relativity and this is working, this is gravity and this is empirical.
Well,
Not
me
think
thinking
about
this,
this, think about that. It will be something empirical. Like for example, you put the boiling water to boil and on the heat, and you see that with the heat, water is boiling. You don't put the water on ice and waiting when it will boil. Do you understand? Or for
well,
example,
I don't understand what you're saying.
you don't discuss about in which case, and now studying like ice will boil the water. You know, that's the gravity. You don't now discuss. Let's see what it's doing. You know, but bending of space time is not moving with some because it's not physical.
We can observe the effect of gravity.
Space-time
we
is
can't
more than
tell
just
with
space-time.
one
Space-time
certainty
is
what
more
it is.
than just a flat plane, though.
But what is space time?
Space-time is the force of which an object is moved.
Can you give me
through space-time.
one cubic meter of space time?
1 cubic meter of space-time would be.
Yeah, can you give me? No. I didn't ask you. Can you give me 15 minutes of the space time?
What?
Can you put 15 minutes in 1 cubic meter?
15 minutes.
Yeah, that's the time. And put that in 1 cubic meter box of one. That's the space.
I think you're getting time and space-time mixed up.
Maybe you are mixing love and hate. How much love we can bend?
What?
You think that you can physically do something with the time?
I feel like you're getting time and space-time mixed up again. I don't really know what you're asking me.
Man, that's concept. No, that's not physical.
It's a
That's like a love.
mathematical
The time
concept.
and love are the same thing in relation to concepts. You know. You cannot touch time. You cannot give time. You cannot stop time.
I mean, you can give time.
No, you cannot give time.
You can give your time.
Oh,
Yeah,
people.
you can.
People. Oh, people. Yes. Give me 15 minutes. Okay?
That you just said give me 15 minutes.
Yes. Can you give me? Give me physically.
Okay. Yeah, I'm giving you 15 minutes. Do whatever you want, bro.
Okay, now. I want now.
Okay, you got 15 minutes. Let's go. Let's
now. I want now.
Yeah, he's giving you 15 minutes. You got the floor. Go ahead.
No, he wants 15 minutes put into a cubic meter.
I want 15 minutes now.
Well then just stand in a cubic meter space for 15 minutes. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh,
Bro, is this where you guys do? You kind of descend everything into nonsense once you've been shown that you don't
I
know
don't
what
know
you're
what this
talking
guy's
about?
asking me, bro.
Is that what it's? No, he's asking you for the
he's asking
physical.
me to-
So what is? Why don't you define for us what space time is then?
It's a
Space-time-
mathematical
space-
concept. But the thing
space-time
he's saying is
the-
space-time doesn't
space-time
exist
is the
because you
bending-
can't show it physically.
Space-time is the
Thank
bending
you.
of the fabric of space.
Thank
That
you
would
very
be the
much. So
bending of
space is a
space-time.
fabric. What color is this fabric? Is it a print? Is it a plaid? Is it pastel colored? What is space time? What does that fabric look like?
It's not
Can
a
you touch
fabric,
it?
but if you were to imagine space-time, think about space-time as not a singular sheet of fabric,
Imagine?
but imagine it as
Why imagine it?
well, because I can't go up and grab some space-time.
How do you know it's real then?
Because of
You
its
cannot.
effect on the world. So for
No,
example,
how do you know
the
it's real?
bending,
If you want to
because the
imagine it
Just
first.
bending of
let me finish.
space-time
Like,
is the
don't think
result
about
of
space-time as a
gravity.
singular sheet of fabric, but think about it as two sheets of fabric that keep something in the middle of it.
So
Think
it's an
about
imaginary two sheets of fabric that
well,
keeps
think about
something in the
think
middle
about
of
if
it.
No,
you have
FN, you're talking in the void. They're saying that it's not real because they can't see it. No matter what you say,
That's
they're going to
that's not
say.
what we're saying.
Well,
You know better
by the
than
way,
that.
that's literally what you're saying.
No, it's not at all
Right?
what we're saying, but you know better. We're asking him to show it to us. Since
Okay,
he
what if-
believes that he's on a spinning ball in this space, certainly he can grab some of that fabric and show it to us.
Okay, so
we
I'm
don't
right.
have to imagine it, right?
Great, so then I'm right. You're saying you don't believe in it because you can't see it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what you're
So
saying.
what is space-time then? How would you be able to detect it? Where is it? Show it to me.
Can you show me gravity?
No, what is gravity? What is that?
Oh, you have
So
to
how
know
do you
either? Oh.
explain how the moon stays where it stays?
What do you think the moon is? Can you go ahead and tell me what the moon is, please?
Carbon.
Great
The
argument.
moon is carbon, okay? And how would you go about verifying that?
Well,
We've been to the
carbon
moon.
is
We've
like
gotten
everything.
samples.
Who's we? You've been to the moon? You and who else?
Well, like us as a people, collective. We say we. It's like
Us is no, I haven't been there.
but you're part of like my species. We as a collective
And
statement.
you're an
Right?
animal. I'm not an animal. Don't worry about it. We're different, you and me. You're an animal. I'm not.
So this is your argumentation. Just keep going down and down and down. Why? And then when I tell you why, you say, "Wait, that's not me."
I'm going to get to the base layer of your argumentation, and you won't help me get there. Why don't you tell me about the moon being carbon and how you can prove that empirically? So, okay, empiricism. Let's tick off the boxes really quick. Hold on a second. Empiricism: observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. We just need those 4 elements for empiricism. So, number 1, what do we observe? Let's start there.
The moon.
Yeah, humans have been to the
Okay,
moon.
so we got the moon. What can we test about the moon?
We can test what the moon is, what it's made of.
How do you test it? How do you test it?
Get a physical sample of it.
No. How are you and me going to get a sample of the moon?
We already.
Me and you won't. Me and you. I work in real estate. I don't know what you do for a living, but me and you don't do things that get samples of the moon. There are people whose jobs.
So who does?
Scientists,
SpaceX
NASA. Yeah, when NASA makes the
explorers.
Yeah, sure.
Robots.
NASA went to the moon and
The sample. Did they get a sample of the moon?
They
Say
have
it one more time?
they have samples of asteroids that have an impact.
Bro, these are stories that you've been told. You don't know anything about that.
Actually,
So
technically,
samples. Can we? All you boys, we need to stay focused. Stop running around with all these red herrings. Now we're on to meteors. Now we're talking about the moon.
Yeah,
the moon.
Apollo. Stop. All right, stop. Apollo 17 collected moon rocks.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Where are these moon rocks? Where are these moon rocks at?
From the soil samplers into
Uh-huh.
4 irons.
Wait, well, hold on. If I tell you where the moon rocks are at, then what?
Okay, we're gonna go test them.
What'd you say?
We're gonna go test them, right?
Yeah, but you're not qualified.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. If I tell you where they are, you're going to go and test them?
Why not? Why can't we?
No one's saying that we can't. They're at Space Center's
Okay, well, let's
Houston's
do
Lunar
this.
Vault.
All right, you ready to go? Let's go test it. What are we testing for, by the way?
Hold on.
Can you
Hold on.
tell me that?
Hold on. Do you believe there's a war going on?
Hold on. We're talking about the moon rocks. We're not going to go on the red herring to the war. Let's talk about the moon rocks that you said we can test.
Well, your premise. I disagree with your premise. You're saying that since you
What
can't
is my
test it, it must not
premise?
be true. Your
No, I
premise
didn't
is
say that. I said, let's know, sir. Actually, you're making my point for me because it's unfalsifiable, right? It doesn't meet the criteria of empiricism by your admission.
Well, hold on. Why is it unfalsifiable?
Hold on. Because you said we can't go do that. I'm saying let's go do it. Why can't we?
Because maybe we don't have access to that.
Why don't we have access to it? Those moon rocks belong to us just as much as they do to anybody else, unless you're an animal being controlled by somebody else. Are you an animal?
How do they belong to us? Hold on,
you
stop. No, why are we talking over each other? Why do they belong to me and you?
Hold on. You started this with "we have."
Yeah, no, but he already disagreed with that premise of we. So hold on, but he disagreed with that we.
Well, they should belong to you because you say things like we. We went to the moon.
But he doesn't agree with
You just
we.
said, well, maybe we don't have access to them, so we don't have them.
Yes, because he disagrees with a collective we.
If we went there, then where are our moon rocks? Tell me.
I'm talking to Says Who right now, right? He's the guy that wants to talk to me, right? Unless he's done. Okay, so when you say that we can't see them, are you talking about me and you? Says Who 5833? Gotcha. Okay, he's
Who
done.
are you speaking of when you said we have them? That's
we,
a
as in
question you need
people,
to
as in a
answer
collective,
yourself.
as in humans. It's a collective statement.
Okay, so then we went down the road. Can we see them? And you said, well, we don't have access to them.
We could still probably see them, right? There's probably
Oh,
recordings
Lord,
of
save
them.
us
So
all, dude.
they could be displayed in a museum. I don't know.
Okay, obviously.
Oh, you don't know what you think they're.
Hold on. Okay, fine. They are displayed in a museum. We can see them.
Oh, we can see them, but we cannot know what they are made of.
Well, okay. Oh, God. It's epistemology, guys. Come on. Epistemic truths. This is where we're at right now. I know you guys don't have any, but...
If somebody show you anything, that will be what that person told you.
Well, that's what you guys are saying, by the way, just so you know. That is what you're saying.
No, that's not correct, because when I was speaking about the beach and the distances, there was should to be geometrical horizon 1.22 miles. There is nothing to go to some museum for the rocks. You can choose any beach, for example, and it's not forbidden. Now, for example, we need to look for that museum. We need to ask permission for that guy. But I think if you
hold on. Do you have a bank? Hold on, wait. Do you have a bank that you put your money in? Well, couldn't it be that something valuable we don't want it stolen, so we put it somewhere where people just can't steal it? I mean, wouldn't that make a lot of sense, right? I mean, I think everybody agrees with that concept.
Let's go get more. Can't you just go up there and get more?
It's probably super expensive, right? So it's probably not just like driving down the road and getting a rock that's
cool story,
Elvis. Yeah, thanks.
So this is unfalsifiable by your admission.
Are you back? No. Hold on. But when you said we can't go see it, what did you mean by we? Did you say me and you?
Who can?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Do you have a bank?
Bro, yes. No, I don't have a bank. I have some money that belongs to the United States, Federal Reserve, in a bank.
Sure. But you keep your money at a bank. Can I just go and get the money out of the bank?
It's not my money.
Okay,
no,
fine.
Of course not. It's not my money. It's not your money. That's the whole point, right?
Okay,
so this we thing, they have moon rocks. You don't.
Hold on. Do you have personal
your moon rock
that belong to you?
What does this have to do with the moon rocks that we can go look at?
Because I'm trying to take the concept of preventing people from stealing things. Because I guess you don't understand that concept.
Why would they steal moon rocks? Who's stealing moon rocks?
Let's go on supply and demand. It's something that's really short in demand. There aren't a lot of moon rocks out there, maybe. So maybe someone just wants it, a collector. So maybe they would.
You said they're ours. So are you saying it belongs to somebody else and they're keeping them from you? Are you going to steal moon rocks?
Us as a collective species of things that we discovered, but just because, when I say we
went to the moon.
Yeah,
we went there. We went to the moon. So those are our rocks. How can we steal our rocks from ourselves?
I think I live in Maryland, the state. I think in Maryland we have roads. We pay tax monies for that roads, but that road doesn't belong to me. But it's a part of
and you have crab cakes as well. Dude, why are you trying to turn this into an Indiana Jones sequel?
I'm directly responding to what you guys are saying. You just can't follow basic concepts. It's so frustrating. Okay, when I say I own
tangent. You're on a red herring tangent. You got to get back to the topic.
Hold on.
What are we going to test with these rocks? What are we going to test on these rocks? Bro, if you're going to continue to red herring away from this. Okay, how would you compare a moon rock to something else? By the way, they did this. You know that, right? They found out that the moon rocks they tried to give to, who was it? France? Who'd they give the moon rocks to and ended up being petrified wood? Don't you find that interesting? The Dutch.
Man, with the story Yugoslavia got it, Tito got it to one in 7.
Must be fun. Also, what do you guys think? Must be exciting.
So they gave the Dutch a sample of the moon rocks, and it was petrified wood. Why is that?
So the Apollo 17 rocks that they collected, they gave it to the Dutch, and it turned out it was petrified wood. Is that what you're telling me? Or are you saying that there were these moon rocks apparently, and then the Dutch tested them and they were petrified wood? Which one? What are you saying?
Either way, it ended up being petrified wood. Do you think there's petrified wood from the moon?
So the moon rocks on Apollo 17 were petrified wood, is what you're telling me.
Is this news to you?
Yes, that would be news to me. Let's see. Apollo 17 moon rocks.
Welcome to the mainstream narrative.
They don't put that on CNN.
Love CNN.
I could tell.
I can tell, dude.
Do you believe maybe that your cousins are rocks?
I can't understand you. My cars are rocks?
Yeah.
I don't know
because there is one girl astronaut also saying that your cousins are rocks.
That's crazy.
Don't believe also.
All right,
Also,
Sean,
like
yeah,
the
we're
wrong
not
one.
going to go in that direction.
The fuck, man?
Dude, just don't derail like that.
Let's find the moon rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to finish reading his what it
Okay,
really
so
is.
the Apollo missions brought back moon rocks from Earth. Some of the moon rocks Apollo 11 and Apollo 17 brought back were gifted twice by President Nixon to 135 countries in the Netherlands. Both of these gifts are intact and preserved in the museum. However, there is another unrelated gift in the form of petrified wood that was mistaken to be a moon rock for several years. It seems like it's backwards based on just the first paragraph of what I read here, of that there was petrified wood that was mistaken as a moon rock, not that there was a moon rock that was then mistaken as petrified wood.
Okay, where is the real one?
Reading Wiki.
Well, there's 130. Okay, so if Nixon gave it to 135 countries, I guess there's at least 135 moon rocks,
Okay,
right?
can you tell
How much are they? Where?
one place in one country, not 130?
What do you mean one place in one country? The only
Can
place
you
that got...
choose
Hold on.
now?
Yeah, I can. Yes, I can.
Yeah,
The only place that got the petrified wood was
was Holland. Okay.
was the Netherlands.
All others are moon rocks. Okay.
Yes. Well, it was... Yeah, well, it was always petrified wood, but it was mistaken as a moon rock.
Okay.
So does NASA just have like a pile of rocks and they're like, ah, shit, we grabbed the wrong one? Like, what's going on here?
I don't know. Well, you made the claim. How do you not know?
You said
Not
they
know
keep them
about
in a
what?
fucking vault, dude.
Well, you asked me, like, what is
Do
it
they
that...
just keep a pile of rocks in a vault, or do they put each rock in a...
How do you guys not know this? You made the claim.
No, it's not my claim. Moon rocks are not my claim.
Well, hold on. You said that, I talked about moon rocks. Said, what do you mean, the petrified wood? The moon rocks that they found to be petrified wood? This is something you know about. So how don't you know?
Yeah. I know that story. I'm just asking you, how do you think that happened? How do you think they ended up with petrified wood instead of a moon rock? What would you compare a moon rock to?
You don't know the story if you're asking me that.
How do you know what a moon rock is if you can't compare it to anything?
Wait, what?
So we're talking about moon rocks that you and I can test. What are we testing about these moon rocks? If they're from the moon or what they're made of, what are we testing?
You could test the mineral, what they're made of, the minerals in them. Like, what do you mean?
So what are the minerals on the moon?
I don't know, but why is that relevant to what we're saying?
Because we're talking about testing the moon rocks. Remember empiricism? We're going all the way back to that. That's where we started.
Empiricism isn't a process. It's not relevant of what the moon is made out of. That's for
No, there's four criteria that we have to meet.
Yeah, we can go over the criteria.
We're testing moon rocks.
Yeah, but
so the testability, so we can test these moon rocks. Now, how do we test these moon rocks? You tell me.
I have no idea. How do geologists test rocks? I don't know.
You said this was empirical, and we can't even make it to testable. You don't even know what you're testing for.
That's not relevant. It's the criteria for empiricism.
Yeah, observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. That's the criteria. We haven't even made it to testable yet.
Yes. No. All that matters is that we're doing those things. What those tests are, that's an interesting question.
No one has done testable yet. You haven't done it, and I haven't done
it. Are you saying
because those moon rocks that...
Okay, are you saying we haven't done it? Hold on. Are you saying we haven't done it because I haven't stated what has been done?
Who has then, since you and I can't do it, which already got the falsifiable thing out, so no more empiricism, but who's tested these moon rocks?
Let's look it up. I imagine NASA scientists, right?
Well, imagine all you want.
You will look at now. You
That's
know
more,
that
it's more of an inference than an imagination, right?
Are you saying that
Infer
you will find
you want?
Are you saying that you will find it now? You didn't know, but you will find it now.
What do you mean?
You know that it's for fact must be there, but you never look into that. You never find it. You never research it. You are saying, look, I will look it now.
For the same reason that when you start your car, you know it's not going to blow up the next time you start it. There's like a trust in a process and a trust in some sort of manufacturing that you trust in. Seemingly a blind trust, probably not.
For example, if I don't know something about some issue, I will not claiming that I know something. I will first research that issue, and then I will claim it.
You're wrong. But what matters is I know about empiricism.
Really?
Yes,
okay.
Well, that's what matters.
Okay, you know before researching. Okay.
Correct. How many persons? Okay, I'm reading. I'll send this in chat too. You guys can read along with me. We can learn something today.
I don't really want to read in chat. You're supposed to be supporting your claim. You can tell me what they did to test these rocks. Do you need time to go away and read it?
I'm just reading it now.
Maybe go on mute and we'll talk to the people that you already interrupted.
Sure, go ahead.
So who's the guy that this gentleman here rudely interrupted?
It was
we were talking about space-time.
He left. It was
Space-time leave?
Yeah, he left.
FN, tell me more about this space-time.
Well, I can tell you, space-time, if you take like a trampoline and you throw a bowling ball in the middle, let it sit there, and you take like marbles and stuff and you roll them around, that's space-time.
Oh, so it's like a physical fabric.
Yeah, I guess. Trampoline I'm using.
It'd be awesome if someone could bring us a piece of this fabric so we could sew it to something else. We could make a space-time patch. You know, if there's a hole in space-time, we could patch it up with more space-time.
Oh, I just demonstrated space-time, I win.
In your example, all balls finishing in the center of that trampoline.
I think so, all this talk about space time makes me think that somebody spent a little too much time in the Gene Roddenberry Star Trek Next Generation universe.
Isn't T2 the second power, the guy who went to the moon?
Yep.
Yeah, he went. He said we went, right? So you and who else?
Mm-hmm. Me and my friend.
Cool.
Thank you.
Got any proof?
I've got a picture.
You didn't take a picture?
What you should have looked for was a golf ball.
You must be old because only people in 70s. Nobody else.
And can be distinguished by. It's too complicated. Okay, I can give you some examples of how we test what minerals are in a lunar rock. Okay, example one. So let's say that there is quartz and some. So lunar rock is made of quartz, calcite, magnite, and hematite. I don't know if I'm saying any of that right. Okay, one way that we test if something has quartz in it is we put it under ultraviolet light, and if it glows, then it has quartz in it. One way if we tell if something has calcite in it is we put it in a 10% solution of hydrochloric acid, and if it reaches a certain pH level, we can say that it has calcite in it. You know, it would be things like that is how we're testing what minerals are in certain rocks. We look at how, we look at how rocks respond on Earth. That's how we identify, how to test for it, and then we just do the same thing on lunar rocks and fucking on the moon.
So you're just telling me the mechanics of testing rocks? How about figuring out how they're authentic space rocks? How about that?
Okay, so we're pivoting. So you asked me how we test it. Do you understand? Did I answer that question? Okay, can you just tell me?
Yeah, you answered the question. That's great. Perfect. Now we just need to know if they're from the moon. How do we do that?
Do you record keeping?
Oh, you just think they're just going to bring back rocks from wherever and be like, "Yep, these are from the moon." How would you know if they were, being honest with you or not? Is this just a blind faith?
Okay, if you want to get down to the bottom of everything, epistemology is probably all maybe blind faith. If you really want to get down to it, not really, because
I'm asking you. Why are you pivoting now? We were talking about epistemology. I'm asking you. Since we have moon rocks, you said we do. Our moon rocks. How do we know that they're from the moon?
Through a repeatably trustworthy record keeping process.
So the government's really good at keeping records, and they're trustworthy.
Aren't those the records that they lost?
I doubt it. I bet if I look into whatever you're saying, it's not going to be true. It's just like everything else.
The telemetry data, the original tapes. Didn't they lose that shit?
I don't know.
Can we find the same rock on the Earth, or is that one is different?
Probably different. I don't know if you could find it made up of the exact same things. You're probably going to find similar types of rocks on Earth. But
if it's different, it must be different in something. That means in some material what doesn't exist.
No, I mean, not necessarily. It might be a combination. I don't know if this is true, but I'm saying it could be that there's a combination of materials that only exist on the moon. But although all those materials do exist on Earth, the combination of them.
And which are?
So I can read it out to you. Let's see.
HR?
Yep, hold on. I gotta find it again.
Okay.
It said they're made up. These include quartz, calcite, magnite, and hematite. Mica
Yeah,
is
all-
a bunch of words.
All
That's what the
Earth.
moon's made of then?
Yes,
Moon's
all
made
these
of
things
that?
are all on Earth, but it could be that these the combination of these
Yeah,
things
it
only
could
exists on
be.
Earth.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be. That means
Mm-hmm.
it's the same rock we can find on the Earth.
Well, hypothetically, I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, okay, you guys want to know what enough is? Them just saying that they got a rock from the moon is enough. That is enough.
only, man, to point out how much.
Appeal to authority.
How did
Yes,
you came?
we do it all the time.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we
How
do.
did
When you take
you
Tylenol because you have a headache, that's an appeal to authority.
You believe something what you don't. For example, in this case, you are.
You do too.
Man, it could be that it's from moon. I'm not saying, but you are saying that it is from moon with this data saying nothing, because that's only belief, And you're saying with the same materials what are on the Earth, this is the rock from the moon. How that is the same? That's like look. This rock has the calcium. This it has the iron. Oh, that could be from the moon. No, man, that could be from the Earth.
No, yeah, I don't know. I just disagree. Like, I think you believe in things that you totally don't understand either, but you just trust the process because
No, I don't
it's
believe in
physically
things. I told
effective.
you what I believe. I believe in 10 flat surface beach, and I can say, look, this is 10 flat surface of water. I don't see any curvature, but there should to be curvature. That I'm saying, and that I can empirically prove to you. I cannot prove you what is made from moon rock. That I never was on the moon. I don't know who was. I never was in a museum. I never had that moon rock in front of me.
Mm-hmm. What about it's like when you get a headache or something, do you take like Tylenol or some sort of pain reliever?
So, friend, I need you to concede that you yourself prove that this is not empirical evidence that anybody went to the moon, or that the moon is what you think it is.
When did I say that? Or you asked me to concede. Now you're saying I said things that would lead me.
Yes, you went ahead and sabotaged your own argument. I just need you to say, yeah, I guess it's not empirical.
Wait, how did I do that?
You could just say it, since it's already been proven by you.
I don't know. I'm asking you, how did I do that?
Well, let's back up to your claim earlier. What was your claim? What was empirical?
That we got the rocks from the moon.
That we got rocks. Oh, from the moon, right? And so
Apollo 17.
We don't have falsifiability. We don't have that, so that's out.
Oh,
so just go ahead and concede. Okay, so you and me can falsify whether or not these are moon rocks. So you and I would need to go to the moon. Are you ready to go?
Was that how we would have to? Is that the only way to do things?
That's falsifiability. You and I need to be able to falsify the claim. We need to go to the moon and grab us some rocks and compare them with the rocks that they brought back.
Could we admit maybe there's degrees of falsifiability that we could rely on?
Can we admit maybe now I have to go ahead and move the goalpost because I've already debunked myself and now I want to change the goalpost?
Hold on. Okay, well, can I...
No, you disagree because you've already proven yourself wrong.
No, hold on. Do you think that there's a war going on in Ukraine?
Bro, your analogies are ridiculous, okay? You keep running off to Tylenol and war in Ukraine. I have no idea. By the way, I have no idea if there's a war going on in Ukraine because I don't live in Ukraine and I don't go to Ukraine.
I'm just saying, if you think that if you have no reason to think there is one, then I will concede to you because if that is your standard, then that's your standard.
I think that's because somebody on the idiot box told me that there was a war in Ukraine. I don't know anybody from Ukraine. I haven't met a soldier that's come back from there and told me there's a war going on over there.
Okay,
so I have no idea. It's unfalsifiable as far as I'm concerned, so I don't bother myself with it too much. So falsifiability, once again, can you falsify whether or not there's a war going on in Ukraine?
Based on your standard of falsifiability, yeah, then it's unfalsifiable. Then we don't know anything. But
No, it's not falsifiable. That's not actually, it turns out you can go to Ukraine and you can falsify it.
Well, you can go to the moon, right? But
oh, really? So you and I can get a ticket and go to the moon?
Well, technically, we could build a rocket if we did learn a lot about astrophysics.
We could? See, I know that I can get on a plane and I could probably end up somewhere around Ukraine and probably sneak in over there and see if there's anything blowing up. You and I cannot get on a rocket and go to the moon.
No,
so knock it off.
Technically, spend the next 20 years learning about astrophysics and build rockets and go up to the moon.
It's all about the hypothetical. I get it, right? You just kind of
you built the hypothetical.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said I could go to Ukraine and do it.
I can. I didn't say I could. I can get on a plane.
And we can spend the next 20 years learning about astrophysics and build a rocket. We can do that.
I'll tell you what. You and I are going to falsify them moon rocks. You get to building that rocket, bro.
Okay, let's go. But just so we're clear, everyone here doesn't agree with that standard of falsifiability. Unless you do.
A lot of people have really low standards, just like you do. They appeal to the governing authority to be their mommy and daddy and give them good information, even though you already know that the government is not going to tell you the truth about a lot of things. By example, their great ability at keeping records that you mentioned earlier, right?
I think they do a pretty good job at taking care of us.
So they're very upfront, they're very honest, and they keep good records.
We live in probably one of the best, safest countries in the world. We're on the internet right now. Like, I think we're fine. I think the government does a pretty good job keeping us all safe and happy. You know, I think we're being a little dramatic.
And they do a good job of encouraging your outer space travel fantasies as well.
I guess so.
Yeah, we're all doing great. Glad you're enjoying the day.
If that's the biggest problem in this country, then
It's not a problem.
We're doing pretty good. Well, I think it is. If you guys think that they're holding truth
Well,
away
it sounds
from us,
like a problem to you.
Wait, you don't think it's a problem? It absolutely is a problem. If the country was withholding information about like our world and the truth.
Dude, it's not my problem that people are gullible.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But all right, well.
Remember the day before
It's not my problem that you believe you'll travel to space one day. That's your thing.
You guys just aren't ambitious enough, maybe.
Stop the cat, dude.
This is ridiculous.
Come on, Elvis.
T2, are you even seeing the side chat right now?
What is it?
You seen all this, the petrified wood? I think it's funny you claim, oh, moon rocks.
But what about all the other moon rocks? This is just one petrified wood in the Netherlands, which is where the petrified.
All the other moon rocks that you can't falsify, those ones? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm just asking. Sure, exactly.
You're in the bargaining stage.
There was at least 135 moon rocks. Only one of them was.
What about the asteroid they caught? What about that Bruce Willis bomb?
Yeah, there's at least 135 moon rocks spread against 135 countries. So if only, well, that was the claim. I don't know, maybe it's all wrong. But if only one of them was petrified wood, then you know what? That's a pretty good track record. You know.
No.
1 out of 135 is.
Can I ask a question? Why did they build the Panama Canal if the Earth is flat?
The Panama Canal only works if the Earth is flat. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about this question?
Damn, you owned me. Shit. Damn.
You should think it through, bro. Think it through.
Right.
No, seriously, though. Let's have a real conversation. Do you want to have a real conversation just for a moment? You want to have a real conversation?
Oh, hold on. I want to know, it's not about having a real conversation, but like, how do you? Okay, so where does the line end? Like, is it at Alaska? Is it at
what line? What line are you talking about?
I don't know. The flat Earth, right? It's a circle. So you either go from.
Who said it was a circle? Who said it was a circle?
Okay, my bad. Okay, what is it? The fucking square?
No, it's a fucking where you live, not a fucking triangle. No, it's where you live.
It's the effing ground beneath your feet.
He's asking.
Okay, but I'm talking about like if you're looking at a map, right? Where do you go to discover America? Like, is it like because it's like a circle, right? So you need to like.
Who said it was a circle?
That big statue with the torch.
Yeah, but like it's complicated when there's like a wall of ice with nothing behind it.
What wall of ice?
That's what you claim.
No, it's not our claim. That's the U.S. government's claim. The ice wall of Antarctica, that's the U.S. government claim. I don't claim that.
The ice wall surrounding the flat Earth.
That's the U.S.
There's an ice wall surrounding the flat Earth. Show me this flat Earth ice wall you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking
about. I don't believe in it. That's you. What, do you think you just navigate and then you fall off? Is that what you fucking...
You're the one that came in here and told me about it. This is your claim.
You're supposing that they make any assertions on the shape of the Earth. Like they don't.
No, we didn't talk about shape. We never make shape claims. You guys have a shape claim.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
It's not a sphere, by the way. The Earth is not a sphere. I agree with you.
I know. Great.
Yeah.
So what is it? A potato?
It's like a sphere, but it's not actually a sphere.
So it's not a sphere.
It's a bit bent over,
It's a bit bent over?
Yeah, it's never.
What does that mean?
It just looks like a sphere. Well, okay, it's like take a ball and squeeze on it, and that's what the Earth looks like.
Holy cow! Okay, how would you prove that?
How would I prove that? I know it. That's all. Look at you have to do your
You
own
just
research.
know it.
Do your own.
Well, you
research.
made the claim, bro. You made the
Yeah,
claim.
do
I'd
your own
love for you to
research.
prove
Aren't
to
you doing
me,
your own
friend.
research?
Friend, you gotta
No,
calm
I'm
down.
not your
So you
friend.
made it.
I'm a very sane
You got.
individual.
You
Every time
have
you
a
speak to
claim.
me, refer to me as that, please.
Captain Insano, is that what you wanted?
No, Captain Sano, please.
So, have you ever watched Waterboy, like Captain Insano? Anyway,
No, I don't know what that is.
okay. So you made a claim that the Earth is a
Yeah.
squished ball.
Yeah.
That's your claim. Can you support that
Well,
claim
yeah.
with any evidence, or are you just here to troll?
What do you mean trolling? This is real.
Okay, give me the evidence for the squish ball.
Now you got to do your own research. You don't get it.
No, it's your claim. You're proving to me the claim
No,
that
you
you
got to
made.
do your own research. That's how it works. I tell you something.
Okay,
and
so you are here to troll. So you're wasting everybody's time.
on.
I even asked you if you wanted to have like a meaningful conversation. Seems like you don't.
Yeah, glad you interrupted that for comrade. Back to the back of the bread line. It's a good thing. Who was the last guy? It always happens when someone's actually speaking. Who was that? Oh, Elvis.
I think we're done.
Elvis landed on the
You're
moon.
working on your moon rocket.
Mm-hmm. Me and says who are going to start reading up on those astrophysics test books, and we'll get there in a couple of years.
You think it's going to be 2 years before we build a rocket?
I'd
Only
say
like a 6
5 years
course
we can
is
get a
all
skeletal
day.
understanding of it. 6 years we can actually build one.
Are you going to put one of those big TCBs with a lightning bolt on it, like Elvis did with his plane?
Exactly, because we're going to be taking care of
Okay.
business the whole way.
You going to fund this project, Elvis?
Of course. All that
Some
Graceland money, all that merch.
deep pockets.
Exactly.
How high do planes go before their engines stop working?
All right, I'm out. Good talk, guys. See ya.
Elvis has left the building.
That was a special one. It just amazes me. Every time I think that I've heard the dumbest thing I'll ever hear from a Globie, another one comes in.
And totally redeems himself. Not.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, where do they get the script? You know, they always have the same stuff. It's just like, as Crit likes to say, it's like going to the store, seeing the doll with the pull string in the back of it, and then you just go pull the next one, and it'll say the same thing as the previous one did. And then you go one down, and maybe it's a step or two ahead, and then it'll say the thing ahead of the one you were previously holding.
Hello, everyone. Do we have any spinning oblate paroid evidence, please? Thank you.
Guys, we have a hero in our midst, Mr. Dave, sir. Good to see you, sir. Or good to hear you, I should say.
Got into Dave.
The latest is if you grab a ball and squish that ball, the Earth's the ball.
That's logical. Makes sense. I'm back on the ball. Thank you.
Let's shut down the server, guys. We've gotten the proof we've been looking for. I just sent CJ the message.
I'm glad it's finally over.
Yeah, me too.
I need to thank that guy.
All this time, and it was an oblate paroid after all, and it was spinning, man. What a shock. I'm saying.
I'm just so glad that Bob Nodell and Mark Sargent and Jaron proved that the Earth spins, and this cat told us that you squeeze a ball, you know, the Earth is a ball. So thank God it's all behind. How are we going to stay in touch, guys? Are we still going to have like an X Flat Earther forum or something?
Unless we could try and disprove it.
You got to start a chapter of Flat Earthers Anonymous. I'll join. Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll have it up there in Cincinnati, and then that way we both can reasonably get there, and we'll get CB and maybe a few others to come to FEA.
Yeah, what is that? Like a support group, like Flat Earthers
Anonymous. Yeah,
Anonymous.
exactly.
Nice. Yeah.
That was Dave's. That's Dave's. He's the Sovereign Grand Commander.
You should probably stay away from that name Anonymous. I think it's already taken.
You get a free squishy ball if you attend.
Welcome, Trom. Experiencing trauma over this topic. Stunned, speechless. Okay.
Did anybody watch Witsit and Professor?
That has not yet happened.
How long, dude? And where do I go? Just on YouTube?
Just gonna have to travel an hour into the future to check that out.
That's in a little over an hour, and it's on a channel. Hang on, I can tell you the name of the channel.
Hey guys, I have, by the way, talking about space time, I have invented a time machine that takes you 1 hour into the future.
Thanks, Eric. And
So, it's the greatest thing in the world. It takes you 1 hour into the future.
Yeah, you just wait an hour.
Yeah, well, I mean, it takes an hour to get there, but it does take you an hour in the future.
There, I did it. I time traveled.
I don't know why, but it just made me think of Celebrity Jeopardy on Saturday Night Live, where one of the topics was the pen is mightier. And that guy that's supposed to be Sean Connery is like, I'll take the penis mightier for 400. He's like, I've tried products like this before, paid a pretty penny, but if yours really works, well, then I'll take a dozen.
Yeah, swords and therapists. I won't say how we botched those, but yeah, those were great episodes. Swords, Alex.
Yeah.
Is my mic working?
No.
Come on.
Did you
Maybe
just
that
time travel too?
quartering. The quartering. I'll shut up. The 1 hour Professor Dave is going to defend the globe. Should be hilarious.
So we have fake Professor Dave versus a representative of Flat Earth Society 2.0. All right.
Man, this must be good. Is it possible? Would it be possible, or if anyone's willing to actually have like a little sit-in party or something while we all watch it? No,
Yeah, that would be
Definitely
fun.
has his own opinions, man.
Could be a good laugh. I don't know.
I think it will be. You'll have fake Professor Dave make some BS claim, and then you'll have some word salad from Witsit, and then you'll have fake Professor Dave claim that he won, throw a few ad homs, and then another dubious claim, and then more word salad from Witsit, another ad hominem.
I'll make one prediction that one of the first globe claim that Professor Dave's going to go with is some kind of sky phenomenon.
Moon.
Go ahead.
Does Matt Nuclear know this is happening? Maybe he'll catch on to he'll catch on and jump on live and say, "Oh, don't forget the moon phases, right?"
Yeah, who though? I don't know. I don't know who that is. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Must be pretty irrelevant. Yeah, they must be pretty irrelevant.
Yeah, he's irrelevant. Everybody's in here all the time arguing with on Jekyll's side, you know.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Nah, never mind then. He changes his name a lot, so.
I do. He's a fanboy. He always talks about Professor Dave. It's his hero.
No, I mean he's banished. He's banished from the channel. And
I understand.
Who are we talking about again? I lost my train of thought.
Weren't we talking about Witsit versus?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Got derailed on a ghost for a second there.
Slightly.
I feel you, heretic. All those globe believers just kind of blend together, kind of forget who they are, you know.
Yeah, just like Crit says.
I'm just paying them no. I guess it didn't really come across, but I'm just paying them no acknowledgement, or trying to.
Yep, I'm going out on a limb and saying the number one globe proof for non-Professor Dave is something in the sky. Y'all wait and see.
I agree with Dave.
I don't know. I think that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man.
Real fast, yeah, they tend to avoid the Earth like the plague. Their head's always in the clouds, and they're never grounded in reality.
I'm going to say that the number one globe proof, especially since we're dealing with Professor Dave, is going to be a never-ending barrage of condescension and insults.
Yeah, I'd say you got a high percentage chance of getting that correct, probably.
Sounds highly intellectual.
I don't know if I would imagine it being any different than when he was talking to Flat Earth Dave. I mean, Witsit, his material is a little bit higher echelon than, I guess, Flat Earth Dave's, but it's just going to be the same format, right? Like they're going to have opening statements, and then it's just going to be a shit show after that.
Well, no, Dave. The last time when Dave was on, they had like 3-on-1 with like their own guys' platforms, so they could just have a free for all. This is supposedly going to be moderated a little more fairly.
Time will tell.
It doesn't matter what he says as long as people get to hear what Witsit's saying on that large of an audience. I mean, Dave's just going to be an idiot regardless. So it's not like he's going to challenge anybody. He just has ad homs. That's all he has.
Mackie, what do you think's going to happen? How do you think your buddy Dave's going to open?
I care about what Dave will say in the debate about as much as what Scott Mackey's about to say about Dave.
I think Scott Mackey can't find a script, so he's going to go with nuh-uh.
I'll tell you, well, you just don't understand it.
We have no current heliocentric enthusiasts with us. Guess not.
Yeah, sometimes they got to go to the think tanks and really work on their rhetoric.
Hey guys, and I'd appreciate if somebody could tell Quad to stay out of my DMs. I'll question Witsit or anybody else that.
Yeah, we don't like the cult of personality thing, Quad. Anybody can question anybody. Especially me.
Yeah, get muted.
If I'm wrong, let me know.
Yo, did I miss a plot episode or something? Why is J.E. muted? J. Barrington muted. You guys? Did you guys?
What'd you say?
Why is?
What are you mumbling about, John Wick? What do you want?
J.E. Shut up, heretic. Please do not.
No thanks.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on here?
Better luck next time. Well, did he have anything off topic?
to add? Yes, he did. That's all he had to add. Let's see if he can switch it around.
Right. So, I'm going to rephrase that to Heretic, I did not ask for your opinion on the matter. I just simply asked if why J.E. Barrington was muted. Then you just go on like saying.
So you're not asking for my opinion about why he's muted? Anyway, that's off topic. What else you got?
I was muted too. He didn't complain.
Yeah, why the bias? Anyway, I don't want to feed into it.
Any Globers in here? Brave enough
What do you
to
mean?
defend their
Wait, what do you mean?
globe?
You got some balls, kid. Wait, is Heretic like a political or something? I don't know. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm the president.
Oh, I don't think so, Heretic. Maybe of this call, yeah, sure. But I would definitely be worried.
I'm the president of the Discord call. Show some respect.
Yeah.
It's all about the flat earthers. All about the people.
What do you guys think Globers get from like? Do you think there's some conspiracy? I'm asking you guys. Do you think like there's some conspiracy?
NASA gets like $68 million a day.
What? Can
Yeah.
you do you have anything to back that up?
Yeah,
Yeah, go on. Send it to me. I'll look at it.
sure. Give me just a second. Gotta pause the game. Should have kept my mouth shut.
He didn't like me questioning Widget.
But I'm talking about the meta. Nobody cares.
I will meet you all now. When will you meet everyone?
Dude, focus.
Wow. Like, there's no solid like discussion here. If there was, I'd be dead silent. If you guys want to just start one, I'll immediately shut up.
Let's make it an on-topic discussion. How about that?
All right, and that's a good direction, Heretic. Finally, you're doing your job. So I'm asking.
Finally did it. Yeah, so cut me some slack. Help me out.
Yeah. No, I mean you're doing actually more than your job. Actually, congrats to you. You yeah, you're very good. All right. So I want to ask, like, do you guys have any explanation for like gravity? Because I
Yeah,
never
it's-
heard.
it's
I
real
in
simple.
all of the times I was here, I never asked that. Like
It's
no one.
yeah, it's real simple. So gravitas means weight, right? But the word gravity has many different meanings. So when you say, "Do you believe in gravity?" we need to know, like, what do you mean by that?
I mean gravity, as in I drop this glass, like this glass cup next to me. What if I take it, raise it, and drop it on the ground? How do you prove?
It's
Like how do
denser
you?
than the air around it, so there's not enough buoyant force to hold it up. Like the table can hold it up, right? The ground can hold it up, but the atmosphere cannot, so it has weight. But if you drop a helium balloon, what happens?
If I drop a helium balloon,
Full of helium, about
Yeah,
to pop,
it will float.
really full. It goes up, right? So that's something that you can demonstrate, right?
Yeah.
So let's say we got the ocean. You think the ocean is held down by gravity.
Yeah.
But what happens if I boil water?
You can't boil the entire ocean.
No, a cup of it.
Well,
It's
then
called a
it
proof of
disperses.
concept. It's called a proof of concept. You take some ocean water out, you boil
turns
it,
to gas.
turns into a gas, and it goes up like the helium, right?
Yeah.
So
What's
what
your point
happens if I take the ocean water and I put it in a vacuum chamber? I suck out all the
You can't.
atmosphere.
You can't.
What?
There's no feasible way to do that.
There's no way to put water in a vacuum chamber?
No, there's no way to put the ocean into a vacuum.
Bro, you don't understand. I'm talking about a cup of ocean water. That's the ocean,
Cup of
right?
ocean water. All right.
Yeah, yeah. This is called an
What's your
experiment.
point?
My point is that if you put a cup of ocean water in a vacuum chamber and you turn on the pump and you start pumping out the atmosphere, it's going to boil. The gas
If
will
you
come
pump
out.
out the atmosphere,
If you pump out the gas
Oh.
in the vacuum chamber, the
Okay.
ocean water will boil at a low temperature. So scientifically, we can demonstrate that what you call gravity is relative density, because when you boil the water, it phase changes. And it
But
goes
that's
up
on a
like
very
in the
smaller
clouds.
scale, Larry. That's on a very smaller scale.
Well,
That's
what
not the
happens
same
if you
thing.
have a volcano and it erupts magma into the ocean floor?
It hardens. The material hardens.
The water boils.
No.
No?
All right.
You,
So
you
when the
think you
water
can throw
comes in
water
contact
on
with
magma?
lava, no, listen. When the water comes in contact with the lava, some of it obviously, from the sheer heat, turns into gas. But
Right. It boils.
eventually, the water is gonna make contact with the lava, right? And then it's going to harden, like the lava, right? It's gonna turn into whatever material it is. I forgot its name.
Rock.
Right? It's gonna, yeah. It's I don't know. There's like a certain name to it. But anyways, it's gonna harden, right? And then that's about it. That's what
So
happens.
what happens when the eruption happens and the water at the bottom of the ocean comes in contact with the lava, the magma?
The
Then
water
it's
in the
going.
bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
Wait, so you think if a volcano erupts, it's going to
Boil
it's
water.
always going to go down to the bottom of the ocean?
No, bro. I said the eruption that happens at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh. Well, actually, I'm not that versed in volcanoes, but from
Do you know
what's
how
your?
islands are made? Allegedly, islands are made that way.
Well, yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah.
Okay, that's what we've been told. There's also artificial islands, but my point is, hold on, bro. My point is that we have a naturally observed phenomenon, right? Water boils in hot springs and other. And when you add heat to water, it boils. When you decrease the gas pressure around water, it boils. So
Okay.
when it phase changes, it causes it to become less dense, and the buoyant force drives it up. Displacement drives it up. So everything you've been taught about gravity, about mass attracting mass, you can't really demonstrate that the way that you can, like I can, with specific gravity. Can you look that up, or do you want me to do it? And by the way, I
You
posted the
can.
NASA budget like 3 minutes ago. So I'm gonna look up specific gravity.
Let's look at NASA's budget.
Yeah, but we're talking about specific gravity right now. So how about Britannica?
Wait, hold on. I'm looking at them. What's your point for the budget? Like, what's the claim for that?
You asked me to cite my source. That was like 5-10 minutes ago.
Wait,
But
about?
this is specific gravity.
Oh, about the No, but they're not giving it to like regular citizens, like civilians.
Oh no, it
They're
goes to the government
It's
from the civilians.
Well, yeah.
So back to the Britannica.
Yeah.
You see what I just posted?
Britannica. Let's see. Yeah, let's see that. I'm reading.
Right, I also got a video from Khan Academy if you like cartoons. Pictures. Alright, so when you talk about gravity, there's all kinds of gravity. Newtonian gravity, Einsteinian gravity, dark gravity. There is Malgromian gravity, also known as MOND. So when you say gravity, we need to know what you're talking about.
What's the name of gravity of like? All right.
The one they teach in the colleges?
Yeah.
General
It's the-
special relativity. That's the theory of gravity. Yeah. So the problem with that is if we use the same kind of scientific experiment, you would have to manipulate the space-time, that's the thing that's warping, that's causing the glass to fall, right? if I were to take that glass and let's say I could fill it full of hydrogen, right? And I could make it float, or I could stretch out the glass, heat it up like a balloon, and fill it full of hydrogen, or attach a balloon to it. You could make the glass float by manipulating the relative density of that system. But you can't manipulate the bending and warping of space-time and make things go up and down. The only way that you would be able to do that would be by manipulating the relative density.
And can you explain to me that in like a for an example? Can you give me
Yeah,
like an
you could
example?
fill a balloon full of helium or try to throw a soccer ball down to the bottom of the pool.
Yeah.
Right? Things go up and down.
Yeah.
Based on the density of the object and the relative density to the medium.
Doesn't weight come in too? No?
That's what causes weight.
Oh, density. Yeah.
Yeah, the lack of buoyant force causes weight. Now, if you really dig into this and you start looking into the math and all that stuff, you're going to see that gravity is built in the equation for density. But it's kind of like Khufu slapping his name on the pyramid graffiti style, and everybody thinking the the pyramid belongs to Khufu. Just because somebody describes something mathematically doesn't mean that it's reality. The reality is, besides the math, that I could demonstrate buoyancy and density making objects go up and down.
All right.
If
No, yeah, I
Newton's
get
apple would have fell in a pail of water, it would float.
that. No, I get that. I get you. So
So yes, we believe in gravity. We just don't believe that every crackpot idiot has ever said about gravity.
Well,
Yeah,
so
beyond what you can observe naturally, right? There's really nothing to say why or how it's all happening. Like, have you seen a density tower?
Nigger.
Yo. What the hell was that?
You seen a density tower?
Wait, I can't. What was that? Did I get muted or something?
No, you're not muted.
Yeah, don't worry about
Somebody trolled. Moving on.
All right.
Moving on, yeah. Have you seen a density tower in a glass?
Density
Where you
tower
can
in a
have-
glass. Oh, it's not.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not-
you put different liquids in there, like oil, dishwashing liquid, like water, some sort of kerosene, and it'll layer out into layers. It'll all separate and one will sit on top of the other, and then you can drop certain objects inside that, like a bolt. Like a bolt will just sink right to the bottom, and then you can drop like something a little bit less dense, and it'll go and sit to the next layer, to the level. It won't go all the way to the bottom, so forth and so on. Someone will probably post a picture of it just from me mentioning it. If not, I can probably find one. And so you've obviously got this, like what Larry was talking about, a relationship between the density of the medium and the density of the object, right? But as to why it's layering like that, like, I don't. Your guess is as good as mine. Einstein's guess was as good as Newton's. Newton's was as good as anybody else's. They're just ideas, but essentially their ideas are based on the idea that the Earth is a ball in outer space, right? That's where the contention comes in. Their explanations for why this happens is reliant on the Earth being a spherical body in outer space. And now, if it's not a spherical body in outer space, then they were wrong. And plus, there's nothing scientifically you can do to validate either one of those two ideas or anybody else's idea of why it's occurring. All you can do is work with what you can observe and measure in reality. If you're gonna offer ideas as to why something's happening in reality that involves something that you can't test and observe and measure in reality, then you might as well throw it in the bin. It's no good.
All right. So I have like another question. What's the right? Well, okay, this is just a simple one that's sitting on like the top of my head. Do you guys have an other name for atmosphere? Because atmosphere is like atmosphere, right? Like
I just
like
call it air.
Air. Yeah. Call it air. Yeah, I breathe air.
Wait, do you read the same air on the like outer atmosphere? Right.
We can call it the Atmos, can't we?
No. We have to have a shape to it. Like our Earth
But
is shaped in some way. Like we can't you can't argue against that.
no,
Wait, no,
it
no
is
way, Jenna. There's no way you're gonna say no.
Nobody can prove that the Earth is any particular shape. You're trying to say there's spherical air?
No, I'm not saying the air is spherical. And also, what she sent is really stupid. Like, water doesn't work that way on like that scale. So why are you trying to like? I don't know. Maybe
Okay,
that's just like a
sure.
joke. Like this, you posting like joke or like mocking globies, as you like to call them.
What are you talking about? Water doesn't work like that at what scale?
On a glass scale, like what Jenna like sent 10 minutes ago, with like the flat and a globe. Like that's not how it works, and she knows that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I imagine.
I know
right,
how water works, dude. Don't sit there and tell me I don't know how water works, dude.
My
We use liquid to determine level, right? Because liquid seeks level. That doesn't change. That's not going to change over any distance whatsoever. It's not.
All right, it's true. The same goes for ground, right?
Okay, welcome to flat
we
Earth then, because if water seeking level doesn't change over any distance, then welcome to flat Earth.
Then okay, so how I imagine sea, right? How I imagine like Earth is imagine like the globe scale of Earth, right?
Yeah, I don't want to play imagination games.
No, alright then I guess.
I don't want to play imagine this, imagine that. That's the big
Jenna,
problem here is we have to imagine things. Why does the globe site always telling us to imagine this and imagine that and in my imagination? Well, that's the thing. The globe only exists in your imagination. That's what we've been trying to tell you.
Alright, but what I hate is that like you base everything that like all of your theories of flat Earth or the Earth being
reality.
Yeah, you basically say, all right, you can't physically or how's it called? You can't show us visually the curvature of the Earth. Well, to do that, I'd have to take you to space, Jenna. I'd have to put you on a rocket ship with people who
You
are
would not. No, you wouldn't.
right. All right, Jenna. I'm just gonna throw like a scenario out there, right?
No, supposedly at 50
Let me
50,000
finish.
feet.
Alright,
At
let me finish, Jenna.
50,000 feet.
But let me finish. Alright.
That's
If
not space.
I take you, Jenna, alright, come on. If I told you for $1 trillion, right? If you come with me on a rocket ship to the outer layer of Earth, right? With people who are entrusted, right? They have a record of being in space and coming back, and you're gonna be completely safe, right? There's no
That's
risk
your
to you.
imagination.
Okay,
You're
let me
imagining something.
All right,
You're-
shut up. Please shut up.
Let him finish.
Yeah.
And
So
I'll tell
if
him.
I take you to
Let him
space,
cook.
please, yeah, I'm gonna cook. All right. So, right, if I take you to space, right, and you see the Earth curving physically, right? Yeah. What are you gonna do then? Are you gonna be like
Okay,
it?
so let me. Okay, your line
Because
of
that's how I'm
reasoning,
gonna prove
first of
to you.
all, is Okay, your line of reasoning, first of all, is fallacious and very imaginative.
Yours too. Yours too.
Second of all, okay, I didn't interrupt you the whole time.
Sorry.
I thought you were done
You gotta
talking.
let her cook now. You cooked, now she cooks.
Yeah.
So the whole thing about it is according to what I've researched, you should be able to see the curvature from 50,000 feet above the surface of the Earth. And guess what? That's not space. That's not space.
Wait, 50,000
Yeah, I'd
feet
have to go.
above the air.
Yeah, allegedly, I should be able to start seeing the curvature of the Earth from 50,000 feet altitude. That's not space. But guess what? We go even farther, 70,000 feet, 317,000 feet, and we still can't find any curvature. So your reasoning is fallacious on its face.
All right. I'm looking at something here. Hold on.
See, this is what you're doing. You're preparing for battle in the middle of battle. You have to go and stop and do some research, and that's what doesn't make you
because
an equal opponent.
no, because I'm not completely versed in that stuff, right? But from what I see, right, like, it tells me, right, that space starts like approximately 65, 70 miles above the Earth's sea level, right?
Right?
How
Do you
much
know
is
how much that would be? That's reaching at about about 320,000 plus
feet?
feet. 320,000 plus feet, and you're reaching over 60 miles above the Earth's surface. But they're telling, but that's already been done at 60 miles, and you still can't see the curvature. And they're saying that from only 10 miles, let's see, 50,000 feet. From only 50,000 feet, you should be able to see curvature, and you're not seeing curvature. That's not space. But you told me I got to go to space to see curvature, and I got another source right here saying that you only got to go 50,000 feet up to see curvature.
What source? Can you show me? Can you show me?
Dude, all you have to do is
John,
look it up.
I don't understand, John. The original claim is that the Earth curve can be measured, seen at the surface level. So why are you going to space?
No, I said that?
No, I'm saying that's the official claim, unless you're denying the official claim as to how the Earth curve was measured. Is that what you're claiming? Are you denying Alberuni and his claim that he measured a dip angle to the horizon? Excuse me, John, I'm talking.
You're pinning me. You're strawmanning me. And you're strawmanning me. What?
I'm asking you a question, John. Are you saying that it is not possible to see the Earth curve from surface level?
No, it's not. You can't.
So why do you need to go up, I don't know, however high you think you need to go to see it, when it can be seen and measured from the surface?
Because even if we did measure it, you guys are still gonna argue that it's not necessarily like a globally shaped.
Don't strawman us, John. Weren't you just saying that you guys are gonna you're gonna divine my motivations or my responses? That's the whole point. We went ahead and tested what they said that they did, and we found that the horizon is not Earth curve. So who's got the biggest problem here, us or you?
Wait, so what? Like, what do you mean we tested it? Like,
we tested the claim to see if the horizon is Earth curve, and it is not.
Wait, so you're claiming this on surface level, right? You're saying on the ground, right?
No, that's not my claim. The claim is Alberuni's. He measured a dip angle to the horizon. Alberuni's claim is the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. Are you arguing with Alberuni now? Is it not the curvature of the Earth?
The horizon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean.
Okay, so Alberuni is incorrect. So the radius of the Earth cannot be measured from the top of a mountain to the horizon. That's your claim.
The radius of the Earth can be measured from the top of a mountain?
Cannot. That's what Alberuni says. Are you arguing with Alberuni? He's your guy. He's your globe creator. He's your globe creator. Is that?
Can you source me like the?
No, that's your claim.
What? No,
So
I
is
didn't claim that. No, I didn't claim that.
Oh, okay. Don't worry then. So we're not going to use Alberuni then. So then the horizon's not Earth curve. You're denying that the horizon is Earth curve?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so is the horizon Earth curve or no?
Yeah, it is.
It is? Okay, can you show me that we can measure to the horizon and get this curvature of the Earth?
Are you asking me if I can measure the horizon?
Yeah, because this is the claim. You said Alberuni was correct. The horizon is Earth curve. So, show us.
All right.
Still on?
Yeah, oh, what happened with the spinning ball Earth proof?
He said we were strawmanning him, so I guess he's not a.
He's going to go show us that the horizon is Earth curve.
Oh.
He's sticking with that.
I took a picture off his back porch. A manufactotum showed, and you can see Earth curve now. Scott Mackey thinks it's Earth curve too. Now you can see it from the ground.
But see, you're already recognizing it's curved. You're just trying to explain it away.
No.
You're conceding you see a curve. You get that, right?
I have cameras. I can do the same
I know.
thing.
I know. You're conceding that you see a curve. You're just explaining it. You're just explaining away the curve by the camera, right? But you see a curve, right?
From airplanes.
But you see the curve in that picture,
On
though,
the
don't you?
ground.
But you see the curve in that picture, don't you?
Yeah. All right. By the way, I can't prove it to you on the spot. So if you want to say like you're right, then I don't care. I can't prove it right now. It's gonna take me some time to pile up. Actual
Scott Mackey's here. He can help you prove it.
All right.
No, you're already doing the job for him. You just admitted you see a curve.
What did he say?
He says he just admitted he sees a curve.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? For me, these guys, again, I'm always telling them this, and it's like, I don't know, it's just annoying to repeat this. Like, to me, I don't know, for me, like, the most bizarre idea, the most bizarre consequence of a flat earth, right, is that what happens if I have a bajillion dollars, right, and I tell my people I want to go in just a fucking, like, completely straight line. They're like, oh wait, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. Right? You can't do that. Right? Like, it's so frustrating to hear that. No, you can't do that. That's
Have you ever
salacious.
driven a car?
You can't do that. No, but okay, Larry. I'm talking about not driving straight ahead in a road. I'm driving and taking airplanes and doing whatever it takes, right? Probably an airplane.
You ever
right?
go to Flight Simulator?
A flight simulator.
Yeah.
Does the flight simulator have the entire Earth on it?
No, but my point is that it's impossible
Then
to
what's
fly or drive or ride a motorcycle or do any of these things in a straight line.
what? You're wrong.
Bro, I drive for a living. And
No,
even
but
though
that's
I
not
got
the
like
same
a
as
million
flying.
miles under my belt, I still can't drive in a straight line. It's impossible. I'm constantly correcting.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Okay, Larry, you're kind of right. All right. So in that sense, I'm not gonna obviously unless there are some obstructions or like difficulties, right? If I'm flying in a straight line, say like I don't know, like a storm, like weather issues or something, right? So I'm gonna evade that or not just fly when there's bad weather, right? Because that's gonna fucking endanger me. Right? So I'm gonna fly in a straight line and correct myself whenever I have to, but still I'm going to eventually return to like the proper like direction, right? Right? Am I wrong?
Okay, so you're gonna get a lot of money and fly in a straight line. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna prove my point.
Go ahead.
I'm going to prove that I circled the Earth. I circled it in not the sense of you guys, which on your like Looney Tunes esque map, right? Or sorry, not your map. Sorry, you say this Starman always.
Looney Tunes.
Because you guys don't have a map, right? You guys don't have a map. So, but I'm still gonna apply it to the flat Earth map because that's a lot of people think that
So you're
way.
gonna straw man us on purpose then.
No, all right. So never, not even strawmanning you. Right. So I'm gonna go in a straight line, and when I prove it, you guys are gonna be what, in shambles, or are you gonna find some measly way to go? Oh no, that's
Why are you
fake.
already assuming what's going to happen?
Wait. So
He's gotta
what
put a
are you gonna
victory in
do?
his head.
What are you guys gonna do?
Why do you even need to do it?
He's planting a victory
Because
in his
I
head.
want to stomp you guys. I want to stop your delusion.
From what? Who cares what other people believe? Why do you care?
You guys are spreading mass information.
Mass information.
Yeah.
Bro, weren't you talking about gravity earlier and you can't even demonstrate it scientifically, but I can?
All right, because yeah, I'm not that versed in fucking physics, but to me the only reason I come here is because the idea of us being on some sort of stationary or flat terrain that's just hovering in space is just so absurd, and on top of that,
That's an absurd straw man that you made against us.
no, okay. So what
Yes,
annoys me?
that's
All
not
right, no, okay.
misconception.
Let me finish.
Listen, no,
What
stop,
I'm
stop,
getting
stop.
annoyed.
When you straw man somebody, you can't just keep going like it didn't happen.
No,
What
I'm
did I
not. Yeah,
strawman right now?
exactly. I'm not
What
gonna.
did I
No,
just
I'm not
strawman
gonna
right now?
let you keep straw manning. Okay,
What
that's
did I
what you're
strawman
doing.
just now?
Nobody said
You
that the Earth
did
is a
straw man
disc.
because you are giving us your interpretation of what you think flat Earth is. That's a huge straw man, and
But no,
I'm
you
not
guys
gonna
don't
allow you to
explain
do that.
space. You guys are not explaining space in any way. You guys are not
Oh my
explaining space, and
god,
space
bro!
is real. Like, are you guys
It's
Like, are
real
you
to
guys
you, bro,
objecting to the
isn't it?
fact?
It's real to
What
you.
do you
I know
mean?
it's real to
Well,
you,
but
buddy.
it is real.
On TV.
Jenna, dude, I
You ever been
wish
to
I had
space?
the money. I wish I had the money to bribe all of you, right? To take a rocket to space. I'd send you to
Into
space,
space.
right?
You know,
Hey,
I would.
I'd
John.
Okay,
strap you on
I
a
would
rocket to
place
space
bet.
safely, of
John.
course,
I
and
would
I'd give you
place
money,
bet.
and
Oh
and you go,
man.
I would
oh
Why
place
is
no,
everybody
John
bet.
Wick.
jumping? Larry was
I go,
talking to this guy. Why is everybody dogpiling it?
what?
All right, we're just gonna ask you to just listen for a second.
All right.
So the whole thing about space, Richard Branson, right? Jeff Bezos, all those rich people, they didn't go to space, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's CGI.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Richard Branson, the guy who was it Jeff Bezos too?
All right.
Right? They didn't go to space.
Then
Sorry.
what did they do?
What do you mean? What did they go to?
Where's
They
your
didn't
proof?
go to space.
Maybe he was like
There's
in
proof
a
of it.
high atmosphere.
They
He
didn't
was
go to space, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neither did Felix
was
Baumgartner. So even if you
Do you
had
see
a
Dude
quadrillion,
Perfect?
even if you had $1 quadrillion, you can't go to space.
What?
Yeah.
oh, just the guys
Bro,
didn't go to space. They went to the high atmosphere layer. You know, like they didn't. That's why
Yeah.
technically they didn't go to space. But
what do you
yeah,
think will happen if they go above that? Resonance. I don't know. Fucking name.
I don't
Resonance.
know.
I don't know.
Probably hit the ionosphere and get fried, bro. I don't know.
dude, I'm not
What
a
the
flat earther.
fuck?
Do you know what the
I'm on
ionosphere
your side,
is?
bro. I was just kind of clearing
Is
up.
there a barrier up there that we bounce radio waves off of? Ionized gas, isn't that plasma? That's what we call fire, right?
Yes, but that's why you build
Fire?
vessels. That's why you build vessels. So when you get out of that layer into outer space, which is an empty vacuum, right? It's nothing. Space is essentially just a vacuum of nothingness, right? Right? Except obviously like planets and galaxies and like everything that's not a empty vacuum, right? So fuck, I forgot my point. Damn. Fuck. Okay, it's kind of
This
embarrassing.
isn't real. You can only see it on TV.
No.
You can't go there. It's in your head, bro.
But I don't know, man.
Listen
Like
to me. I'm
again,
the
I
person
wish
who
I had.
built the
I wish I was
today.
like a millionaire. I really
You
wish.
still can't do it.
I would
Even
waste.
if you had $1 billion, you still can't go to space.
Says who? Says you?
Neither can Jeff Bezos. You're not
That's
going to
not an
space, bro.
argument. Don't get that right.
How do you
You guys
explain
are
like Dude Perfect then? How do you explain like Dude Perfect?
What is Dude Perfect?
Dude Perfect, they're like a sport, like a trick shotting like YouTube group. They're like.
What are you
right?
talking about?
I'm gonna send it right here.
Dude Perfect?
Yeah. But then again, if I send it, you guys are just gonna go ahead and claim it's CGI.
Will you
so
please stop preemptively strawmanning us?
no,
Like
you guys are just gonna say it's CGI. What?
Bro,
Am I wrong?
could you please stop preemptively divining our thoughts?
But
That's weird.
but okay, I'm gonna send it then.
Like if I gave you $1
I sent
million
it.
in cash, you're gonna be like, "Oh, bro, it's fake."
Wait, if you gave me $1 million,
Yeah, American dollars, U.S. currency. You're
Yeah,
gonna say,
yeah.
"Oh, bro, it's fake." You're not even
Wait,
gonna
what?
check to see if it's real. You're not even gonna go buy one of those markers and take it to the bank and see if it's real. You're just gonna throw it in the trash. You see how stupid that sounds?
What? What the fuck was your claim, Larry? What did I just hear? If you're gonna give me $1
I
million,
just mirrored your logic. I just mirrored.
if you
your
give
logic.
me $1 million,
I said, if I do this, then you're gonna do that. That's your logic.
all right, then like check out what I sent, right? Check
It's
the like
stupid, right?
like just the timestamp. Just check the timestamp of what I sent.
John Wick, we should be able to measure that curvature from the surface, right?
We should be able.
You conceded earlier. You just a second ago. You conceded that you can't measure the curvature at the surface.
Right. So
what does it matter what Dude Perfect says? A YouTube channel. Who cares? You can't measure the curvature of the Earth.
I'm gonna rephrase what I said. You can probably calculate it. No, it's not probably. It's been calculated.
No, not calculate.
Like
Measure.
primitively.
Measure.
Yeah. Okay.
Measure.
So measure.
You know what measure means?
It's been measured
Measure.
with shadows.
When?
It's been measured with shadows.
When? No, that requires a flat Earth.
No,
The angle to the tip of that. No.
Where's a flat terrain?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Where's a flat terrain?
You have to get an angle to the tip of that stick from Eratosthenes, which you don't have primary source data for, requires a flat Earth. So even that requires a flat Earth.
Do it now? Do you not think people can do it now too?
Bro, the tip of the stick, even if you did it today, requires a flat Earth to get that angle.
Yeah, a flat terrain.
Yeah.
A flat surface.
Yeah, flat Earth. Yep, thank you. Welcome
No,
to
flat
flat Earth.
Earth is not flat terrain. What?
Flat terrain is.
Oh, so you're not measuring an angle then. You're not going to use a flat, you're going to use the curve to measure that angle. Yes?
No, Sesu, listen. Do you know that experiment that I'm even talking about? Do you know which one I'm
Yeah,
talking about?
Eris, it's not an experiment unless you can give me the actual naturally observed phenomena. It's not an experiment. Don't mix up the class of what you're talking about. We're talking about Eratosthenes, right? Which is not an experiment. It was supposed to measure apparently the circumference of the Earth, so it's already pre-assuming a ball. But you need a flat Earth to get that angle. So
Yeah, of course you're gonna need a flat terrain.
of
What do you want?
course, so no curve then, right?
Wait, on what ground do you want us to stand on? Says you. What are you insane?
So the
What
Earth
terrain
is
do you want
flat.
us to stand on?
John,
Yeah,
why
the
are you
Earth's
yelling? You
surface is
gotta,
flat.
John, quit yelling, dude. It's pathetic.
All right, sure. You're right. All right, sorry. All right.
So
Of
anyway.
course you're gonna need a flat terrain.
Uh-huh,
Then what are you
right.
gonna stand on?
Well, you're just telling me that you're standing on a flat Earth. I'm not making a claim. This is your
Terrain.
claim.
No, I'm not saying flat Earth. I'm saying on a flat terrain.
So how are you going to get an angle from a curve?
Because you're gonna. All right. If you take okay, it's not an if. Like you're gonna tell me to go outside and take a huge, massive stick and show you physically that it like shadow, curves, right? That like it starts to curve or like end, right? So you can do that if I'm not wrong with like your shadow, right?
You don't sound real confident, John.
What? How do I not sound confident?
You don't even know what you're talking about.
How do I not know? How do I not know what I'm talking about?
Okay, explain to me the process. Explain to me this calculation.
Right. So it's not even. It doesn't even. Like the idea is so like simple to grasp, right? So you take
And yet you can't even explain it to me. Go ahead.
Right. So you take a large pole, right? You stick it on the ground, right?
Uh-huh.
And you're gonna see the shadow instead. If you're saying that the Earth is flat shaped, right? Or the Earth is flat, right? So it's the pole, right? Say it's like it's the regular. I don't know. It's the fucking pole, right? It's going to end like without curving, right? The shadow is not gonna curve if the Earth was like flatly shaped. If it wasn't curved.
So the shadow's going to curve if it's on a curve. But you just said we have to
if it's on a curved surface.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So is the shadow curved on a flat terrain that you said we have to have?
Yeah, on a flat terrain.
Okay. So curved shadow on a flat terrain.
On a curved what? A curved shadow on a flat terrain.
That's what you just described.
Yeah, and it happens.
How does that make any sense? Okay, show it to me.
Says who? My perfect
John
example.
Wick. John Wick. Show it to me.
All right, I can't do it right
Show
now.
it to me.
Do you want me to go outside? Do you want me to go outside?
This is your example, so apparently you can calculate the radius of the Earth with this curved shadow on a flat terrain?
Says I'm going to give you a better example.
What's wrong with the example that you had just a second ago? Wasn't that
You
great?
require me to take a huge flat pole, like a massive pole, and put it on the ground. I don't have that.
Do you have anything other than hypotheticals? So far, you've given us nothing except you guys are going to react like this, and if I had $1 million, I'd fly you all to space, and if I had a pole, bro, it's getting pretty weak. I'm going to be honest with you.
All right, I'm going to give you my final and biggest example.
Well, it better not blow ass. That's all I'm saying. It better not suck. And it better not be if I do this or if I do that. How about actual Earth curve measurements? That would be fantastic.
But I can't. I don't have the tools for that.
Oh, you can't. Oh, bummer.
To do that,
Let's appeal to hypotheticals. How about that?
Right. No, says who? But for me to do that, right, I have to, like, in my eyes, what you require of me is to basically visually show it to you. Like, it doesn't even matter if I give you like the calculations.
I don't. Well, in your eyes, you're incorrect. I just want to see who's done it and how, and see if we can falsify that thing. And we've already falsified Eratosthenes. In fact, you told me that it had to be flat terrain, which is really bizarre on a ball Earth that you're supposed to be measuring. So
then right, the example you said better not blow ass. Then I'm gonna just say it right now. You take like a soccer ball, right, or like a basketball, right? I'm gonna for this example say this represents the Earth in some way, right? And you're gonna
this
let me
already
finish.
blows
And
ass,
no,
John.
you're gonna let me
sucks.
Says who?
No, I'm
It
not.
doesn't matter. It doesn't.
Because we're not talking about basketballs, because a Saturday ago you were talking about basketballs that day too, and it still sucked. You don't have any Earth curve measurements, John. I don't know why it doesn't bother you that you don't have Earth curve measurements.
Says who? I'm gonna if I'm gonna finish my claim and you're gonna say no.
Says you. You said you don't have that because you can't do that.
All right, then
Says
can I
you.
please finish for the love of God? It's gonna take less than 1 minute.
No, I'm kind of tired of hearing your voice because every time you speak, no Earth curve measurements come out. Just hypotheticals, no evidence. Now, I'm going to unmute you. Do you think you could give us a practical example? Something we could falsify, how we could measure the Earth without using soccer balls? Anything other than soccer balls, John?
Says who, bro? He muted himself because he doesn't want to talk to you.
Okay, cool.
You have to take a course on debating. Sorry to tell you, but this is not how it works.
What are you saying?
You should take a course, like a crash course on debating, because you're like not doing it.
Oh, terrific. You can help me out then. Do you have any Earth curve measurements?
Why would I just debate you after I just told you that you cannot debate and you're the guy with the mod rights?
Well, I should be pretty easy to beat, right?
No. You're impossible to beat. Your opinion
I know I'm impossible to beat. You want to know why? Because I just keep it very simple. All I need is for you to support your claim. Do you have any claims you'd like to make today about the curvature of the Earth that you could support with evidence without affirming the consequent or begging the question or bringing a soccer ball into the madness? Do you have anything like that?
You are the person supporting the claim that Earth is flat, right? This room is called flat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let me give you my evidence. You ready? Zero curvature, nothing. So how would you like me to show you zero? Especially since everybody measures from zero. Even to get this curvature that you supposedly have would have to be measured from zero. So do you have anything that's not zero, a positive claim curvature that we could measure? Do you have any of that?
Without me having to prove anything else, right? There's a shit ton of anomalies that kind of don't go hand in hand with the flat Earth, right?
Did I ask you for anomalies that you could compare with a straw man that you're creating in your mind? What flat Earth are you imagining in your head that has anomalies or problems with it?
You said evidence is on your side, right? Because you just see flat Earth, so that's enough evidence, right? But there's so many anomalies.
Yeah, do you have any curvature? We just need to see the curvature. The curvature would be the best anomaly. Do you have that curvature?
I mean, it does appear to be curvature, right? When a ship...
Appear or measured?
Well,
You know, dude, you suck at debating. You also suck at presenting evidence.
The pigeon is pooping on the chessboard again. What do I do?
Yeah, so you don't have any evidence. You suck at debating.
May I ask a respectful question of the flat earthers?
Usually when people preempt it with that, it's not going to be respectful, but please do ask a question.
Okay, you got it. I'm just curious, how do you all see satellites? Do you think that they are fake, or like how they operate?
What satellites?
Satellites like, let's say, Starlink, or satellites that run GPS, stuff like that.
So you think that these satellites, or the lights at night that you see in the sky, these are hovering, falling around a spherical Earth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you have any Earth curve measurements so that we can see if something's falling around a spherical Earth?
No, I don't have Earth curve measurements.
Okay, so then you see lights in the sky and you want us to explain lights in the sky. I make no claims about the lights in the sky unless you have evidence for whatever it is that you're claiming. Probably the first thing that we should start with is the curvature of the Earth, that these satellites that you presuppose are falling around.
Well, do you have an alternative explanation for satellites?
Explanation? I don't need to give you an alternative explanation. You don't have evidence for your claims. You just see lights in the sky. What is the claim about the lights in the sky that you're making?
Well, I also use geosynchronous satellites for my GPS.
That's fantastic. So show those to me and then we'll go from there.
All right. Take care, man.
You too. Yes, John Wick, you're still muted. I'm going to ask you, and I'll take you off of mute. Do you have anything other than soccer balls to present to us for evidence?
No.
You don't have anything other than soccer balls. Okay.
So never does anything like an object on the surface in relation to the horizon make the horizon look like it's curving. Never. The horizon always just looks like it's flat and level. In fact, it's where we get the term horizontal from, and horizontals don't have any slope. They have a slope of 0. And surface of have curvature, right? They have slope. They don't, zero slope doesn't exist on the surface of a sphere.
Earth round, yay or nay?
Bro, I don't know. Coins are round, cakes are round, clocks are round, compasses are round. No,
Yeah,
the Earth's not spherical.
How do you know that?
Have you ever taken a level and put it on the ground and got anything else but level? There you
Maybe
go.
it's because a
That works on a
circle,
globe too.
not a circle, a sphere. It's it's perfectly curved, and we all get poured towards the center. And because of how big it is, it would seem like it's flat. Just maybe.
Maybe one of these days you guys.
743 people are waiting in the debate right now.
Yeah, maybe someday you guys come up with something that doesn't work on a globe.
Do you really think the government would tell you the truth?
Just did, Scott.
I hope
Zero
so.
slope.
Yes, I do.
Horizontal.
Ethan, do you really think
No,
the
but
government would tell you the truth that your wife
what
and
you just
kids are
described,
aliens?
P-Dub, works perfectly well on a globe.
Aren't an alien? Like that could be said about.
Haven't you
anything.
heard of
Literally
Operation
doesn't exist
Bumblebee?
on the globe.
But it works in our model just fine.
Is there a new guy other than Scott that we could talk to? I heard him talking. Who's that new guy?
Sorry, what was your question? Was it
Hosoka Moron?
My question was Earth, like sphere, Yay or nay?
What do you think?
I'm here to get other people's opinions. To be honest, I don't really think anything. I just want to.
Okay.
I just want to find which
Well, you know
side makes.
what? You know what, Hoko? Right? It could be, right? It like I don't know. I'm not going to make a definitive claim as to the overall shape of this place, but let's say it was a sphere, right? That does not necessitate that I live on the exterior of it.
Where else would you live? What?
Are you suggesting you might be open to concave Earth?
I live what the interior's like. No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that I live on the inside of the surface of a sphere. Like I'm walking around on the inside of like a freaking, what would you call it? Like a hamster ball.
Germany came up with that already. They thought that the Earth was like an inverted sphere that was split in half in that space, and everything was just in between the two sides.
All right, the ancients had a similar cosmological view. Yeah, of that. A plane inside a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So, what time is it where you guys are? For me, it's 23:23. So 11:30.
Me too, bro. I'm in the same time zone as you.
Almost midnight.
4:32.
Midnight. I'm also on the other side of the planet. I'm close to. I think if I get on a boat and I go south, I'll just reach the wall.
What day is it for you?
It is 06:15.
Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday. Yeah. It's gonna change soon. In 30 minutes, it's gonna be Sunday. And it sucks here during the winter. You think it's like midday, and then the sun is like at 6 p.m. But it's not 6 p.m. It's 2 p.m.
Date started.
Fucking sucks.
Try to find it. Curvature is like a snipe hunt, man. You ever gone snipe hunting?
The Earth is 100% flat. When I walk, I can see the edge of the Earth. I don't know if I have some kind of disease or something, but it's crazy, I swear.
You have
The
a
disease called autism.
So you guys don't believe in flat Earth? Hey, you little stupid fucking bitches.
Why can't you just use your real voice?
He's got a Luffy profile picture. He's got Bendriza his username. He's probably like 12.
I have an idea. Wouldn't it be kind of fun to choose like one certain topic, like a niche topic, to debate on? Because usually, like everything we talk about is funneled into the same line of arguing, right? By the flat Earth side, you're always like, okay, show me curve, show me curve. But we could actually like decide on one topic and stick to that, right? Like for example, the movement of the sun, or like I don't know, like the Foucault.
Hey, I think that's a really good idea. And okay, so guys, I'm going to suggest that we start with gas pressure next to a vacuum. So where can we find an example of gas pressure without containment?
Nowhere.
I should have ruled that one out too.
Nowhere.
Oh, okay.
Oh, already did that.
Yeah, nobody ever made that claim that there's gas pressure next to a vacuum.
No,
We
not-
choose
like,
truth
so-
over facts.
We made the fucking someone made the claim yesterday, something about pressure, gas pressure, and how fucking I don't know. I'm too.
Yeah, so you need to bring up a topic that there's actually a disagreement on, or is that someone actually holds.
Well, I mean the the movement of the tectonic plates have been measured over time, and we've sort of see that South America fits into Africa in a little bit of a way, and also that fossils kind of correlate between the continents, and they sort of drift apart. That's kind of weird. And then there's a molten core. A molten core in the middle of the planet that produces
It's amazing. Hey, Scott.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Scott,
It's
so you disagree with this
amazing.
statement, right? Outer space is the expanse beyond celestial bodies and their atmospheres. It contains ultra-low levels of particle densities, constituting a near-perfect vacuum.
Read properly.
Do you disagree with that? Nobody ever claimed that, right?
It's not. But it's not next. It's not next to gas pressure.
Right. Okay.
No, it's
Atmosphere
not.
isn't gas pressure.
No, but it's not. But there's
Atmosphere
nowhere. There's nowhere you can go where. Oh, I got gas pressure and now I have a vacuum. Take a step
Stop
left.
it.
Vacuum.
Get
Take a
some
step
help.
right. Gas pressure. Left. Vacuum. Right. Gas pressure. No, that place doesn't exist. What we see is the very gradual reduction in pressure.
Stop it.
Oh, wait. It says that beyond their atmospheres.
You know, but that's an arbitrary line. No one really knows where that ends.
Nobody really knows where that ends, right?
No,
That's why they're able to define it as I just defined it.
They also told everybody that 3 men walked on the moon, and a bunch of people believe that still to this day.
You guys are flying out into space. I'm asking you about tectonic plates.
Oh, fuck me. Never mind.
Those don't exist, right? NASA made those up.
Nobody cares.
We may even have a Space Force, develop another one. Space Force. We have the Air Force, we'll have the Space Force. We have the Army, the Navy.
With no tectonic force. Okay.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
All right, who the fuck using the soundboard?
What are you hoping to accomplish with this tectonic plates claim here?
My hope is to focus inwards into the planet itself, rather than looking out into space and looking into the curvature and so on. I'm looking.
Well, it would have to be a planet first, right? You said planet, so it has to be a planet first. Where's the evidence of that?
Oh, no. You're doing the funnel again. Don't do it. I didn't talk about tectonic plates. To make a point.
Plates don't sound
Wait.
very spherical.
So you sort of look at a map, right, and see the continents, and the continents kind of look like they are sort of like puzzle pieces that fit into each other, and the reason
Okay,
for
so
that is okay, yep.
was the Earth smaller?
We're going to
once?
Pangea now.
Yes, we are
Was the
talking
Earth
about
smaller?
Pangea, apparently.
You joined all them together, and that became your surface of the
So it
Earth.
was
That would
just
mean Earth would be smaller.
Moses stuck his fucking
Dude,
his
did you hear
thing
what I
down and
said?
says,
Yeah,
"Thou
don't talk about
shalt part
Moses. Dude,
the
did you hear what I
continent."
said? Did you hear my rebuttal? Did you hear my question?
No,
Dude,
because you didn't hear mine. You
if you joined all those continents back up together and that becomes the surface of your Earth, doesn't that make Earth a lot smaller now?
What?
Are you?
No, dude. How the fuck does that make the Earth
Does it?
smaller? No, dude. Come on.
No, it just it's not like Earth
I'll
expands.
give you a second. I have to go tape this. I'll be back.
Because even if the continents joined together, it'd still be the same size. It's just that it would be one big island surrounded by a bunch of water. But the planet itself would still be, well, the Earth. I don't know to call it a planet or not. The Earth would still be the same size.
Fair enough. But what does that have to do with its curvature?
We weren't talking about curvature. We were talking about tectonic.
No, I'm talking about the other guy that brought up the whole Pangea puzzle pieces of continents nonsense.
My fellow Roger. Well, he's on Deafin, so hopefully he'll come back.
He went on Deafin.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you got all these land masses joined together, right? But it doesn't change the shape. Okay, so all right. So what's the rest of it then?
He's on Deafin. He'll be right back. So just
So
save
there was
that.
just one continent sticking up out of the water. The rest was ocean. Was there? Was it?
Yeah. Besides, yeah, just about, yeah, sure.
Okay. And that's the only place there was plates to break apart, where the land was sticking up out of the water in one single continent. No, there was no plates anywhere else.
No, plates are all over the surface, even in the ocean.
Right, I
It's
see.
just plates where it goes over the water.
I guess that would still make it 70% water that doesn't curve, huh?
Tectonic plates over the water?
I mean, like, tectonic plates aren't just above sea level on land, they're also obviously under the ocean on the seafloor. Everything moves on the earth, just like it wouldn't be tectonic plates only on the surface. There would have to be some
But you're saying
under the sea.
these plates moved apart.
Not that they moved apart. That
I'm not understanding how that wouldn't change the size. I'm not getting it.
After moving so much, they slowly drifted apart.
Right. Exposing something in between. Right?
Yes. And that would not increase the size. That would just be exposing something in between. Where you...
Okay. So you make a ball out, make some plates, make a ball, right? And then cut it into pieces, right? And then try and join it back together, but them not touching, right? And add extra surface and tell me you haven't increased the size of your ball.
But that's just the land that changed distance from each other. The plates themselves don't have gaps in them. The land does, and that's because they, well.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
How do you think mountains form on Earth?
From plates that like instead of
not you, dude. I know you fucking know what you're talking about. I'm not talking to you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. No, I'll be quiet.
When I was a glober, I preferred Hapgood's displacement theory over Pangea and tectonic plates and all that. That's when I was a glober, though. Turns out Earth's not a sphere, so I have to throw Hapgood out the window. Sorry, Hapgood. I know that you're endorsed by Einstein, but you were off. Sorry. It was a cool idea, though. I think, personally, as a globe, if I was a glober, I would have gone with Hapgood over, tectonic plate theory. Einstein wanted
so
to.
how so how do you explain earthquakes, dude? Earthquakes. How do you explain earthquakes? Earthquakes.
I don't
I'll
know.
tell you how I
Movement?
explain
Pressure?
earthquakes real quickly. Are tectonic plates shuffling against each other and creating mass friction, creating massive
Don't you mean tectonic
vibration. Tectonic plates, yeah.
Are they curving?
Mashing against each other, creating earthquakes and tsunamis. Am I wrong?
That could be it. I don't know. Pressure and movement would, extreme amounts of pressure. The ground activity is going on down there. I don't know. It's not really, I don't have a worldview which, really relies on being able to explain it.
So there are people that are able to monitor these things. We know where the tectonic plates lie, so we know where these events are likely to happen, right? And usually when they do, they are where the tectonic plates lie. Look at Japan. I mean, poor Japan. I feel bad for them because they're like right on top of fucking tectonic plate. The Andes in India, those are two continents just crashing into each other. About understanding the globe. high. We know where they are moving and likely to move, and we can predict where the next sort of events will happen, and they do.
Great. Yep. Let's save tens of thousands of lives then. Sounds good. Let's do it.
Well, they do. I think the Japanese have pretty good. But objectively, you can look at it and be like, oh, I can put these puzzle pieces together, and create Pangea.
There's actually some other really strong evidence for plates moving at the areas of spread along the seafloor. There are matching bands on each side of the seafloor area because it's the same rocks that come up, and so we can see the same patterns emerging on either side of the spread. So it's an indication that they come from the same source and move outward. Identical sorts of rocks on both sides.
And like, where do volcanoes come from? Those are angry mountains. Like angry mountains with stuff to say. Where does that come from?
Where does what come from? Sorry.
Like volcanoes, right? Volcanoes, volcanic eruptions, and and there are so many different types, but it's hot magma, molten rock that have created these channels from the center of a globe Earth that are sort of creating veins out into the surface of
but I think you'll find that that's not what's claimed. I think you'll find that the magma and layer is not claimed to originate from the center of the Earth. I could be wrong, but if I recall correctly, on my little bit of research I did on it, they said no, the magma's not coming from the center of the Earth.
Just below the surface. That molten rock is coming from somewhere. So, I mean, if
but it's bad logic because
it's coming from somewhere.
It's bad logic because there's water coming up out of the ground in natural springs, even at the bottom of the ocean. Does that mean the center of the Earth is water now?
Oh no! Oh no!
No!
The center of the Earth is molten rock.
No, it isn't. That's just a story you were told.
Why does molten rock shoot out from the ground?
Why does water shoot out from the ground?
Because it's underground.
Is the molten rock underground too?
It is. Yep, also underground.
Okay, so what can we draw from these two observations? Nothing.
Well, you could formulate hypotheses. Take some.
No, you couldn't.
You can't.
I just had to double check, right, on the whole magma thing. So actually it relates to what the dude was talking about before that, which was tectonic activity. So
There you go.
the movement of the crust, yeah, against each other creates pressure and causes the crust to basically melt, forming. So it's not originating from the center of the Earth. I'm sorry to burst your bubble. In your paradigm, I'm just correcting you in your own paradigm.
Fair enough. But it makes a little bit more sense if there's if there's this pressurized molten goo right in the center, but okay, let's throw that aside. Let's throw it aside. Let's say it's a flat plate. It's a flat plate. It's a flat plate. But still, there are volcanoes exploding. Where is that coming from? That's still
Underneath the
molten
surface.
rock.
Bro.
Just beneath the surface. Okay.
Bro. There's water coming out of the ground too. Why are you ignoring that?
I'm not ignoring water coming out of the ground.
So if you have molten rock and water coming out of the ground, what can you draw from those particular observations?
Oh, hot springs, dude. Hot springs are all over the place.
Cold springs too. Cold springs as well.
Yeah, where do rivers come from? Where do rivers and creeks start?
There's cold springs at the bottom of the ocean as well. So you're not going to get anywhere with this reasoning.
Okay. I tried, at least.
Can I offer some evidence that the center of the Earth is molten?
You're going to have to give us a radius first.
Well, I could Wikipedia it for you, but I suppose that
No, I want you to show me the measured radius of the Earth.
See, this is where you guys crumble, because you have to have like, oh, what is the measurement of like 9 foot over the measurement of 16 miles over a flat surface? We're talking about fucking shit that comes out of the ground now. Now you don't have much to say.
If I had evidence for a molten center of the Earth, would you not want to hear it?
The evidence I want is someone going to the center of the Earth and getting the sample. What was the deepest hole dug?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, well, I'll tell you. It's 8 miles. The Kona super deep borehole in Russia. 7 miles. Basically a pinprick on this ball Earth that doesn't exist. So you're not going to be proving anything. You might infer it. Someone might have bullshitted you about it, but you don't have any evidence for it. Not one bit.
Oh, I don't have any evidence that the center of the Earth is molten?
0. Really? You'd have to have a center of the Earth first. So give me the measured radius. We'll start there.
Oh, I definitely don't have the measured radius.
Okay, well then we don't have a center core then, do we?
We might. I still think you haven't...
No, we'd have to have a ball first.
Yeah,
ball first, then core.
Well, I think I might got that for you.
Okay, give me the measured radius of the Earth.
I don't have the measured radius.
Okay, you didn't hear me. Ball first, then core.
Well, let's say I was to go, and I'm not a trigonometry guy, I'm not a math guy, but let's say I was to go up on latitude and I, was better at math than I am.
That's a flat Earth. If you go up in latitude, you're describing a flat Earth. So at what point are you going to talk about curvature?
Oh, as soon as I get up there, I'm going to look up at the sun. And I might notice that the sun is moving in circles that are really different than I would get.
On a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a flat Earth you're talking about.
You ever been in the polar latitudes?
Heavens no. Have you?
I've been pretty close, but not fully in, no.
Okay, so when you were on the flat Earth while you were up there that you just described it for the particular latitude that you measured from an elevation angle from Polaris that verifies that the Earth is flat, who cares what the sun is doing when you just proved a flat Earth?
Well, I would care what the sun's doing because there's only one sun. I think we agree.
Yeah, but it's only one flat Earth that you just described and measured. So who cares?
You don't care about the sun?
No, I just care that you measured a flat Earth as you described the latitude, and so we don't have to talk about what the sun is doing.
Measured a flat Earth on latitude.
Yeah, you described a latitude, didn't you? What latitude?
You're talking about a map.
No, we're not talking about a latitude. Where do you think latitude comes from? You don't even know where latitude comes from, do you?
I actually do. I'm a geography major.
Okay.
I got you.
Great. So where's it come from?
Right. So latitude refers to the distance from the center of the sphere. Basically, the latitude.
Incorrect.
Okay.
Incorrect. You're a geography major and you're incorrect. That's a baseless assertion. Give me a citation, because I know it comes from elevation angles to Polaris.
Elevation angles to Polaris. Well, that's also interesting because is Polaris visible from the south side of the planet?
Nope. It's called zero at the equator. That's the elevation angle. Right?
No. I mean the southern hemisphere. If I were to look up from the southern hemisphere to the North Star,
great.
can I see?
So you're saying that the horizon is Earth curve?
No, I'm asking you a question about Polaris.
Yeah, it's a star that we measure to across the flat Earth that you're telling me about. So you're describing to me the flat Earth. I'll let you go. Go ahead. Tell me how the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm working on it. What about if I was in the southern hemisphere? Could I look up and see Polaris?
No.
Why is that?
Because you're in the southern hemisphere of the celestial sphere that you're talking about measured from a flat plane. Why would you be able to see it? It's at zero at the equator.
Well, your assumption, if I'm not mistaken, is that...
It's not an assumption, it's a measurement. It's not my claim either. This is an elevation angle to Polaris. This is not my claim. You're arguing with the people who took these elevation angles to Polaris and created the latitude. Circles of equal altitude on a flat plane.
Mm-hmm. Right, and why couldn't they use that system in the southern hemisphere? That's weird.
Because they're zero at the equator.
No, that doesn't really explain it. Because still have measurements of
course it does.
In the southern hemisphere.
Excuse me, are you claiming that the horizon is Earth curve because now the Earth is blocking out the Polaris that you think is a star millions and billions of miles away? Is the horizon Earth curve?
I've yet to make it.
No, I'm asking you, is the Earth curve, or is the horizon Earth curve now that it's blocking out Polaris anywhere below zero?
I'd prefer not to be diverted from my question.
This is the question that you were asking. You're asking, why can't you see it?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying, because after zero, you can't see Polaris. That's when Polaris is at zero, right?
Now, if the Earth were a disk,
who said it was a disk?
Well,
who said it was a disk? Are you strawmanning me right now?
Maybe I am. I could be wrong. I thought you assumed it was flat.
Why would you assume? Well, don't put words in my mouth. Why are you trying to strawman me, dude? Do you have any integrity whatsoever?
Yeah, I got some integrity, man. I assumed something.
Okay, so don't falsely accuse me of things that I might or might not believe, and don't talk about the Earth as a disk unless you're calling it a disk. Are you calling the Earth a disk?
No, sir.
Okay. So what are we talking about again? The disk that you are presupposing?
No, I think the Earth is round. I was arguing in favor of a round Earth.
Oh, okay, so where is that radius at?
Where is which radius?
The radius of the Earth that you think that you live on. How can we measure the radius?
Oh, yeah, like I said, I really want to stick on the problem of latitudes and Polaris. I think that will help clear things up.
The latitude that it requires a flat Earth to measure?
No, it actually requires a spherical Earth to measure it.
Okay, tell me how that works. Go ahead. Great.
Okay, so Polaris, as you just said, is oriented roughly around the north pole of the spherical Earth. So when we are traveling northward, we see that Polaris centers itself more and more in the sky. But unfortunately, when I get to the equator...
Is that an angular relationship?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you get that angle for me to Polaris from a curved surface of the ball Earth that you think you live on?
I mean, here from my living room?
Sure, you're at a latitude, aren't you?
I am, but, Polaris isn't so visible through my ceiling.
Tell me how you get... So this is where you're descending the conversation to because you have a roof over your head? This doesn't make any sense?
I think that the request for me to provide, angles to Polaris, well, on Discord is a little unreasonable. So I was just kind of.
No, I'm just asking if you can get an angle to Polaris from a curved surface.
Yes.
Okay, show me how you do that.
You would look up at it and you would center yourself on the ground, and it would basically point an angle towards the center of the Earth, and then another angle towards Polaris.
The center of the presupposed ball that you don't have a radius for?
Oh, I think now you're kind of loading the question, but
I'm not loading the question. You mentioned the center of the Earth. You're presupposing. In fact, you're begging the question. In fact, you're creating. This is a fallacy that you've used now.
Is it?
Yeah, it's called begging the question. You should look it up. Why are you not being in good faith? You're not even a good faith interlocutor at this point. Why?
Oh my
I think I'm being pretty good faith.
Lungai, is it?
No, because you just begged the
evening
question.
Where you are?
Huh?
Is it evening where you are now?
It's pretty close, yeah.
It's evening where I am, and I think it's quite like I think it's clear sky. I'm gonna go and take a photograph of the sky.
Okay.
And I'll come back and post the photo.
Okay.
Bro.
How do you get an angle off of a curved surface?
Sadly, my sky is not clear. It would actually be awesome. We could disprove the flat Earth, just because this guy is in South America and South Africa. And I'm in Europe.
Wait a minute. How do you think it would debunk it? I'm just curious. How do you think that angular relationships on a flat plane would debunk a flat plane?
Could I get like 30 seconds to put it out there?
Well, as long as you don't beg the question. If you beg the question again, I'm going to call you out.
Beg the question is then assume a flat Earth in order to prove a
No. Assume your outcome by using the sphere. You're begging the question. You're assuming the premise.
Okay.
The thing you're trying to prove?
I think I got it. So if I were on a flat Earth, then at any point on that.
That's not what I asked you to do. I asked you to show me how you can get an angle from the surface of a curved Earth.
The downward angle would be directly from me to the center of the planet.
Center of the, so you're using the center of the presupposed Earth, right? Actually, maybe I should make it really simple for you. How do you get an angle from a curved surface? Show me where you get a curve and an angle at the same time. Like, how do you get an angle to a curve?
Well, we're in three-dimensional space, right? So there's a point of intersection between myself and the surface under me. Even though the surface is curved, the point at which I'm standing on the curved surface can be measured downward into that surface, assuming that my point is level.
Dude, you don't get it, do you? You're begging the question. You're using the ball to prove the ball. I'm asking you to give me an angle from a curved surface and show it and demonstrate it.
No, what you're asking me to do is demonstrate the possibility of being on a curve and showing that angle, correct?
No.
Actually,
show me how you get an angle to a curved surface at all.
An angle to a curved surface.
Actually, using the equatorial plane from a celestial sphere, which would mean that the Earth is the equatorial plane in the center of a sphere.
I don't even know if he's doing that. He's actually going, I'm on the surface, and then I'm measuring a straight line down to the center and then up to the star, which is not how celestial navigation is done, or measuring latitude.
Well, help me out then, man. I mean, I'm certainly not a perfect guy. How do you have latitude measured without measuring from the surface up to the star, or up to the? I guess what would be the approximation of the North Pole?
How do you measure an angle on a flat surface? It's done every day. Two straight lines is an angle. A line and a curve is not an angle, right?
A line on a curve is not an angle.
A line and a curve is not an angle, right? There's no vertex with a curve and then a straight line.
It's an angle to a point, isn't it?
No, angles aren't points. Vertexes, where two straight lines meet, that's what you get an angle from. A curve and a straight line is not an angle, and it's not a vertex.
Angles meet at points, though, don't they?
No, they're called a vertex. Yeah, at a point. But where's this point? What are the two straight lines that are intersecting?
Well, the two straight lines that are intersecting could be either kind of pointing forward from me through space. It could be pointing down towards the center of the Earth, and it could be pointing up towards Polaris. But any of those are
What do
possible.
you mean could be? What do you mean could be?
It's possible to measure an angle to the curve or to the surface of a sphere, and so I'm giving you two possibilities.
Yeah, you're not doing it. Tell me how it's done on a curve. Because you're now saying a straight line out into space, which is not the Earth that you're measuring, right? It's not the latitude on the surface out into the middle of nowhere. We're measuring from a star on the ground to get a GP to measure latitude. Tell me how you do that on a curved surface.
Oh, shoot. I just realized I've been redirected into defending latitude rather than asking you my question about the southern hemisphere.
This has been the same thing the entire time. Elevation angles to Polaris and latitude. You haven't been redirected at all. You've been avoiding it, begging the question, and basically just bullshitting.
Hey, man, I mean, it's totally possible that I'm all messed up. But I would like to know why I can't see Polaris in the southern hemisphere.
I don't know. I don't make any claims about it. Why do you think?
Okay. Well,
why do you think?
It's going to be begging the question, but I think that it's probably because I'm on a ball, and so.
Okay. So how do you measure that radius? How do you measure the radius? Right. What I was asking you before, like, oh, is the horizon the Earth curve? And you said, I don't want to talk about that. So now you're saying that the horizon is Earth curve, blocking out Polaris.
And I do still want to focus on this because you just admitted you don't actually have an explanation for why I can't see.
Why do I need to have an explanation for you? Why? Who's making claims about why I can't see Polaris? Are you making a claim about it?
Yeah, I'll explain that entirely. So let's assume, for instance, that the Earth is flat. And then there is either, I would assume.
No, let's not do a straw man. Tell me why the Earth and the horizon are Earth curved.
So is it not your position that the Earth is flat?
It is, but you're not going to straw man me with some kind of model.
Oh, well, all I need is a flat surface.
Okay, tell me about this flat surface.
Okay, so if I'm standing on a flat surface and Polaris is oriented in some sort of, dome arrangement above me, I should be able to see Polaris from any point on that flat surface.
Dome arrangement, what do you mean?
Well, the night sky is pretty dome-like.
So you're calling it a celestial sphere?
I wouldn't actually call it a sphere myself, but if we're talking about a flat Earth model, then I think we both agree that the stars are arranged above us, yeah?
Model, well, there it is. There it is. See, you couldn't help yourself. Flat Earth model. So you're strawmanning me again. No, you are strawmanning. Dude, you're being it. This is, how disingenuous do you guys have to be every day? Now it's going to be the different topic. Why are you so disingenuous? I asked you not to strawman me with the model. The first thing you do is strawman me with the model. Let's talk about that for a moment.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. You don't believe in a flat Earth model.
I don't. I don't have a flat Earth model. Nobody has a flat Earth model.
Oh, then could you let me know what you do believe in?
It's not about belief. I measure the Earth flat, just like you did a second ago with latitude, unless you have Earth curve measurements.
Well, then why wouldn't it be at least kind of interesting if I have anomalies, like, for instance, the inability to see Polaris in the southern hemisphere, that wouldn't correspond to that, at least the minimal sort of, what's the word I'm looking for, criteria of the way
that you went ahead and created in your own mind, the imaginary flat Earth that you created, and that's why you can't see Polaris? The only reason that it's not flat is because I can't see Polaris, the claim that you made with the straw man. Why are you doing this?
Again, I don't know if I'm strongmanning you. You believe the Earth is flat, correct?
You've created a flat Earth in your mind, and in your mind, because you can't see Polaris, it can't be flat. Otherwise, you'd be able to see forever, right?
I'm sorry, I was thinking of a different topic, trying to think how I could actually kind of like de-escalate this a bit, because I genuinely don't want to be like disagreeable. But
you've already strongmanned me. You've already begged the question. You've already been disingenuous. Why should I not be upset?
Well, I disagree with the characterization, but I understand that if you think I did those things, that you would be upset. That makes sense to me.
Dude, it's on tape. I have examples. I cited them. I showed them to people while you were doing it.
Hey, man,
well, if I could jump in very quickly, it sounds to me anyway, like at the very least, it would just be a begging the question fallacy if we're saying, based on what we observe the stars to be doing, we're going to make a declaration about the nature of the ground. I mean, if it is your position that what the stars are doing require something like curvature, then you're still going to have to evidence the curvature at some point.
Well, my point is simply that the observed stars are incompatible with a flat Earth. And so if somebody's defending the flat Earth, I would just say, well, here is the
That's a nonsensical statement, really.
I don't believe so. I mean, if the Earth were flat, I would see all the same constellations, regardless of whether I was in Australia or Canada, right?
You only have a flat surface currently.
So
whatever the stars are doing, they'd be doing it above that flat surface until you can prove the surface is anything other than flat.
Well, then would you agree that I should be able to, given a flat surface and stars above me, I should be able to see the same constellations regardless of where I am, just sort of oriented differently above my head?
No, reality is reality. What we see is what we see, and it's occurring above a measurably flat surface. I don't understand why you're trying to be like, couldn't we say that reality should be doing something different if the surface is as it appears? It's just nonsense.
Well, it could just be an indication that the premise that the surface is flat is incorrect. Even if you're saying that
then in that case, just show us who's measured anything else. Show us who's measured curvature.
Who has measured curvature? I mean, I think it's, anything I say is going to kind of piss you off, I think. But, I think it's been measured as curved pretty much every time a plane is taken off and landed, every time
they're not measuring the surface for curvature.
Well, in order for us to be able to launch, let's say, a geosynchronous satellite into space, we would have to assume that the
you would have to have measured a radius for that.
Have to measure a radius.
You would have had to have done.
Well, even if I haven't done it, if that's the case, and they have sent satellites up, then someone's measured the radius.
So who measured it?
That I don't have for you, man. Just a guy.
Well, I would say then that no one's measured it, and until we can verify that someone has, where's the argument?
Well, doesn't that contradict what you just said? You said in order for us to be able to have geosynchronous satellites and things like that, somebody would have had to measure the Earth, and I actually agree with that.
Right.
And no one has. We both agree that we do have geosynchronous satellites, or do we not agree on that?
Well, no. When you're saying geocentric satellites, you're already assuming a ball with a radius.
Geosynchronous satellites. So these would be satellites that track above the same point on the Earth throughout the entire time.
Yeah. Which you're envisioning on a ball with a radius.
That's right.
Yeah, which you don't have.
Okay, but you're saying that. Well, let me see if I've lost myself in the argument here. You're saying that for us to have those things, somebody must have calculated the radius of this sphere, or somebody must have calculated a radius. Yeah?
Yeah, if you were going to be putting a satellite around a ball, you'd have to know the size of that ball.
And we both agree that there are satellites?
Well, we agree that there's technology above our heads, but we probably don't agree on the details of that.
So do you have like an alternative model for how the satellites are working?
Don't need one.
Well, my model seems to be working pretty good.
No, it doesn't, because you don't have the radius, remember?
Well, the question was, has somebody done it? I might not have the radius, but
I don't, and you said, I don't know. Yeah, you said, I don't know.
I don't know what it is, no.
So I don't know isn't evidence for someone having measured a radius. It's you don't know of anyone who's measured a radius.
The presence of satellites, per your own argumentation, is the evidence that somebody has measured.
No, because baked in with your argument of
we're backing off that now?
It was your claim. Satellites was your claim, remember? Which assumes the radius of a ball.
Oh, so you're saying... So you're questioning premise 2 now. You're saying that there are no satellites.
No, I'm questioning your very foundational assumption, which is a ball Earth of a certain radius.
I'm not making that assumption for this argument.
Well, you are if you're referencing satellites around a ball Earth.
Well, for the argument's sake, all we're saying is satellites are present. We didn't.
No, you're saying satellites, as in the globe heliocentric paradigm, going around a ball, are present. Because you're saying we would know this size based on the fact that we've got satellites. You're like begging the question with satellites, saying the fact that we have technology above our heads proves that the Earth is a ball of a certain size.
Well, to be very clear,
you don't have a ball or a size.
I mean, it may be that you're no longer in agreement with it, but it wasn't actually me that said that. It was you. You had said that if there are satellites, then somebody must have calculated a radius.
Yeah, because you brought up satellites. Yeah, you brought up satellites, which begs the question of a radius and a ball. I pointed out you don't have a radius or a ball, and you said you agreed. You don't know of anyone who's measured a radius.
Oh, I like personally, or I don't know like whether such
people. You don't
people
know of anyone.
Those people do definitely exist. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't give you a name. I don't know.
Okay, well then you don't know they exist then. How would you know they exist if you don't even know their name?
I can deduct it based on the presence of things like satellites, which run my GPS.
Well, maybe you should look it up and try and find out rather than just guessing.
I mean, that's fair enough. I'm just here on a Discord conversation, not really surfing the web.
Right, but if you're going to be making an argument as to a ball of a certain shape, no matter how derivative your argument, be it about the stars or satellites, you are making the fundamental assumption of a ball of a radius, which we're questioning, and you can't evidence.
Oh, well, what I've done earlier was I was saying that were it not a ball, then we would expect certain observations. Like, for
And that's
instance,
fallacious. That's
uniform-
fallacious. You can't start with, were it not the thing that I have no evidence for.
Why can't I?
Because that's fallacious.
Because it's a fallacy. Yeah.
Which fallacy is that one?
Affirming the consequent, begging the question, you pick.
Affirming the consequent. But
you don't know what you're doing, do you? Like, you don't know how dishonest you're being in your reasoning.
Maybe I don't. Like I said, I'm just a guy on a Discord call, just trying to talk for fun.
Right.
It's just.
But Cyclone, I already dealt with this with him earlier because I said, what is the sphere radius that you've determined that these satellites are falling around, that you are presupposing? And then he ran away. So he's rinsing and repeating.
Didn't know it. I said I didn't know it.
Well, okay, so how would we verify it?
How would I verify what? The curvature of
the curvature of the Earth. That these satellites are supposedly falling around.
Well, like I said, if the Earth is curved, I would expect to find certain observations. I find those observations. Therefore, it seems pretty likely that the Earth is curved.
Do you know what the claimed radius of the globe is?
No, I don't.
So, I mean, this is what I mean. I mean, you're arguing about all these concepts about what's going on in the sky to argue for a ball that you don't really even know the basics of.
I mean, that's true. I don't know the actual radius or the circumference off the top of my head.
Well, these are the numbers that we want evidence for. Your very foundational assumption of a ball of a certain radius, spinning at a certain speed, moving at a certain speed, right? These are what we need evidence for. Before we'll start to entertain the idea that the sun, moon, and stars are doing these things because the Earth is a ball of a certain radius. You need to evidence those foundational assumptions first.
Then I'm poorly prepared because I certainly can't defend a figure that I don't know. All I'm doing is conceptually trying to demonstrate that the Earth is round.
Right. Well, my recommendation to you would be, now that you realize that those assumptions you had before about the stars and everything else require the assumption of this specific ball, then look into how this was determined, who proved it, who measured it.
Well, I disagree with while I disagree with that being a premise of the reasoning, I think also I'm probably annoying people and taking up too much time. So I might bow out here and just, if you guys want to declare victory, that's cool.
No, it's not about declaring victory. We're just about having honest, logical conversation, which means starting from a logical position, not from an assumption, and then working towards that assumption.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I don't think I would be able to give you more without repeating myself. So I'll just bow out here.
That's fine. Well, you're welcome to chill and ask questions or whatever, keep discussing. But my point is, if you're going to be making a hard claim as to, we observe this phenomena because the Earth is X, then we need to substantiate X first.
All right. And hey, to the other guy, hope I didn't, annoy you too bad or anything. Seriously, just trying to have a fun debate. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Yeah, sorry if I missed him. No worries, man. Slow on the unmute.
That's all right. Maybe he wasn't just trying to be as illogical as he was being. Maybe that's just what his genuine belief was.
Well, see, what I suck at is sometimes I don't even think people are aware that they're employing fallacious reasoning, especially in their argumentation. And if I ask for something like curvature or radius or whatever, and then they avoid it, which is the entire topic. I don't want to talk about curvature. I don't want to talk about radius. It's like, so you're intentionally avoiding the entire topic, and instead you want to affirm the consequent. It's just it feels to me like they're being dishonest. So I get upset sort of quick. But that's my problem. Hope the guy will forgive me.
We're good.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's That's why I feel like it's worth kind of going into just reminding, like, if we're going to be making claims about phenomena based on assumptions about the surface, then obviously we need to try and substantiate those claims about the surface to be logically consistent, at least. But yeah, I mean, we get it so much that people do just want to avoid those base foundational assumptions that it's hard to know whether it's just innocent overlooking or a tactic to avoid getting to the crux of the argument. Which, to be fair, this is kind of how we are taught to think about it. Like, we're taught derivative arguments in education and media, right? They're never really going into the nuts and bolts of measurements or substantiation of the physical Earth itself. I mean, we're being raised to make fallacious arguments about the sun, moon, and stars and boats disappearing bottom up. So it's not really surprising that a lot of people who come here employ that same kind of reasoning, because that's how they've been taught to reason about the Earth. Sometimes it just requires a bit of stepping back and thinking, is that the best way to evaluate my situation? But yeah, no, you're all right, dude. You weren't really annoying people. You were pretty respectful, so feel free to continue or asking questions if you want, or if there's any other new people in who want to ask questions, feel free. See, Witsit's debating Professor Dave right now. Not a Professor Dave. What's up, bro?
Hello.
You having a good time?
Yes, yes.
You
You believe the Earth is flat?
Oh, you got there first. No,
See,
I observe that
like-
it is.
Yes.
I don't believe the Earth is flat and not a ball. Is not a sphere. But I believe the Earth have the egg, like egg size. You know,
Yeah.
not flat and not high.
So you think NASA
Sphere.
are lying when they show us all these images of a ball Earth?
I don't believe the Earth is flat and not a sphere. City
So
style.
NASA are lying?
Yes.
Why would they lie? I dipped already. Rip.
That's all.
That's all.
Yep. He told you that he's not what.
So, Lang Guy, how long you been looking into this topic?
Man, not particularly long. I just kind of came in on a whim. I got a background in geography, and so just thought I'd have a little fun, see if I can make a case for a rounder.
That's cool. Do you think you understand what our position is? Or you still not really know?
I think in broad strokes, but I'll be honest, I'm so nervous or anxious debating that I can't even follow my own train of thought all the time. So, probably miss some stuff.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm not angling for a debate or anything. I don't really think it best serves the topic. I mean, we both have an interest in knowing what the truth about our Earth is, right? So we should be working together, not against each other, would be my thoughts. So
yeah, it makes sense. Like I said, I thought it would be internet fun.
Because you know they show pictures of like a disk Earth in space and say this is what flat earthers believe. You ever seen those images?
I have, and I assumed that they were not straw manning you, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, they are, because we're not claiming to be a disk or any flat object in space, right? So what they're kind of doing is inserting a flat Earth into a heliocentric space paradigm, but we're not talking about that heliocentric space paradigm as being where we are or what the Earth system is. It's a totally different thing.
So is your position sort of like just not holding the belief of a round Earth rather than positively affirming a flat Earth?
Kind of, to a degree. So it's definitely an outright rejection of the globe Earth heliocentric cosmology, but it's not devoid of anything in replacement. I mean, we're not claiming to replace the entire cosmology or size of the Earth or makeup of the Earth. But the evidence that we're getting in terms of observations, measurements, when we go out and try and figure out what it is, the evidence is only pointing towards a motionless topographical plane of some unknown size and shape. And logically, most of us would say that it's a contained system, right? Enclosed rather than in a vacuum. Like we're in a system.
Understood. Well, then I can see why it probably was annoying that I was assuming a dome above a flat Earth. But that was legitimately what I thought the stance was.
Well, that is a conception that is, discussed. I mean, no one really knows what the nature of the container would be in terms of its size, shape, material, etc. But some people have conceptualized it as a dome. So you've probably seen images of that. But we wouldn't make a hard claim that that's what it is, because it's not something we can really go and measure or observe. We only really speak to that because of the presence of gas pressure in the system, which requires containment.
Would the force of gravity not be sufficient to create pressure on the molecules of the gases?
Well, that's the kind of story that they tell us. But when we come to try and find any example of that, it can't be done, and they just tell us, "Oh, we would need an object the size of the Earth to demonstrate it." So the only thing we can prove is that all examples that we can find of gas pressure require physical containment, and without it, the gas will just fill the available volume. So the gravity argument, I mean, for a few reasons, doesn't really hold up, because just observably alone on the surface, air moves in all directions, including up, not just down. And if it was gravity, which is said to be strongest at the surface of the Earth due to it being closer to the center, and the air isn't being pulled down there, then arguing that it gets pulled down from a much higher altitude where the gravity is weaker, logically just doesn't really make much sense. So, not to mention the fact that no one can even really prove the current conception or any conception of gravity beyond the observable effects we have of things rising or falling, like bending and warping space-time and all that.
It's sort of a kind of extreme skepticism towards like extrapolating from people's, let's say, math or models, rather than
you could
sort
say
of.
we lean on empiricism more than modeling, which is kind of how we're taught to think about the Earth from an early age in terms of these large scale representations and concepts. We move away from that and instead try and rely on direct experience, observation, measurement, testing, verifiability.
Could you imagine a result from an experiment or something like that that would convince you that the heliocentric or the round Earth model is correct?
Yeah, one ball. Can I answer both only shortly? One ball with the atmosphere going 66,000 miles per hour in the vacuum. That would be nice presentation of that. You know, you will have some kind of ball and some kind of gas around it, and through vacuum it's going incredibly, how to say, fast speed and keeping that gas around that sphere.
The way I would answer that, and I would qualify it a bit by saying, yeah, there would be.
I don't know if they can imagine how big is atmosphere comparing to the vacuum of the space.
Well, hold on. Let me give him my answer to that question, because it's a fair question. I would think about the long distance observations, the laser tests. So people are trying to test line of sight over the surface. Now, if the results of those tests had conformed to the claimed geometry of the globe, I would never have become a flat earther. I would have said, look, the horizon is in the right place. Those buildings are being obscured as they should be. The boats are going over the curve where and when they should. That would have been sufficient for me. But the opposite was true. And
Earth is flat.
we were finding results contrary to it, which is when it really kind of stuck with me that, right, this isn't what we've been told. So it's almost like a Pandora's box situation. It's like, yeah, if the results had been different, then I would have been on the globe still. But I'm going where the evidence is going. And unfortunately, it didn't go that way.
Do you think you could link me up to the laser sighting stuff that you're talking about?
Yeah, what's your name? Lang guy, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, so I'm about to send you a link to a Discord server. Let me know when you've joined it, and I'll tell you where to look.
Fair enough.
That's the DM. Because this is our Discord server where we've got like terabytes of information, but it's a good resource because on Google and YouTube, they censor a lot of this information, so it's very hard to find our side of the argument. If you're interested in hearing our side of the argument, you need to go to a place that we curate, basically. So there's a few places you can really find consistent, good information, but we've compiled a lot of it in this server and sorted it out, categorized it, alphabetized it.
Okay. Looking for invites and stuff. Pretty new to Discord, so I may just be screwing it up.
Yeah, it should be under your messages, middle tab, and then... Oh, wait.
Oh, got it.
You got it?
Yep, got it.
Right, so when you join, you'll see there's a lot of channels, so you should take some time to explore it, but if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down, you'll see an additional information section. It's all alphabetized, starts with Antarctica for A, goes through and it has things like gravity, curvature, motion. You see all those channels?
I hit the invite and didn't look through it yet, but I will do so pretty soon here. Honestly, still trying to get used to the app.
Well, when you do that, if you scroll down to L, you'll see two channels. One's long distance observations and one's laser test. So those will have a bunch of examples of what I was just talking about for you to have a look at.
Yeah, I can't what's the word I'm looking for? Can't confess to anything other than like extreme skepticism, but I see no harm in taking a look through and trying to at least educate myself in y'all's position.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, we're just trying to observe and measure the Earth and reporting what we find and then going where that goes. We're just looking to Earth to tell us. It's not really like we're trying to assert a position for a preference. We're kind of going with what the Earth is showing. So I would summarize it.
All right, y'all. Well, I got to get running. Have to hit a road trip here, but I appreciate the talk, guys.
Enjoy. Peace.
Yep. Y'all take care. Bye-bye.
Is that right? See, maybe sometimes we're rushing in to have these in-depth arguments with them about star trails and all this kind of stuff, when in reality they need to be asked, like, how long have you been looking into this? What do you know about it? What do you think about it? Do you know what we're even saying? Do you think we're saying it's a disk in space? Kind of need to make sure we do that first for a lot of the time.
Yeah, it seems to always happen that I'll be talking to somebody who's been in here before, like John Wick earlier, and then there was another character who seemed to just want to obfuscate, and then someone genuine comes in, and I'm already like prepared for war, you know.
Yeah, you're
so
deep in the
that's on me.
constellations fields. It's easy to happen because people will jump in at any time and at any point, and they themselves sometimes don't realize that they're jumping in ahead of where they really should be starting. So sometimes
Yeah,
you just have to be
100%.
mindful of it.
The more I think about it, I think I take for granted that, you know, before this topic, I didn't know anything about logical fallacies. I didn't know that I was applying a lot of fallacious logic in the way that I approach things. So I think we've been trained to think that way, and then in our everyday conversations, there's a lot of fallacy involved.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, and especially when it comes to the Earth, we are literally trained from a young age to employ these fallacies as it directly relates to the Earth.
Yep.
So we need to remember that that's what we're kind of dealing with a lot of the time. We're not aware of these fallacies, and yeah, most of us were the same, myself included. Not necessarily aware.
Well, thanks for interjecting there, because I was probably a little over the top. So much obliged.
No, you're all good.
Just thirsty for cleaver tears.
Who's watching the Witsit debate? Anyone? How's it going? Professor Dave spazzing out yet? Calling Witsit names. Thanks, Larry. You're hot mic in a wee bit.
Mic check. If that's a mic check, dude, it's really bad. It's like really tinny and hard to make out.
It's me. I was on my headphones. I'm just asking for a link.
Yeah, I'll put one in chat there. There you go. I've seen this quartering guy. He's usually like commenting on media and politics and stuff. I didn't expect that he was going to be getting into flat Earth. I'd say he's generally like a Trump, or not maybe Trump, a right wing leaning guy. You know? Yeah, there's a bit where Professor Dave picks up a globe and starts spinning it in the camera. Which way is this spinning? What's it? Look at my globe toy. We got Maynard in the chat. What's up, Maynard? You there, Maynard? Don't be shy. Got some questions about the Earth? Anyone in here believe in the moon landings? What about that? I think they were up there playing golf on the moon in the 1970s. Now they can barely get off a launch pad. Mankind's greatest achievement, and yet they say they lose the telemetry data, the original video footage. They've lost all that stuff. The technology they destroyed, they can't build it again. Seems a bit weird, no? Mankind's greatest achievement. Mm-hmm. Seems strange. Giving Holland petrified wood, telling them it's moon rocks. Thus. So, toxic techo teen. Come to hear what the crazy flat earthers are saying. How can they not believe it's a spinning ball of water in a vacuum? No takers for the globe today, huh? got Witsnit on that gravity drip. It's to be predicted. He's not going to want to talk about curvature or motion of the Earth. He's going to love to talk about gravity. That'll probably be the next hour of conversation.
obviously people are going to think I told people right.
Every time.